Hey there, awesome viewers. Welcome back to Manhwa Empire Recap. Before we dive into today's recap, we want to hear from you. Drop your favorite genre of manhwa or manga in the comments below, and let us know where you're watching from. Your feedback helps us bring you the content you love. Now, let's jump into today's recap and explore the incredible stories we have for you.
One fateful day, everything humanity had ever recorded vanished into thin air. It began with the disappearance of books, digital data, and all the information containing the knowledge and records that mankind had gathered throughout its history. In a single night, it all vanished without a trace. Humanity was thrown into chaos and confusion because they had no idea what caused it. Just as society was on the brink of descending into utter chaos, a savior emerged in the form of a system known as Zeus. Zeus devised a virtual reality game called Olympus. Olympus was more than just a game. It held a deeper significance. Within the game, various concepts were introduced, such as substantializing and transmission. Zeus possessed the remarkable ability to transmit items from the game into reality, and it was this capability that transformed Olympus into a vital tool for upholding modern civilization. However, the boundary between reality and Olympus soon began to blur. Nowadays, it has been possible for about 200 years to bring items from the game into reality, ever since the boundary between the two worlds became blurred. The world had entered a modern age, blossoming into a brilliant civilization. However, despite the brilliance of civilization, there was always the presence of evil lurking within society. A man, with a disdainful smirk on his face, looked down upon another individual, metaphorically stepping on him, while hurling insults and degrading him by likening him to a mere bug. There exists a theory called the Spoon Class Theory, which suggests that due to one's ranking, influence, and possessions in Olympus, disparities in wealth have emerged, leading to social stratification. A new class system formed based on status in Olympus, leading to a society where everyone wanted to avoid being poor. Then, there was one man who stood amidst the chaos, observing the turmoil unfolding around him. The man observing the chaos was Hanju Hyuk. Hanju Hyuk was one of the many individuals considered to be among the lowest social strata, known as dirt spoons, and he was determined to rise above his circumstances and attain a higher status, aiming to become a gold in society. However, despite his rigorous training and efforts, it seemed that the law did not necessarily have to be upheld in his pursuit of advancement. When Ju Hyuk was 10 years old, he was abducted by a deranged elderly man with impressive physical strength, who claimed that Ju Hyuk's worth was not determined by the spoon he was born with, but rather by his level and abilities. Ju Hyuk accepted this belief and endured intense and grueling training in the tutorial area for the next 20 years, enduring hardships to hone his skills and abilities. The old man implanted in his mind the notion that he had to become an absolute evil. So Ju Hyuk, along with a constellation, embarked on his journey. He also formed an alliance with another murderer along the way. And lastly, he joined forces with the Queen of the Dead. And together, they all made the decision to embrace absolute evil. 20 years ago, following the Olympus Revolution, people started receiving their education through virtual reality. In this new system, students progressed through levels in the academy, and upon graduation, they secured employment within the Olympus Union. Hanju Hyuk was one such student, starting his education at the age of 6 and only reaching level 6 by that time. He adhered to the norm and joyfully made his way to the academy. However, he remained unaware of an impending issue as an older man trailed him, lurking with intentions unknown. The old man targeted Ju Hyuk from behind and swiftly approached him with determination. As the old man drew closer to Ju Hyuk, the latter appeared completely unaware of his presence. However, Ju Hyuk suddenly felt a sense of someone approaching from behind, prompting him to glance backward in surprise. Suddenly, the old man seized Ju Hyuk, exclaiming with joy that he had finally discovered a talented child. As he embraced Ju Hyuk, he encouraged him to rejoice, promising to shape him into the strongest man in the world. However, Ju Hyuk seemed bewildered by the sudden turn of events and appeared confused about what was happening. It suddenly dawned on him that he had been kidnapped by a seemingly deranged old non-player character. Ju Hyuk then realized that the peculiar old man embodied strength and that he was somewhat coerced into becoming his apprentice. Day and night, Ju Hyuk dedicated himself to rigorous training, enduring grueling 12-hour sessions in a horse stance. He was even given a worm, touted as a medicinal health supplement, which initially made him feel sick. His training turned into a hellish ordeal, a survival test he had not anticipated, as it involved surviving encounters with the formidable gray hyenas. On a crisp autumn day, his master sat down, engaging in a conversation with Ju Hayek, mentioning that the current top ranker had reached an impressive level of 89. However, his master seemed disinterested and found the topic boring, choosing not to dwell on it. While Ju Hayek was holding a plank position with his master seated on his back, the master remarked that anyone with a level lower than 99 couldn't be considered a true ranker. However, Ju Hayek pointed out that the current top ranker was officially recognized as number 1, emphasizing that nobody held a higher rank than him at the moment. His master called him a brat and questioned whether he didn't trust him as his mentor. Subsequently, his master cautioned him against blindly trusting rankings based solely on what he could see, reminding him that there were unseen factors at play. He urged Ju Hayek to remember that there were things that could not be revealed or easily discerned. Ju Hayek felt like his master was talking nonsense once more. In response, Ju Hayek's master reiterated his assurance, urging him to have faith that he would guide him to become the most formidable individual in their world. However, Ju Hayek remained doubtful and attempted to voice his concerns. His master grew frustrated with Ju Hayek's self-doubt and pointed out that achieving the status of the strongest individual seemed impossible because Ju Hayek didn't come from a wealthy background. So, in frustration, his master delivered a punch to Ju Hayek's head and sternly instructed him to remain silent. This action caused Ju Hayek to well up with tears as his master also imposed an additional 3 hours of training as a consequence for his words. Numerous winters and springs came and went as time continued to march forward. Eventually, 2 decades slipped by, and now he found himself inside a cave alongside his master, who stood before him. 20 years elapsed, and his master, now aged, acknowledged his pupil's accomplishments, affirming that he had imparted all his knowledge and skills. In his mind, Ju Hayek sarcastically wished for the man's passing, harboring thoughts of impatience and frustration. Tears welled up in his eyes as he reminisced about the incredibly challenging times he endured during his training. During his training, Ju Hayek felt like a social recluse in reality, as his family members constantly talked about his activities. However, he couldn't bring himself to defy his master, so he silently endured the criticisms and took the words to heart. As his training progressed, Ju Hayek found himself with seemingly unlimited time to hone his skills in Olympus. However, it turned out that his time in Olympus was mostly spent being relentlessly beaten up by his master. In his thoughts, Ju Hayek wondered why he endured so much hardship when he could have simply deleted his character and ended the torment. Yet despite the hardships, he persisted, and finally, he decided to speak up to his master. Ju Hayek mustered the courage to express to his master that he felt a deep connection, akin to that of a son to a father. He conveyed that this bond was the reason he endured the grueling 20 years of training. Tears streaming down his face, Ju Hayek confessed that he lacked confidence in facing the world without his master by his side. So, with sincerity in his voice, he admitted to his master that he still required guidance. The old man pondered his words thoughtfully, considering their implications. However, his master said he's still much weaker, but he's gotten a lot stronger. So, Ju Hayek pondered whether he was strong or weak, while also hoping that his master would assign him a quest. Then, he bowed his head further and asked his master to impart more knowledge, hopeful that the master would also assign him a task. The old man simply stared at him, deep in thought. Within a minute, the old man spoke up, indicating that he comprehended Ju Hayek's intentions. Excitedly, Ju Hayek anticipated that this meant he would be given a quest. His master reminded him not to forget that he was the only apprentice and sole successor. Ju Hayek became emotional and teared up as he realized that because the old man had chosen him as an apprentice, he had been confined for 20 years. Shortly after, the old man handed him a map and instructed him to travel to the specified location. Excitedly, he accepted the map and thanked the old man for his guidance. Then, he bowed his head once more and knelt down in gratitude. Shortly after, his master suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of energy. As he released his power, the old man declared that the world should kneel before him. Ju Hayek attempted to steal a glance at the power his master unleashed before passing away. Within a minute, all the unleashed power had dissipated, and the surroundings returned to silence. It was at that moment that the candle had already burned out. By the time Ju Hayek stood up, he realized that his master had already departed from this world. He stood in silence for a minute, gazing at his master's lifeless form, lost in his thoughts for a brief moment. Then he made the decision to turn his back and bid his master farewell. He departed without looking back, leaving his master's lifeless body still seated in the cave. After 20 years, Ju Hayek left his master behind and now found himself standing by the teleportation gate. Feeling a sense of liberation, he opened his status window and made the decision to move forward. He felt a twinge of happiness as he reminisced about the times when he couldn't break free, recalling the numerous beatings he endured whenever he attempted to escape. Yet, he found solace in the outcomes of his rigorous training as his stats soared to impressive heights, reaching level 99. However, he found it perplexing when he noticed that his luck stat was negative 99. Yet, he didn't dwell on it for long, as the system confirmed his identity, marking the moment he had been eagerly awaiting. He felt a new surge of energy coursing through him as the system released the curse of restraint, informing him that he was finally free from his duty as the successor. Shortly thereafter, the barrier was removed, unlocking the access, and his entry was approved. In that moment, he gazed at the system notification declaring that he was now liberated from the special area Lena, where he had been confined for 20 years. He smiled, reflecting on the long 20 years that had passed, knowing that this was the moment he had been eagerly awaiting. Shortly afterward, he walked through the exit, ready to embrace the newfound freedom that awaited him. Happily, he bid farewell to the area, leaving behind the confines of his past and embracing the endless possibilities of his future. However, just as he was about to step beyond the barrier, the system abruptly declared that his access was denied, displaying an error code. He felt perplexed as he witnessed a series of errors flashing on the screen. Surprised, he received a notification from the system indicating that an abnormal level had been detected in him, and it stated that he had not undergone the proper procedures. He was surprised that the system continued to indicate there was an error. The system identified an irregularity in his level and notified him of an abnormal leveling detection. So, the system announced that it would reset all abnormal levels acquired, leaving Ju Hayek in a state of disbelief. Shortly after, his level gradually decreases. He was stunned and couldn't believe what was happening, especially after training for 20 years, only to suddenly face this setback. He cried intensely, expressing his frustration through complaints and demanding that Zeus put an end to it. In an instant, his level plummeted to level 1. Then, the system announced that the anomaly had been resolved, but this only added to Ju Hayek's stress, causing him to kneel to the ground in frustration. He remained in a state of shock, unable to take any action, so he simply lay on the ground, contemplating the senselessness of his 20 years of hard work, only to find himself back at level 1. Tears welled up in his eyes as he felt like he was losing his mind, overwhelmed by the thought of the 20 years of hard work vanishing into thin air. Then, he demanded that his stat window open up. The stats appeared in front of him, revealing how his level had indeed reverted back to 1. His frustration grew further, and he stood up, attempting to convince himself. However, he suddenly noticed that all the stats remained the same. So, he quickly reconsidered what had just happened and began contemplating the situation. He then realized that earlier, the system had only reset his level, but not his stats. In realization, he knelt to the ground in belief and contentment. He regained his composure and thought that what happened was actually a good thing. Considering this, he knew there were supposed to be penalties that come with a decrease in level. A prime example of this was skills, such as his basic skill passion mind technique, which required at least level 40 to use. Realizing this, he understood that he couldn't utilize any of his attack skills. He also realized that he couldn't equip items with level restrictions either. However, he remained confident and considered the restrictions to be useless. He believed that since his stats remained unchanged, leveling up would be easy, especially starting from level 1. Suddenly, he felt tears of happiness welling up, realizing that despite the setback, it was still a positive turn of events. Shortly afterward, he retrieved the map his master had given him and searched for his first destination. He decided to head to the starting village for beginners, Urkus. With determination, he set his mind on reaching that destination, believing it marked the true beginning of his life. After a while, Ju Hayek reached the village of Urkus with a sense of joy, having departed the cave where he had spent the last 20 years. As he glanced around the plaza, memories flooded back, and he couldn't help but reminisce about how dearly he had missed it. He also observed that there were vendors on the street, a sight he hadn't encountered in the cave. He also appreciated the harmonious atmosphere among the villagers, realizing just how much he had missed it all. So he smiled with contentment and relief, feeling a wave of emotion as he realized he was finally back, and he was nearly moved to tears at the thought of it all. Quickly, he opted to head directly to the hunting grounds. He hurried to the spot, eagerly anticipating a rapid increase in his level. However, as he approached the location, he was halted by an individual brandishing a weapon, which left him bewildered. The guard at the location inquired about his level, so he bluntly replied that he was at level 1. This made him appear weak, considering he was 26 years old and only at level 1. The guard noticed his unfamiliarity and informed him that he was supposed to enter through the east gate. The guard explained that the place he was about to enter was the west gate, which would be dangerous for someone at level 1 like him. So, Ju Hayek asked if the west gate was a restricted zone. The guard clarified that it was not a restricted zone, but strongly recommended that he stay away due to his current level. Ju Hayek spotted a rabbit on level 5, and the guard remarked that he wouldn't even be able to catch it at level 1. Despite the guard's warning, he didn't listen and proceeded on his way, assuring the guard that he would be fine. The guard watched as Ju Hayek continued inside, thinking that Ju Hayek didn't want to listen. Meanwhile, as Ju Hayek was about to catch the rabbit, a quest appeared. The system indicated that the guard had anxiety at the west gate, so it told him to alleviate the guard's anxiety, promising a reward of 30,000 gold. Ju Hayek found it amusing and considered putting on a small show to alleviate the guard's worry. On the other hand, the guard was surprised by what he was seeing. He was confused as Ju Hayek waved at him, wondering why he was doing that. The guard noticed that the level 5 rabbit was about to pounce on him. So the guard, feeling worried, informed him to look out. However, Ju Hayek remained calm even as the rabbit was about to attack him from behind. In a swift motion, Ju Hayek turned serious and glanced around at the rabbit. With a quick move, he punched the rabbit away. With a single punch, he landed an attack on the rabbit, causing it to vanish. Ju Hayek easily dispatched the rabbit with a single punch, making it look effortless. The monsters kept coming, but he continued to eliminate them. The guard was surprised and speechless at what he was seeing. After a while, Ju Hayek finished eliminating them. The guard approached him and asked if he was really at level 1 as he had claimed. Ju Hayek then asked if the guards were supposed to be able to detect player levels. But the guard found it hard to believe, considering how easily Ju Hayek eliminated the monsters. He asked what kind of methods Ju Hayek had used. The guard was surprised as he saw it, so Ju Hayek turned around to see it as well. The guard said that it was the West Gate's troublemaker, the enraged wild boar. So the guard told him to step back, but Ju Hayek told him not to worry. The guard expressed concern and informed Ju Hayek that he would prevent it. Ju Hayek disregarded the guard's warning and persisted in confronting the boar, ultimately delivering a decisive blow to its core. Shortly after, he eliminated the boar, and the system notified him that he had leveled up. On the other hand, as the guard observed Ju Hayek, he found it difficult to believe that Ju Hayek had defeated the boar, considering his level. Shortly afterward, the system informed him that he had cleared the quest, so he received his reward, which made him happy. He opened his stats and saw the funds he had earned through the reward, which were now in his possession. As he pondered that it wasn't a bad reward for just a few punches, he suddenly had a thought. He realized, as he looked at his stats, that he couldn't even invest in them since he noticed they were already fixed. But he didn't dwell on it too much and proceeded to bid goodbye to the guard. As he departed from the West Gate, he pondered the idea of heading to a higher-level hunting ground. He reflected that his life was better than before, now that he could roam free and had finally received an award. Ju Hayek had thought that things would progress better from then on. However, a few days later passed, and he found himself in disbelief at what was happening to him. Suddenly, the system notified him that he had participated in a murder, triggering the Chaos system to activate, and he would be given a killer's mark. In the past few days, Ju Hayek encountered numerous misunderstandings. There was even a time when a non-player character attacked him out of nowhere. He was scared and hiding because they mistook him for a wanted criminal. He found it irritating that people were searching for him instead of the actual wanted criminal. But then Ju Hayek pondered that people wouldn't be doing it for no reason, considering he had a negative 99 luck stat. As he pondered his negative luck, a person appeared from behind. The person was about to attack him, and Ju Hayek still hadn't noticed. But in an instant, he felt as if something was close to him, so he became alert and quickly turned around to see who it was. With ease, he punched the person single-handedly, sending them flying through the air. However, Ju Hayek was surprised, as he didn't intend to attack that strongly. It was just muscle memory. With the accidental strong attack by him, the person died and vanished, making him a criminal. Ju Hayek then entered a maximum chaotic state as the system informed him that he had murdered an NPC. The maximum chaotic penalty came with numerous disadvantages and was a significant disadvantage to him. After that, not only were the NPCs after him, but the players also started coming after him. As they were chasing him, a player told the others to call for support, as they suspected he was the serial killer Getrock. While he was running, Ju Hayek heard it and was still confused as he didn't know who Getrock was. In accordance with a hero system, opposite to the chaos system, it is said that a player can become a hero if they kill a chaotic user. After a while of running, Ju Hayek stopped in place and felt extremely exhausted. He knew that the reason they were chasing him was because he was a chaotic user. As he stopped, the players were already behind him. As they looked at Ju Hayek, they told him to give up, as it was a dead end. But Ju Hayek was angry and didn't want to give up. He faced the players and NPCs with a deadly look. In a fit of rage and frustration, Ju Hayek's emotions surged within him, fueling an immense release of power that seemed to emanate from his very core. As a result, he ended up killing them all in order to ensure his own survival. He looked at them and thought that the others hunting him down wouldn't find him if he went into hiding for a while. Also, as a result of killing the other players and the NPCs, Ju Hayek still leveled up. Now, 2 weeks have passed since then. He smiled in a sarcastic way to himself as he thought that being a normal player was boring. He knew that the maximum chaotic penalty meant that he would have to hide for at least a year for it to be removed. But he still wasn't discouraged as he looked at the penalties and thought it was still fun. He thought to himself that if he had to live as a bad guy, he might as well be a bad guy who eats well and lives comfortably. And at that moment, Ju Hayek decided to give up on being a hero. He then suddenly thought about his master and the time he went through extreme suffering for 20 years. He found it weird that just when he thought things would get better for him as he was now free, he was forced into a maximum chaotic state against his will. So all of a sudden, he had the thought that the events unfolding around him must be the will of Zeus. He contemplated that there must be an undisclosed situation on the verge of unfolding. He was filled with countless inquiries, yearning for answers. The following day, to his surprise, an unexpected response arrived. Out of nowhere, a group of people approached him, bowing their heads to the ground, leaving him perplexed as to why they were doing so. The elderly man, who was trembling, proclaimed that Ju Hayek was a descendant of the ultimate ruler. Seeing him now, he declared that he could depart this world without any lingering regrets. As they hailed him, he found himself at a loss for what to do when suddenly the stats appeared. Out of nowhere, a radiant light emerged as they welcomed Ju Hayek as the supreme ruler of the Sky Devil. Ju Hayek was taken aback and bewildered, unsure of what this phenomenon could be. The system informed him that he was now acknowledged as the absolute ruler of the Sky Devils and emphasized the importance of receiving recognition from the 12 Elders. The name they called him was classified as an SSS class, and now a light emerged indicating that it was an SSS class quest. It was a rare occurrence, as only 3 instances of an SSS class had appeared in the past 200 years. Ju Hayek recognized the extraordinary nature of the situation, pondering how something as special as this was now bestowed upon him in this moment. He found himself wondering why something as extraordinary as this was being granted to him, feeling a sense of oddity about the whole situation. After 20 years of training, he never expected so many extraordinary events to unfold since he left the cave. Now, with elders bowing to him and appointing him as the ruler of the Sky Devils, it all seemed surreal. Despite the unexpected turn of events, he couldn't help but see it as a positive development, realizing that he had inadvertently entangled himself in a much larger and thrilling adventure. Throughout history, it is known that there have been 7,000 years of chaos. After the war concluded, a period of harmony ensued, and the world was divided into 3 factions. The most notorious of the Centennia had an absolute ruler, known by the name of Gracia Mentaz, and he had 14 wives. Ju Hayek felt the story was very lengthy when he read about Gracia's 7th wife giving birth to a son, continuing the bloodline. He glanced at the elders, realizing they were eagerly attentive, and felt it would be impolite not to finish the story, especially as they seemed genuinely interested, bowing respectfully. Next, a new ruler emerged, Shultara, who was known as the supreme ruler of that time. Shultara, rumored to have infused with the devil's blood, became stronger and more ruthless than anyone before. However, during a rebellion, Shultara was defeated through a honey trap. Although injured, Shultara survived the ordeal. Following the incident, Shultara retreated to a cave where he gradually regained his power. Ju-Hyuk then realized that his master was a direct descendant of Shultara, and the skills he had learned over the past 20 years were actually Shultara's skills. As he continued reading, he suddenly noticed something. He read that if he wasn't recognized as an absolute ruler, he might be put in a difficult position. So he considered that if the situation he was in was extreme, it would mean it would be impossible to access Kassak. After the system informed him of the special benefits, Ju-Hyuk stood up and decided to confront the elders. But he pondered that, for the time being, he would go to Seoul. Shortly after, he confronted the elders and asked if they were the Sky Devil Elders. The elders bowed down to him respectfully and confirmed that they were indeed the Sky Devil Elders. They thanked him for recognizing them. On the other hand, Ju-Hyuk was surprised by their reaction because he didn't know them, yet he had a feeling that he did. Then, Ju-Hyuk told the elders that he had been instructed to lead the Sky Devil Elders to recreate their former glory. The elders cried tears of joy as Ju-Hyuk accepted the responsibility. They bowed their heads again, hailing Ju-Hyuk and showing him great respect. Then, Ju-Hyuk told them to go ahead and instructed them to lead the way. So, the elders agreed instantly. As they were about to go on their way, the elder informed him that he had already eliminated some of the people who were stalking them, which surprised Ju-Hyuk. Shortly after, the system notified him that the elder had now been recognized as a clan member, and the experience gained by the elders was given to the player. Ju-Hyuk leveled up, unsure of how to react. Ju-Hyuk was surprised that he kept leveling up because of the elder's experience given to him. Now, he was surprised to find that he was already at level 9. Ju-Hyuk knew that it was hard for him to gain those experiences, wondering how the elders did it. He thought to use the feature well to make use of the elder's knowledge. Then he asked the elder's name, and the elder said that he was Luxo and held the position of the first elder. Ju-Hyuk told him that before they go, there was something that must be done. He informed the elder that he was currently bound by a special ban. In response, Luxo said that he had guessed that for themselves. However, Ju-Hyuk asked them to believe in him, stating that he was their absolute ruler. He promised to help them arrive at a place where the sun shines. This statement brought tears to the elders' eyes, and they expressed their gratitude towards him. As a result, the elders grew to trust him more, which gave him an advantage, and the Sky Devil's loyalty increased. After a while, Ju-Hyuk enjoyed a comfortable and ordinary life. He drank water from the kitchen and felt like a new, normal person. While he was drinking, his sister called his attention. She informed him that their alliance had completed a good quest that time, but she also mentioned that there seemed to be a serial killer called Getrok in the outskirts of Centinea. This made Ju-Hyuk nervous, as he had heard that name in the past, and they mistook him for that person. She continued, saying that Getrok seemed to dual-wield pistols and was around level 40. She said that according to rumors, Getrok could beat a 7-member party by himself. So, based on the rumors, Getrok is a notorious criminal and was hard to confront. Moreover, she told Ju-Hyuk that if anyone catches Getrok, they could receive about 3 million gold as an incentive. Ju-Hyuk was surprised that it was only 3 million when the bounty was over 100 million. His sister said that small unions were like that, but Ju-Hyuk still couldn't believe it, as they did all the hard work and received so little. But his sister was still happy with the price, saying that if she gets the incentive, she will treat him to barbecue. Shortly, she noticed the visible eye bags on Ju-Hyuk, saying that she thinks it was because they ate less meat in the past few days. But Ju-Hyuk thought to himself that it was probably because of his negative 99 luck. Shortly after, Ju-Hyuk logged in again, and as he was accessing Olympus, Luxo informed him that someone was tailing them. He told them to wait and see, and then he proceeded to ask his sister if she was the one tailing them. But the system informed him that his sister was on another continent, so she would not receive his message. Suddenly, the one tailing them appeared behind him with such a scary aura and called him an impersonator. He was confused why the person was calling him an impersonator, which made him a little anxious. To his surprise, as he turned around, it was Getrok, the wanted criminal. Getrok was mad as he accused Ju Hayek of impersonating him and wanted to punish him with death. On the other hand, Ju Hayek thought that even if he had information on Getrok, and even if he had relatively high stats, he couldn't underestimate him, as Getrok was at level 40. Looking at Getrok, Ju Hayek wondered what he should do to confront him. He thought to himself that he could not lose during the most important quest of his life. So Ju Hayek thought that all he needed to do was not fight alone. Immediately, he called for Luxo, the first elder who was loyal to him, and he came quickly when called. Luxo said that he was at Ju Hayek's service and would do anything for him. On the other hand, Getrok was confused about where the elder came from, as he couldn't detect his arrival. As Ju Hayek instructed Luxo to kill Getrok, Luxo quickly stood up, ready to uphold his orders. Meanwhile, Getrok got ready to shoot his pistols, confident that even though they were two, he thought it was just an old man and a normal boy. Shortly after, Luxo swiftly made the first move and vanished from his position. While Getrok was about to attack, he saw Luxo vanish into thin air. He was stunned, unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed with his own eyes. In a split second, Getrok's throat was cut, leaving him defenseless and unable to react. Luxo stood tall and effortlessly dispatched Getrok with a single attack, enveloping the air in a heavy silence with his swift victory. After finishing him off, he sheathed his sword. Ju Hayek was taken aback by how quickly it happened and found himself at a loss for how to react. He couldn't believe that Getrok had been swiftly defeated without even engaging in a battle, all in just a split second. As he observed the scene, he couldn't help but wonder whether Luxo was stronger than he had initially thought, or if Getrok was simply weaker than expected. Ju Hayek was stunned by what had transpired, especially since he couldn't even perceive Luxo's movements. Shortly after, Luxo approached Ju Hayek and offered Getrok's head to him. Having defeated Getrok and claimed the achievements of his elders as his own, Ju Hayek gained points and felt a surge of happiness as he gazed at the severed head. The system then notified him that he had been rewarded a bounty of 100 million for taking down the serial killer Getrok. Feeling satisfied with the situation, Ju Hayek praised Luxo for his swift and effective action. He then declared to all elders that they would hunt all life surrounding them without complaint, all for the sake of his glorious return. At that moment, Ju Hayek made the decision to follow any scenario or quest presented by the system, determined to do his best to emulate the monarch. Since that declaration, Ju Hayek and the senior members have consistently supported it. It's been a fortnight since that time. Luxo and the rest of the group were out searching for prey in the woods. They were eradicating any living beings they encountered along their path. As Luxo continued to eliminate them relentlessly, Ju Hayek also managed to level up and increase his level in a relatively short amount of time. Ju Hayek paused for a moment and observed that he had already reached level 13. He considered it an incredible pace, especially considering that others typically take years to reach that level. Then, suddenly, he realized that the heaven-breaking ghost art required a minimum level of 40. He thought that reaching level 40 would mark the beginning of significant progress for him. He suddenly felt excited about what more was to come, especially since Luxo was effortlessly handling the task for him. He believed that he would reach that level in no time. He then contemplated that if he couldn't secure a job, he could simply start a business instead. Shortly after, he snapped back to reality and began pondering what he should do about Getrok's head. In Ju Hayek's room, he sat in front of his computer, searching for something. He conducted a search to find the best place for selling expensive items. The responses he found suggested selling the item in the game and advised against selling it in real life. But Ju Hayek realized that he couldn't sell it through public institutions in the game because he had a maximum chaotic alignment. As he pondered, his sister suddenly went in front of his room and asked what he was doing. Ju Hayek greeted her and remarked that she arrived at the right time. He denied needing pocket money when Siha thought he did. He asked her what she would do if he gave her Getrok's head, which left her confused and asking for more clarification. She laughed and questioned why he would give it to her if he had one. Then she advised that if he sold it, he should buy a hamburger for himself and one for her as well. On the other hand, Siha wondered why her brother was being serious and was caught off guard. She then remarked that he couldn't possibly defeat Getrok with his current level. So, Ju Hayek admitted that he had escaped a few days ago and revealed that he had already defeated Getrok, which Siha found hard to believe at first. Then, she asked how he could possibly have killed Getrok if he was only at level 40. Ju Hayek then explained that Getrok died when he hit him. 10 years ago, Siha was lying on the bed when suddenly her brother messaged her. She saw that he claimed to be at level 99, which she didn't believe and thought he was just playing a prank. So, Siha admitted to Getrok that she initially thought it was a prank. Furthermore, Ju Hayek instructed Siha to come to the Lepnia Mountains in Sintinia if she wanted Getrok's head, and he promised to send her the coordinates when she logged in. But Siha asked why she needed to go all the way there, especially considering she was only at level 25. When Siha returned online, she headed directly to the entrance of the Lepnia Mountains. She informed the guards that she had some matters to attend to in the mountains. The guard inquired whether she was truly intending to go there and warned her that she would be instantly killed by a monster. Siha brushed off the warning, laughing it off, and assured the guard that it was okay. Despite the guards shouting that they had already warned her, Siha simply smiled. 3 hours later, Siha continued to wander around in the mountains. She felt anxious and a bit unnerved when she realized that it was unusually quiet. However, she remembered that her brother had mentioned he would clear out all the mobs in advance, which explained the eerie silence. Suddenly, while she was contemplating the unusual silence, her brother appeared from behind and gently grabbed her shoulder. Startled by his unexpected arrival, she let out a scream of fright. Feeling a surge of anger at being scared by him, she scolded him for not making any noise to announce his presence. She added that it's not as if she would do anything to him, emphasizing that she wasn't planning any harm. Suddenly, she noticed the intense energy surrounding her brother and realized that he was telling the truth about being a max chaotic. When his sister asked if he had killed an NPC, which might explain his current state, Ju Hayek laughed it off. Ignoring her question, he opened his stat window. He quickly retrieved the head of Getrok and handed it to her. In response, Siha couldn't believe it was real and questioned whether she was dreaming. Her face lit up, and her eyes sparkled when she realized that the bounty was over 100 million. They exchanged conversation, and Siha was utterly amazed by the fact that he had truly killed Getrok. After a while, Siha went to claim the bounty on Getrok's head. The people there received it and confirmed that it was indeed the head of the wanted criminal Getrok. Then they announced that the quest to capture Getrok had been cleared, which surprised Siha with the weight and reality of the bounty. But she also felt relieved and ecstatic knowing that she would receive 100 million for the bounty. Then she thought that if she took half of the bounty, she could indulge in every variety of her favorite hamburgers. Suddenly, she remembered the time when they had seen Ju Hayek puking in the bathroom. His mother grew worried about him, and Siha also looked increasingly concerned as she didn't know what was happening to her brother. Remembering this, Siha thought about how hard Ju Hayek had worked throughout his life. As Siha claimed the bounty, she immediately made her way back to the Lepnia Mountains. Upon her arrival, she offered half of the bounty to her brother and handed it over to him. However, Ju Hayek was surprised when he realized she had given him 99 million, as they had agreed to split it 50-50. She mentioned that it was his own hard-earned money for the first time, so they don't have to split it 50-50. She'll only accept 1 million won as a token of gratitude. As Ju Hayek was about to speak, Siha promptly departed. Siha said goodbye and offered to treat him to hamburgers, suggesting that they should have dinner with their parents. He smiled as he watched her leave and wished her to take care. Shortly after, Ju Hayek tallied up all the fees and taxes and estimated it to be about 80 million won. Considering this, Ju Hayek believed he had hit the jackpot. Realizing and contemplating, Ju Hayek thought that even though the SSS class quest hadn't started yet, he was in a position where he had 80 million as collateral. He thought that he would have to reach level 40 as soon as possible and proceed with the quest. So he concluded that in order to achieve that, he had to grow faster, realizing that every minute and every second counted for him. On that same evening, Ju Hayek asked Siha to purchase some items for him. However, Siha simply gazed at him in reply. Afterward, she mentioned that she had just finished her shift. Ju Hayek then proposed offering her a monthly allowance of 300,000 won if things went smoothly. Then Siha suggested increasing it to 500,000 and Ju Hayek agreed. So, Siha went back to log in again. A few hours later, Siha purchased the items Ju Hayek had requested, and then Ju Hayek eagerly tried them out while Siha was already feeling tired. She bought him a ring symbolizing small growth, a necklace representing training, a bracelet signifying growth, an anklet symbolizing growth, and earrings that signify experience, which amounted to a total of 70 million won. Ju Hayek was surprised by how expensive it was, realizing that with just those items, the total already reached 70 million won. Then Siha requested a warp point in exchange for running errands for him. Ju Hayek then agreed and asked what the cost would be. He was completely taken aback when Siha mentioned that it would cost 3 million for the first destination, and then 3,000 gold for each subsequent use. Ju Hayek couldn't believe the extent of expenses he had incurred, and as Siha was about to log out, she advised him to hide all the accessories he wore as they were unattractive. He followed her advice and activated the invisible mode, while tearing up at the thought of his money. But shortly after, he regained his composure and called out for the elder to continue their hunt. The following day, Ju Hayek resumed his journey to level up even further. After a lengthy journey, he finally arrived at the Zeph Mountains. While he was exploring his surroundings, Ju Hayek was unaware that someone was watching him from behind the trees. The man wondered who Ju Hayek was as he observed him from a distance. As he examined his face closely, the system alerted him, and he suddenly realized he was at maximum chaos. The man next to the red-haired man called him Chief and inquired whether Ju Hayek was at max chaotic. As they watched Ju Hayek, they found it hard to believe that he was at max chaotic. They noticed he looked weak, and all his items seemed basic. The chief then remarked to his companion that he also observed Ju Hayek hadn't even noticed them. He thought that Ju Hayek, with his limited field of vision, must be a beginner. Shortly after, the chief drew the attention of his companions. He instructed them to prepare for battle. After a period of wandering, Ju Hayek still hasn't come across any mobs in the area. However, as he walked, something strange approached him. So, the system immediately alerted him that an external ability was attempting to restrict his body. He was unaware that someone behind him appeared to be using magic against him. It was the group of people who had been observing him from afar earlier. They noticed that Ju Hayek was resisting the magic they had cast on him. As they observed him, they began to think that he was a wizard who had died several times and dropped all his items. The man got ready to attack, thinking that Ju Hayek was a perfect target. The chief told him to stop talking and to capture Ju Hayek immediately. He instructed the other chief to distract Ju Hayek so he couldn't use anything to defend himself. Shortly after, they swiftly left their position and headed to attack him. As they attacked from behind, little did they know that Ju Hayek was already aware of them. Ju Hayek glanced behind him and said that if they gave up now, he would spare their lives. However, the chief thought he was speaking nonsense and continued to advance. As he attacked Ju Hayek, he was surprised that it didn't hit him. He was surprised that his attack bounced off, leaving him bewildered. So he called his other companion for backup and told him to attack. But even when they attacked Ju Hayek, he remained unharmed, and their attacks kept bouncing off. Hence, they were surprised, wondering how it happened. However, the chief didn't give up and called Assistant Manager Kim, telling him to join the attack. As they kept attacking Ju Hayek, one of their companions, who was an archer, also prepared to attack from afar. As he readied his bow, he was puzzled that Ju Hayek seemed like he wasn't losing any health points. Meanwhile, Ju Hayek remained unharmed, and the men continued their attacks. Ju Hayek observed that the one with the huge sword was on level 30. On the other hand, the archer from the enemy suddenly thought that Ju Hayek must be using magic already. So he informed the chief that Ju Hayek must be prepared for their attacks, suggesting that Ju Hayek might have been using some form of magic or defense to withstand their assault. As they struggled, Ju Hayek, on the other hand, felt like the attacks only tickled. Shortly after, Ju Hayek decided that it was his turn to attack. Since he couldn't use basic skills, he thought that he would try punching them instead, using a basic posture. The archer saw what he was doing and informed the others to be careful. Looking at Ju Hayek, the archer thought that he was going to use a lot of magic. But to their surprise, he just punched them, sending them flying away. The red-haired man was surprised and instantly felt pain. As Ju Hayek continued to harm others, the system noted that his record of murders had increased and his crimes had worsened while he remained in a highly chaotic state. The man's comrades grew angry with Ju Hayek and wished to attack him. However, he easily defended himself and punched the heavily armored man in the face. As he continued to harm others, the system kept notifying him that his crimes were worsening. The other companions of his enemies were surprised by what happened, as they didn't expect Ju Hayek to be strong. The archer was confused and didn't know what to do, as their leader had instructed them to flee. He obeyed his leader's instructions and ordered the others to retreat immediately. But just as they were escaping, Ju Hayek quickly ran towards the archer and grabbed him by the shoulder. He was scared and anxious, wondering how Ju Hayek had suddenly gotten behind him. He turned around and saw the devilish smile that Ju Hayek displayed. As a result, he grew increasingly scared and anxious, pondering the consequences he would face. He then also thought that Ju Hayek purposely didn't use his powers so that he could toy with them. As he realized it, he suddenly thought that there was only one person who could do what Ju Hayek did: a high-level, close-ranged battle wizard above level 60 known as the player Hunter Rufendel. After a while, Ju Hayek defeated all the enemies and had reached level 16. In a nutshell, he was quickly alerted by the system that his charm had been activated. Within a moment, Luxo showed up. Luxo informed him that there was something he wanted to show Ju Hayek, so he inquired if Ju Hayek could follow him. Ju Hayek simply gazed, curious and wondering about what it could be. After some time of walking, they arrived at the Sky Devil hideout. It had been a lengthy walk, and since Luxo had instructed him to follow, they had been walking for quite some time now. Ju Hayek grew increasingly tired and weak, having been walking for 7 days straight. He wondered why the hideout was so far, especially since Luxo had only asked him to follow earlier. Then he was surprised when Luxo opened a portal in the middle of the desert. Before, Ju Hayek was excited about following as he earned step-up points for walking. But he instantly regretted it because they had already been walking for a week. He felt weak as they continued to walk because he had only been drinking water and hadn't eaten anything. After a while, he was informed by the elders that they had seen a village, which made him excited because he thought he could finally eat. But to his surprise, the village appeared abandoned, with no signs of life. They stood in front of the village, and Ju Hayek wondered if they were sure it was the same village they had seen. Ju Hayek didn't feel good about the place, and thought that it seemed like his master had caused a lot of problems in that village. But to their surprise, some people appeared, looking frail and emaciated, expressing that their savior had arrived. Suddenly, he was hailed as their savior, and the system notified him that his side quest was to rebuild a village on the brink of collapse, leaving him with no choice in the matter. After a while, some of the elders with him suddenly knelt as a person came forward. He was greeted by Prophet Karls, who was already 163 years old. In short, they went inside to discuss what had happened. They conversed about how the 12 elders were raised in that village, and how they had set out to find him, waiting in poverty for Ju Hayek to arrive. Ju Hayek questioned why they had waited for him, and asked why they couldn't have obtained supplies from outside the area. But the prophet explained that it was impossible, stating that none of the villagers, not even the elders, could acquire any supplies from outside the area. Thinking of the villagers, Ju Hayek realized that the first thing he needed to do was to prevent them from starving. Shortly after, he demanded Luxo's presence, and Luxo arrived promptly. He asked Luxo how long the villagers could survive without him, and Luxo said perhaps 2 weeks at most. After Luxo answered, Ju Hayek stood up from his seat. With a purposeful stride, he made his way to the door and stepped out into the open air. Suddenly, standing above them all, Ju Hayek called for everyone's attention. He asked them to listen carefully. He told them that he understood their situation and apologized for not being able to take care of them due to his training. With his encouraging words and reassuring promises, the people were moved to tears and felt a sense of relief and happiness. As he said this, the system informed him that the Sky Devil NPC's morale had increased, leading to a boost in their loyalty as well. Shortly after, he asked Luxo to accompany him on a journey to bring food and aid to the village. Then, wasting no time, they swiftly departed from the village, knowing that they must hurry to bring aid as soon as possible. As they left, he instructed Luxo to take care of any monsters they encountered and to gather any items dropped by the monsters, emphasizing that they should take everything. As he made the decision to embark on the journey and accept his responsibility, he felt confident that he could easily complete the quest. It's been a week since Ju Hayek and Luxo departed from the village, and now they've returned to the Lepnia Mountains. Luxo complimented Ju Hayek, acknowledging that he had made preparations to bring the items back on schedule. Ju Hayek assured Luxo that of course he had followed through with his plans, as he had already intended to do so when they were on their way back. He informed Luxo that due to their hurry, he had prioritized gathering the items that could be easily acquired first. Recently, Siha wandered through the plaza. While she was walking, she suddenly received a private message. Ju Hayek asked her for a favor to obtain a magic pocket and enough porridge for 800 people, then join him at the Lepnia Mountains like last time. This request left her wondering why. Siha promptly carried out his instructions, and in return, Ju Hayek provided her with payment for her efforts. But she was surprised when Ju Hayek handed her a rare blue stone along with the payment. Ju Hayek then inquired if he could let her keep 10% of the blue stone's value, and asked if she could sell it for him. This request left Siha speechless. Siha thought that her brother had been getting lucky over the past few days, as he kept paying her a lot of money. Ju Hayek planned that by purchasing 3 warp point portals and setting their warp points, the time it takes to walk to the village can be reduced from its original week-long duration. Ju Hayek thought that his plan was perfect, even though he had spent a lot of money buying the portals. Returning to the village, Erda, the 12th Elder, was deep in thought with only a single candle illuminating the space. He was reflecting on the prolonged period of neglect and suffering endured by the village. He felt infuriated by the audacity of Ju Hayek, who, after neglecting them, had the nerve to demand their allegiance. Considering this, Luxo, the first elder, is unquestionably following Ju Hayek. Yet, he recognized that not all the other elders shared the same conviction. So, Erda pondered that if Ju Hayek attempted to harm the Sky Devil villagers in any way or deceive them, he would intervene without hesitation. Suddenly, while lost in thought, he heard the people shouting that Ju Hayek had returned. Thus, he hurriedly ventured outside to investigate the reason behind the uproar among the villagers. He was taken aback to see an abundance of canned foods being brought into the village. He observed that Ju Hayek had indeed returned, fulfilling his promise by bringing along the much-needed food supplies. Ju Hayek stated that the provisions were meant for them, emphasizing that it was the only option he could bring. He cautioned against consuming such oily food immediately after a prolonged period of starvation, as it could potentially harm their stomachs. On the contrary, Erda was surprised and couldn't believe where Ju Hayek had gotten so much food. Meanwhile, the villagers were happy and also surprised by the amount of food Ju Hayek had brought. As he brought what he promised, the villagers appreciated his actions and praised him intensely, causing their loyalty to increase. Shortly, he promptly directed the elder to distribute the porridge without delay. He informed the others that he would now retire inside to rest, leaving them in charge. Upon entering, he contemplated the need to address the villagers' issues regarding food, clothing, and shelter. However, he decided to prioritize food and defense for the time being. As he was about to rest, the 12th Elder asked for permission to enter. Erda, the 12th Elder, was in tears, and his appearance took him by surprise. Suddenly, Erda knelt down, bowing to the ground, and asked Ju Hayek to forgive his disloyalty. The system notified him that he had been acknowledged by the 12th Elder, and he realized it was as easy as he had thought as he stared at him. But Ju Hayek didn't quite understand what he meant, and was surprised by what he admitted. However, he suddenly realized the advantage he had gained by having come this far and already earning respect from the Elder. Shortly after, he approached Erda, placed a hand on his shoulder, and lifted his head up. Erda was surprised to see Ju Hayek kneel down and show him compassion. Ju Hayek then said that he still lacked a lot and admitted there were many restrictions on his abilities. But Ju Hayek said to Erda that he understood if he couldn't trust him, and Erda was speechless. He continued with words of encouragement, conversing with Erda about how he had said that he would trust Ju Hayek. So, in order to repay that trust, Ju Hayek said that he would pay him back for the trust and belief in him. With his statement, Erda teared up and asked Ju Hayek to forgive him. Ju Hayek continued to act friendly to gain the trust of the Elder. He then decided to test his abilities by going to the Lepnia Mountains and take the Elder Erda to go along with him. In the forest, they encountered a large brown bear. However, Ju Hayek remained calm and simply stared at the bear as he had never seen one before. On the other hand, Erda prepared to kill the bear and asked for permission from Ju Hayek. However, Ju Hayek insisted that he would handle the situation. He observed the bear and estimated that it was around level 40. Suddenly, the bear moved towards him to attack. But just as the bear's claws were about to reach him, he quickly moved from his position. The bear was confused, unsure of where Ju Hayek had gone. Little did it know that Ju Hayek was actually up in the trees, observing it. Quickly, Ju Hayek made up his mind and was ready to attack the bear, confident that it would be easy to defeat. And in an instant, he struck the bear from behind with just one punch. As a result, the bear stumbled to the ground and was eliminated. After successfully defeating the enemy, the system announced that he had earned 20,000 gold as a reward. Erda, observing from behind, was impressed, but Ju Hayek's reaction was one of confusion. He pondered the bear's surprising weakness, considering how easily it had been defeated with just one punch. After swiftly eliminating the bear, he informed Erden that it was time for them to enter the Amantium dungeon. A few days later, they arrived at the cave where the entrance of the dungeon is located. Upon entering the cave, they beheld the portal leading to the Amantium dungeon. Erden then informed Ju Hayek that he sensed many entities inside the dungeon. The Amantium village boasted a challenging difficulty level, attracting students from the academy and instructors from the Great Union who specifically sought out its trials. Contemplating this, Ju Hayek wondered about the strength of the instructors from the Great Union. Without haste, he instructed Erden to follow him with his stealth skill, as they should now enter the dungeon. Within the dungeon, there were additional players located within the secure zone. While they were chatting, they suddenly experienced an odd sensation and observed something unusual. They spotted Ju Hayek and sensed a powerful energy emanating from him, recognizing that he was a high-level chaotic player. Previously, Ju Hayek had been solo hunting monsters while traveling. He discovered that monsters wouldn't drop items if he was the one who defeated them. He wondered if his luck had also diminished. While he was contemplating this, someone called out to him. He noticed another man clad in armor approaching him and inquiring about what he was doing in the area. Suddenly, he recalled that his sister had warned him about this, as they both served as instructors in the area. The man persisted in his questioning and grew suspicious of Ju Hayek's presence. Ju Hayek grew irritated and couldn't understand why the man was speaking condescendingly to him. The man claimed to have encountered people like Ju Hayek before and warned him that he would let him go unharmed if he left immediately. The man attempted to use his vision to scan for information about Ju Hayek. Yet, from his vision, he hadn't observed anything particularly noteworthy about Ju Hayek. Seeing that Ju Hayek was only at level 19th, he assumed that Ju Hayek would be easy to defeat. The man acted arrogantly and tried to appear strong in front of the other players. However, Ju Hayek remained unconvinced and couldn't understand why the man was behaving in such a manner. Ju Hayek then reassured the man that he meant no harm and was simply there to clear the dungeon. But the man didn't believe him and insulted Ju Hayek by calling him trash, which irritated him further. The instructor instructed his students to stay behind him. Once again, Ju Hayek reiterated that his sole intention was to clear the dungeon and not engage in any other activities. However, the man remained skeptical and began to slowly unsheath his sword. So, Ju Hayek assured him once more that he had no intention of harming the students and promised to leave after clearing the dungeon. But the man remained angry and still refused to believe him. Suddenly, the man charged towards Ju Hayek. As Ju Hayek saw him advancing, he repeated to the man that it was his final warning not to pick a fight with him. A surge of power was released by the man as he attempted to thrust his sword towards Ju Hayek's core. The man grew frustrated when he noticed that Ju Hayek appeared unharmed despite his attack. His sword failed to pierce through Ju Hayek's flesh. Ju Hayek's patience was tested, and he felt the urge to seek revenge on the man. So, the man became frightened, realizing that Ju Hayek wasn't just an ordinary player. The man withdrew his sword and instructed his students to request backup, informing them that Ju Hayek was a max chaotic player. While he was talking, Ju Hayek was poised and ready to launch an attack. As Ju Hayek attempted to punch the instructor tried to parry the attack with his sword. However, the man struggled against the force of the punch and found it difficult to defend himself. As the confrontation continued, it generated a surge of power that was palpable to the onlookers, showcasing the intense impact of the combat. They closed their eyes as the bright light emanating from the combat was too intense to bear. As the light diminished, Ju Hayek appeared, and the students saw that their instructor had vanished, leading them to realize that he had been defeated and killed. Ju Hayek approached them, threatening that if they dared to fight him as well, they would suffer the same fate. In fear, the students quickly nodded their heads, indicating that they didn't want to fight him. Quickly, Ju Hayek departed, leaving the students bewildered and uncertain about what had just transpired. After a short while of walking in the dungeon, Ju Hayek suddenly caught sight of something. He realized that what he saw must be the one he had been trying to find. He saw a large castle-like structure called the Defense Fortress, with skeletons scattered on the ground. He felt relieved to have finally found it and believed that he should know what to do next. Quickly, Ju Hayek advanced, determined to uphold his plans. He decided that his first course of action should be to destroy the fortress, so he hastened his movements. As they detected him preparing to attack, the monster skeletons became furious. The fortress defense mechanisms were activated, and the guardian monster of the fortress was awakened as well. But Ju Hayek remained unfazed and confident that he could destroy it with a single strike. He then delivered a powerful punch to the fortress with all his might in a single blow. After striking it with his fist, it generated a powerful sensation and force. The force of the impact intensified, becoming greater and more formidable, as if it were on the brink of shattering the fortress. In a split second, the wall was breached, catching Ju Hayek off guard, as it had only taken a single strike. Suddenly, in a flash, Ju Hayek departed, sensing that something significant was about to unfold now that the fortress had been breached. The monsters were bewildered as Ju Hayek made a run for it. A short while later, some other players arrived and noticed that the fortress had already been demolished. They were surprised that Ju Hayek, considering his low level, had managed to break through it. They also observed that Ju Hayek hadn't engaged in combat with the skeleton soldiers. Suddenly, their system alerted them to an announcement. They were all taken aback when the system announced that the Amantium dungeon had been cleared. Prior to that announcement, Ju Hayek was on his way to other trials within the dungeon, pondering why there were so many skeletons scattered around. Ju Hayek had finally reached the ultimate stage of the dungeon, so he quickly took a step back, preparing to launch his attack. Then he forcefully stepped forward, advancing toward the crystal. Swiftly, he positioned himself to deliver a single, powerful punch to the crystal. In an instant, as his punch landed, the crystal shattered into pieces. Ju Hayek was surprised by how fragile the crystal was, as it was destroyed instantly. Quickly, Ju Hayek moved, anticipating that the other instructors would chase him because he had cleared the dungeon. So, he swiftly attacked and completed the final stage. Shortly after, the system announced that he had cleared the dungeon. Then the system asked if he wished to use the step-up points. He used it and leveled up. Suddenly, Ju Hayek noticed that the instructors weren't showing up, so he wondered if they were waiting for him at the dungeon's entrance. So, he opened his stat window and checked how many people were waiting for him. But to his surprise, they suddenly showed up. He was surprised that there were more of them than he had expected. Suddenly, a man spoke, addressing him as the leader of the enemies. Ju Hayek wondered why he referred to them as enemies and was confused, wondering if there were others besides him. The person said that he knew what Ju Hayek's intentions were and expressed hope that there wouldn't be any meaningless battles. Ju Hayek was suspicious and wondered why the instructors were going to let him go. The instructor told Ju Hayek that he would just let him go. So, Ju Hayek said that he understood and explained that he didn't intend to fight in the first place. Ju Hayek went on his way and decided that he would go to the Field of Darkness first. On the other hand, the instructors watched as Ju Hayek quietly left the dungeon. The man thanked his fellow instructor, known as Zergal, that they were able to talk without having a fight. Zergal explained to the other instructors that Ju Hayek seemed to want to appear to have forces helping him on other routes. He emphasized that they needed to persuade Ju Hayek away to protect the students. Furthermore, they continued to discuss what Ju Hayek's intentions really were and what his true identity might be. Zergal said that Ju Hayek was surely a max chaotic player because of the dark magic. They even speculated that Ju Hayek might be referred to as Rufendel. Rufendel was known as a fearless and extremely chaotic player who engaged in killing and violence unintentionally. Rufendel mercilessly eliminates opponents and loots items from other players. He gained a name as a user with maximum chaotic tendencies and was considered a psychopath. As he eliminates other players, he promptly retrieves the items they leave behind. Suddenly, Rufendel became aware of rumors circulating that someone was impersonating him. After obtaining the items, he pondered over the identity of the person responsible. With the items in his possession, he contemplated the perspective of the Union regarding the individual impersonating him. He wondered what course of action he should take. Shortly after, he decided to capture Ju Hayek and deliver him to the Union. A few days later, Ju Hayek returned to the Sky Devil village. He informed the villagers about their upcoming journey to a place teeming with large monsters and valuable items, then inquired if any of them specialized in long-range magic. Luxo and Erda were rendered speechless as they contemplated his question. They suddenly recalled a person who specialized in long-range magic. Suddenly, an elder stepped forward, asserting that he was the most proficient in long-range magic. So, Ju Hayek informed the man that he would be his companion for the journey, and the man agreed. Suddenly, Ju Hayek remembered that it was his little sister's birthday soon. After a while, they arrived at the Field of Darkness. In that area, Ju Hayek noticed other players waiting around. Shortly after, the system notified him that the monsters in the area would respawn soon. He quickly called Zeta, the long-range magic user he had brought with him. The sixth elder, known as Zeta, was determined to follow Ju Hayek's orders and eagerly anticipated fulfilling his duties. He was full of energy, declaring that he would incinerate all the obstacles blocking Ju Hayek's path. The other players in the field suddenly became aware of Ju Hayek's presence, realizing that he was a max chaotic player. The other players had already targeted Ju Hayek. Moreover, the other players were determined to capture him. As the players were already advancing towards him, Ju Hayek quickly clarified Zeta about his role in the situation. He promptly instructed Zeta to showcase his skills, a command that Zeta immediately followed. As Zeta stepped forward, he suddenly emanated a power from the sky. The sky turned purple and eerie as Zeta's power enveloped the surroundings. To their surprise, a large monster materialized out of the sky. He instructed the monster to attack, and it immediately obeyed his command, following him. The monster wreaked havoc immediately, annihilating all the players in the vicinity. As Zeta was instructing the monsters, Ju Hayek was also defending from behind, ensuring their position remained secure. Suddenly, the system warned Ju Hayek that his marking of the murders had become darker. This surprised him as he was unaware that his sins were becoming more pronounced. He paused for a moment, confused by what had happened, as the system indicated that his notoriety was spreading throughout the continent. And the last thing the system said to him was that he had ascended as a saint of murder. In the manual, it was mentioned that if a chosen online player can increase their maliciousness, they will attain the bloodlust trait. Additionally, players with the bloodlust trait become less resistant to holy skills. Ju Hayek felt puzzled as his sins kept increasing, wondering whether he should be concerned about it or not. While pondering this, Zeta continued to defend him, and Ju Hayek stated that he would handle his own area. After some time, Ju Hayek and Zeta nearly wiped out all the players in the area. However, shortly after, the monsters arrived. The monsters advancing rapidly toward them were known as the Cow-Cows. Zeta quickly positioned himself in front of Ju Hayek and was eager to eliminate the monsters. Ju Hayek was then ready to fight them. Quickly, Zeta and Ju Hayek moved to annihilate the monsters. As Ju Hayek advanced forward, a smile remained on his face as he was confident he could eliminate them with a single punch. So, he sped up to hasten the elimination. His fist landed on the monster's face with a tremendous and forceful impact. And in an instant, the monster fell to the ground, which surprised Ju Hayek once again. He observed Zeta fighting and thought about the items they would obtain from the monsters that Zeta slew. As they fought on the field, someone was watching them from behind the bushes. It was another player. They were hiding in the bush, watching them with surprise as Ju Hayek and Zeta defeated all the monsters. They were amazed that Ju Hayek and Zeta weren't normal players, and they thought Ju Hayek was definitely a close combat mage. Based on their observation, they believed that Ju Hayek specialized in attacking, judging by the damage he had done to the monsters. His companion mentioned that they had encountered someone similar to Ju Hayek before, indicating that Ju Hayek was at least a level 50. On the other hand, Zeta remained determined to eliminate the monsters and continued his attacks. As the battle progressed, Zeta's skills became stronger and fiercer. He brought out a sword and summoned a limitless lightning. He wielded the sword and released a surge of powerful black lightning. Ju Hayek saw what Zeta was doing and thought that he was going too far. After a period of battling, Ju Hayek has increased his level. As they retrieved all the items, Zeta gave the blue stones to Ju Hayek and felt happy. But suddenly, their attention was caught when a boss monster was summoned. The players hiding in the bush were surprised, terrified, and anticipating what's next to come. In an instant, a large monster appeared. It was bigger and more terrifying than the last monsters they fought, as it was the boss of the field. The monster was known as the Black Cao King. Ju Hayek said that it was his first time seeing a monster like that. Then he proceeded to instruct Zeta to take care of the small monsters and get their dropped items. Ju Hayek told Zeta that the boss was stronger than a normal monster and would probably drop a lot of items compared to a normal monster. So he planned to attack it first and then let Zeta finish it off. But as Ju Hayek was about to attack, Zeta came forward and stopped him. So Ju Hayek asked if there is something wrong. Zeta whispered in Ju Hayek's ear that those with enormous power were approaching, which Ju Hayek just realized. But Ju Hayek acted strong and said that it was also about time to fight the others. So he instructed Zeta that they should wrap it up immediately. Ju Hayek said that he would be ashamed at the moment because he didn't have strength right now. But he promised that he would soon display it, which made Zeta trust him more. Furthermore, when Ju Hayek returned to the normal world, he was busy searching for something online. He thought that no matter how many times he checked, there was nothing about a new monster patch announcement. He thought that the Black Cao Caos is a monster that hadn't been released yet, but it suddenly showed up. So he wondered if it was because of his negative luck stat and pondered that he couldn't tell if it was a good or bad sign. Then he wondered that if the Black Cow could withstand one hit, he could have gotten a blue stone bundle. In that moment, he suddenly stumbled upon a comment where a player went to the hunting ground unannounced. As he clicked it, it was a story telling how the person went to the dungeon and encountered skeleton soldiers. The person also said that he encountered a black giant bear that suddenly came out of the giant bear habitat. As Ju Hayek read this, he suddenly realized that the person was telling a story similar to what happened to him. Shortly, Ju Hayek got entertained by the comments and the story, and saw how many people were interested in it. He was surprised and angry when the story said that he got scared after the boss appeared and ran away, which wasn't true. He was then disappointed, lying on his bed, that the boss actually dropped larger items after they left. Shortly, he went and thought of the items and money that he had acquired over the past days, and wondered if 15 million is really all that he had. Then he realized that with his current level, he should be able to buy a house or a car. But he thought that his level is also low, and he has many penalties, so he can't travel to many territories or use many skills. Then he decided that he should level up at the speed of light. On the other hand, Am was reporting to his boss about the appearance of a Black Cao Caos. The employee said that it was a monster with enhanced overall ability. The boss told them that it was just a normal monster and instructed them to use the same hunting method and increase the number of people if needed. Turns out, the boss was the association director, Jiang Ukyeon, saying that they have talented players who were willing to do anything for them. As he stated this, his employees just bowed and said that he understands. Ukyeon then instructed him to find out the details of Ju Hayek, as he was informed that their players were being targeted by him. 3 weeks later, Han Ju Hayek grew to an impressive level, which is currently at 29. Suddenly, Luxo appeared and expressed concern for Ju Hayek, being busy and worried that his body might be tired. However, even if Ju Hayek said that he was fine, Luxo was still worried. Then Ju Hayek stated that although he was tired, he can't show them his weakness. This statement made Luxo appreciate Ju Hayek, as he thought he was doing it for them. Suddenly, Luxo bowed and knelt down, his head stating that he shall serve Ju Hayek until his body breaks apart. Ju Hayek was happy that he was gaining the trust of the elders. Shortly, the system notified that a whisper has arrived, which Ju Hayek thought was his sister. His sister Si-Hai informed him that there were quests being created worldwide at the moment. Ju Hayek wondered what quest it was and saw that it was about the 7 constellations, which he was instantly curious about. Ju Hayek examined it more closely, taking in the instructions regarding the quest. In the quest, it was stated that one must embody the constellation's valor to confront the forces of darkness. Ju Hayek pondered whether this was referring to him. In the player's public chat box, everyone was discussing the 7 constellations quest. Both him and Si-Hai glanced at the chat box and agreed that it was chaotic. Ju Hayek even wondered why everyone seemed so worked up about it. As he pondered, Ju Hayek considered that while he didn't know the specifics of hidden quests, he speculated that if it was linked to the main Olympus quest, it would surely grant unimaginable strength. Si-Hai asked Ju Hayek if he was going to take on the quest, to which Ju Hayek replied that he couldn't because he lacked an NPC who would assign him such a task, as he considered himself an agent of chaos. Sega then expressed her uncertainty about taking on the quest, citing her busy schedule with union work and feeling like she wouldn't have enough time to commit to it. Ju Hayek then pondered that the quest seemed to be calling out to him and Sky Devil as the absolute embodiments of evil. He realized he'd be in trouble if he continued to stay silent and didn't take any action regarding the quest. After a while, Ju Hayek returned to the game. As he approached the elders, he informed them that he would embark on an expedition alone, which took them by surprise. They insisted that he shouldn't go alone and warned him about the dangers involved. However, he mentioned that their movements had been detected in the Earps Empire. He emphasized the need for caution from now on and decided that he would secretly go alone this time. The elders' hearts melted upon hearing that Ju Hayek was genuinely concerned about their well-being. The elders expressed their hopes for Ju Hayek's safe return, and he instructed them to protect the village while he was away. He then pondered that it would be beneficial to gain recognition from the other elders to bolster his power, realizing that he needed one of the 4 remaining elders to join his side. Moreover, now that he had resolved the villagers' food crisis, he believed it was time to improve their living conditions. However, he realized that it would require significant resources, which he didn't have at the moment. Then he concluded that the only course of action left was to focus on grinding for levels, as he needed to reach level 40 quickly. Once he reached level 40, he could then utilize the Passion Inner Kai if the opportunity arose. Ju Hayek encountered massive monster bears, realizing he needed resources and had to work tirelessly to prepare for the challenges ahead. As he stood there, the 3 bears quickly launched their attack against him, but he effortlessly slew all 3 of them. Suddenly, the system notified him that he had learned a new skill, the oddly named Weirdly Strong Fist, sparking his curiosity. He wondered if it was a skill that could aid him in hunting, but when he read its description, he found it to be quite unusual for its name. Ju Hayek celebrated as he read the description, feeling a sense of accomplishment, believing that he had achieved something significant. He was happy that he could use the skill for experience farming as long as he didn't land the final blow, and he also entertained the idea of buying a pet and training it to collect items for him. He was happy and contemplated heading home, but suddenly a voice spoke behind him. The person approached him with a powerful aura and declared to Ju Hayek that it had found him. The person explained to him that due to his actions, they were currently in a very difficult situation. He emphasized that he had found himself in all sorts of situations because of things he didn't even do. He glared at Ju Hayek with a menacing look and stated that it was all because of the bastards from the Union, asking if he agreed. However, Ju Hayek didn't recognize him, which made Rufendel feel ashamed. Ju Hayek simply regarded him as another agent of chaos and assumed he was well equipped. Rufendel asked Ju Hayek if he truly didn't know who he was, even entertaining the idea that Ju Hayek might just be joking. But Ju Hayek assured him that he genuinely didn't know and casually remarked that he seemed like a funny guy, which only served to irritate Rufendel further. Rufendel summoned his courage and resolved to take him down as much as possible. Rufendel shouted angrily, declaring his identity as Rufendel and suggesting that Ju Hayek had been impersonating him all this time. Hearing his explanations, Ju Hayek was lost in thought, pondering the name Rufendel. Rufendel, feeling irritated, demanded that Ju Hayek get on his knees and beg. While Ju Hayek was speaking, he remained unsure how to respond, feeling speechless and bewildered by Rufendel's words. Then, out of the blue, Ju Hayek proposed that Rufendel engage in a match with him instead. Rufendel grew even angrier upon hearing Ju Hayek challenge him. Suddenly, a surge of power from Rufendel was directed towards Ju Hayek. Ju Hayek stood his ground as the power neared him, and Rufendel advised him to defend himself. Ju Hayek took the hit without much concern, as it only reduced his health points by 3%. With Rufendel's attack completed, Ju Hayek geared up to retaliate. It was his turn now. He activated his skill in preparation to counterattack. At that moment, Ju Hayek unleashed his newly acquired skill, which boasted a staggering 90% decrease in attack power. Rufendel was taken aback by Ju Hayek's actions, realizing that he indeed possessed a skill. Shortly after, Ju Hayek swiftly moved his feet, preparing to advance towards Rufendel. In an instant, Ju Hayek closed the distance, coming up close to Rufendel. Rufendel, shocked and caught off guard as he didn't have time to react, so he quickly employed his skill to evade Ju Hayek's fist. Ju Hayek was surprised that Rufendel had successfully evaded him. As Rufendel backed away, Ju Hayek wondered if he had missed hitting him. Rufendel smirked sarcastically at Ju Hayek, having successfully evaded the attack by utilizing his defensive wall skill. Ju Hayek felt irritated that he had missed, and thought that he just needed to punch a little harder next time. On the other hand, Rufendel suspected that Ju Hayek was buying time to cool down, planning to strike first again. So Rufendel swiftly charged at Ju Hayek, assuming he wouldn't have enough time to recover. But to his dismay, he ended up getting punched in the face instead. The impact was so strong that it felt like a bolt of lightning, sending Rufendel flying through the air. Despite being sent flying, Rufendel attempted to regain his balance. Rufendel now realized that Ju Hayek was much smarter than he had initially thought. Looking at Ju Hayek, he realized that the first hit was merely a bait. Meanwhile, Ju Hayek still wasn't satisfied with his attack. Suddenly, Rufendel activated a powerful skill and prepared to attack Ju Hayek. Rufendel warned Ju Hayek to try not to die in his attack, as he intended to hand him over to the Union. However, as he was activating it, Rufendel sensed that something was wrong. But he didn't get discouraged because he knew he also had a special skill. However, Rufendel thought that Ju Hayek didn't have any skills left to use, so he quickly charged at Ju Hayek. With determination, they both advanced towards each other, each unleashing their respective skills. This confrontation created a surge of power, illuminating the space before them. Following the confrontation, Ju Hayek remained composed and unaffected, standing confidently without displaying any reaction. Meanwhile, Rufendel was taken aback to see Ju Hayek emerge unharmed, as he was confident that his attack had landed on him. To his dismay, he realized that Ju Hayek had already perished and was now in a spectral form. Ju Hayek pondered whether Rufendel might be feigning death, or if perhaps all his defensive magic had been shattered. Upon hearing Ju Hayek's words, Rufendel's soul grew irritated. Rufendel felt ashamed upon hearing that his skills hadn't affected or even managed to dent 10% of Ju Hayek's health. Suddenly, Rufendel realized that he hadn't dropped any items. He found it a relief, but couldn't help but wonder why he hadn't dropped any of his items. He was shocked to learn that when he was attacked by Ju Hayek had accidentally shattered all of his items completely. Rufendel felt a wave of disbelief wash over him as he realized that his items, worth 1,000 gold pieces, had been utterly destroyed. But Ju Hayek understood that it couldn't be helped, as there was no way a drop could appear when all the items were broken. In light of this, Ju Hayek assumed that he wouldn't have any trouble dealing with level 50 players, as he had handled Rufendel with ease. Ju Hayek was confident that he would be able to enter the upper hunting level grounds without any difficulty. Quickly, he flew away, eager to reach the hunting grounds as soon as possible. On the other hand, Rufendel's soul was left behind. Rufendel was furious and swore that he would make Ju Hayek pay for what he had done to him. Suddenly, a soul restriction was imposed, preventing him from returning to his body, and he found himself restrained. He struggled against the restraints, his mind racing as he wondered what was happening. Suddenly, a person appeared, enveloped in a strong aura. The person who appeared was the one who had placed the soul restriction on him, believing that he would make a fine ingredient. The person expressed that they were fortunate to come across such a high-quality corpse like his. The skill restrained Rufendel's soul from moving, leaving him to wonder about the person's intentions and what they planned to do to him. The person sarcastically remarked that they had also wanted to get their hands on Ju Hayek, but since Rufendel was the only one left, they guessed they would settle for him now. Rufendel felt a surge of nervousness and began to question whether he was losing his mind. Suddenly, Rufendel felt as though he was touching the ground. He was surprised to find himself alive, realizing that the person had placed a special restriction on him. The person ordered him to do a push-up, but Rufendel got mad and refused to do it. To his surprise, when he refused the owner's orders, he instantly experienced terrible pain. So, reluctantly, he complied and did a push-up, and the person seemed satisfied with his actions. Rufendel wondered about the identity of the person and the nature of their skills, as he had never heard of such abilities before. He speculated whether they belonged to a hidden class similar to a necromancer. As he observed the individual, he noted that they appeared to be younger than him. He considered the idea of engaging in playful banter to change the dynamics of the situation. Suddenly, Rufendel addressed him as master, which caught the person off guard. Rufendel inquired whether he was interested in acquiring Ju Hayek's body. He requested permission for him to assist in bringing Ju Hayek's body. In the meantime, Ju Hayek and his sister were relishing their time together as they went shopping for food. Seha was overjoyed and couldn't believe that his brother was treating him to a burger. Ju Hayek surprised her with 3 burgers, and Sia was amazed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Seha eagerly indulged and happily devoured the burgers. Ju Hayek felt happy knowing that he could treat Sia to a hamburger. While munching on her burger, Seha questioned why Ju Hayek was suddenly treating her, leading her to assume that he must be earning good money now. Then Ju Hayek mentioned that he had a favor to ask, prompting Seha to inquire if he wanted her to buy something for him. Ju Hayek turned serious and informed Sia that he was about to ask a very serious question. He first explained that his luck was at its lowest point, mentioning that Chaos-aligned players weren't dropping any items either. He mentioned that up until now, he had been able to receive help from several NPCs, but it had become increasingly difficult to utilize their assistance. As he explained, Sia continued to eat, listening intently to what Ju Hayek had to say. Sia was startled, almost spitting out her drink, as Ju Hayek asked if she would like to start a business with him. She shouted and asked Ju Hayek if he was serious about the proposition. She explained that without sufficient capital or intelligence, all the good opportunities were usually seized by the Union. Moreover, due to the recent appearance of the Black Monster, the market had been stagnating. Ju Hayek understood Sia's concerns, but he clarified that he was just asking nonetheless. She then asked what his plans were. Sia was open to hearing Ju Hayek's plan, so he felt happy about it. On the other hand, the Union was holding a meeting in the Ink Union conference room. Director Jian Ukyon brought up the topic of the Chaos-aligned player during the meeting. The Ink Union leader suggested setting guidelines and emphasized leaving any item less Chaos-aligned players alone. But Ukyon remarked that it appeared the Chaos-aligned player in that particular case wasn't Rufendel. He then played a video showing Rufendel and Ju Hayek engaged in a fight. He explained that Rufendel and the other Chaos-aligned player had a player versus player PvP duel. The leader expressed admiration, remarking that he was impressed that they had managed to obtain the video. Observing the video, they concluded that Rufendel had made the wrong choice by charging in too recklessly, especially considering that his defensive magic had been destroyed. Moreover, as the battle concluded, they reached the conclusion that Ju Hayek was an extremely high-level martial artist. Ukyon assumed that Ju Hayek had obtained a hidden class. Then he stated that while they were gathering intelligence, they had managed to receive a step-up quest from one of the noble NPCs. The leader asked about the details of the quest, and Ukyon explained that it involved capturing somebody named Ramtadian. He showed Ramtadian's portrait and explained that the nobles considered Ramtadian to be a Chaos-aligned player. The leader noticed that Ramtadian was quite different from the man in the footage, to which Ukyon confirmed his observation. He explained that it was because the system recognized Ramtadian as the agent of Chaos responsible for the recent disturbances. He added that the man from the video would satisfy the clear conditions of the quest. The leader agreed, stating that as long as they obtained the step-up points, it didn't matter. Then he asked Ukyon how much manpower he would need. Ukyon suggested that he believed 30 people would be sufficient for the task. He further proposed that if they utilized Union members as meat shields to weaken down the player, it would make the mission much easier. The woman asked if the constellation and price would be sufficient compensation after the people risked their lives. But Ukyon expressed confidence, stating that their Union members would go at it as hard as they possibly could. The leader then agreed to the proposed amount, believing it would be sufficient for the funding. Ukyon explained that they would receive a substantial amount of money from the man, as the bounty on him was 7 billion won. The leader smiled and considered that 3 million would be sufficient, thinking that it didn't matter if their people died during the quest. In the Rafnian mountain range, Ju Hayek anxiously anticipates the arrival of his sister. Seha eventually arrived, and Ju Hayek inquired if she managed to acquire everything he had instructed her to procure. She affirmed that everything was present and queried whether the items obtained were truly sufficient. She emphasized that all the materials were of low grade and wagered that they were significantly inferior to those used by magicians. She also remarked that he wouldn't even be able to learn it now, given that he had switched jobs. But Ju Hayek ignored it and instead asked Seha if she knew that when sword masters wield weeds, the weeds transform into swords. He remarked that it's similar to a player with insane stats being able to turn ordinary auto attacks into their signature moves. As Ju Hayek held all the books, he effortlessly acquired some skills through them. Seiya was surprised that Ju Hayek hadn't changed jobs yet. She emphasized that with his capabilities, who wouldn't assume he had changed jobs, and wondered if it even made sense. Seiya cried, but Ju Hayek assured her and said that he was thankful for what she had done. Ju Hayek firmly told Seiya that together they should make history. Ju Hayek and Seiya quickly discussed how things would be, so Seiya didn't hold any equipment. Ju Hayek showed that he still had his stats and assured that the effects wouldn't be that bad. Suddenly, Ju Hayek used his skill Novice Healing, which immediately took effect on Seiya. She asked if what he did was necessary as she was about to drink a potion, but Ju Hayek told her no, explaining that she was already at full health. She was surprised when she checked her health points and found them at maximum, unable to believe it. Suddenly, Ju Hayek used a skill again, which caused Seiya's clothes to transform. Seiya wondered what equipment she should use, then Ju Hayek pointed and said that the equipment was already waiting for her. She turned around, wondering if he had called someone over. To her surprise, a giant bear stood behind her. The giant bear quickly roared and was about to attack Seiya. Seiya was surprised and nervous, unsure of what to do, especially as Ju Hayek seemed to want her to handle the situation herself. 3 minutes later, the giant bear had been slain by Seiya. Seiya was on her knees, unable to believe that she had actually triumphed over a massive bear. She was then surprised to find that she had earned a blue stone and a hefty sum of 5 grand through their combined efforts and strength. She pondered that if they were to hand over the blue stone to the association, they would likely only receive a meager compensation. However, since they were both unaffiliated, anything they caught or gained was rightfully theirs to keep. Quickly, Ju Hayek urged Seiya to venture into the dark wilderness, emphasizing that they would level up rapidly by doing so. In the dark wilderness, hordes of monsters began charging towards them. But Ju Hayek remained unfazed and calm, showing no concern as the monsters approached. Suddenly, the monster attacked from behind, catching them off guard. So Seiya swiftly cast a spell and began preparing for a counterattack. Seiya stood ready, determined to eliminate the approaching monsters. She launched a lightning bolt towards the monsters, stunning Ju Hayek with the display of her powers. Quickly, all the monsters were slain, leaving Seiya feeling triumphant. Ju Hayek excitedly announced that more blue stones had dropped, adding to their success. She was astonished as she held the 18 blue stones in her hands, realizing that if they were to sell them, they would earn a staggering $90,000. She happily roamed around while Ju Hayek was preoccupied with something else. He noticed that there were fewer people around compared to before. Suddenly, he sensed a person ready to attack him from behind, and he swiftly reacted to the threat. Quickly, he delivered a powerful punch to the attacker, sending them flying through the air. Seiya swiftly finished the job by sending a lightning bolt towards the assailant, while Ju Hayek instructed her to gather any items the person might have dropped. However, Seiya couldn't shake the feeling that what they were doing was practically theft. But Ju Hayek argued that since the person had initiated the attack, they were at fault, leaving them with no choice but to defend themselves and claim any spoils. Suddenly, a group of men clad in armored suits appeared on the scene. Looking at them, they thought that all of them must have a strong level. Seiya felt nervous, fearing that the group had come to raid Ju Hayek, but he remained calm despite the situation. As the group of people approached closer, Ju Hayek realized it was too late to run. Seiya grew anxious as the system announced that they couldn't leave the territory, indicating that a PvP battle was about to begin. Ju Hayek reassured her not to fret and advised her to attempt hitching off to the side so it doesn't appear as though they're both on the same team. Quickly, Ju Hayek confronted them and inquired about the number of individuals who had come to apprehend him. Despite Ju Hayek's warning, the people showed no signs of backing off. The individual was identified as Jin Kei, the Ink Association director, and he remained resolute in his determination to capture Ju Hayek. They cast a magical restraint on Ju Hayek, but he didn't even bother to move and remained remarkably calm. Ju Hayek was surprised that despite issuing a warning, they didn't back off. To their surprise, he effortlessly removed the chains, and then he launched fireballs towards the group of men. Jin Kei observed what Ju Hayek had done and assumed that he was using common magic. Quickly, he instructed his soldiers to prepare for a counterattack. The soldiers swiftly utilized their shields for defense and employed magic break. Jin Kei reassured his soldiers that even though it was a potent spell, he emphasized that Ju Hayek was a close combat specialist, suggesting that weaker spells like the fireballs shouldn't pose a significant threat. The soldiers strengthened their defenses and implemented an incentive of 3 grand. Shortly, the fireball reached their barrier. It created a large explosion, and Ju Hayek stared, lost in thought. As he gazed at the towering explosion, he pondered the identity of Ramtadian and why he was being mistaken for that individual. Jin Kei was taken aback as they hadn't anticipated the magic to be so potent. As the fog slowly dissipated, he was astonished by the sight before him. To his dismay, all his soldiers who had defended him had perished in the explosion. He looked at Ju Hayek, who was laughing, and was surprised by the strength of his powers, even though it was a long-range attack. He then instructed his remaining soldiers to stand by, as he was uncertain of the extent of Ju Hayek's power. On the other hand, Ju Hayek wondered why the men had ceased their attacks. Then he warned them that they would meet their demise as soon as they made contact with his magic. He was impressed by the fireball's capabilities, considering it was the first time he had used it. Then Seiya asked Ju Hayek why he wasn't moving and just remaining still. He explained that the fireball's cooldown hadn't ended yet, and he intended to use it against the men a few more times. Seiya was weirded out by her brother and thought that he wasn't normal. While Ju Hayek had to wait for his skill to recharge, the ink group stayed motionless. Ju Hayek started to feel bored as he had to wait for 50 more seconds for his skills to cool down. Meanwhile, Jin Kei directed his men to prepare for an attack as soon as he issued the order. It turned out to be Ian, the Union leader, as Jin Kei had called upon him for assistance. Jin Kei briefed Ian, informing him that there had been 3 casualties thus far. He also mentioned that Ju Hayek's skill was currently on cooldown and suggested that they wrap things up as quickly as possible. Ian believed that they should put in the effort, even if it meant dividing the rewards among themselves. Quickly, Jin Kei wasted no time. He instructed his attackers to ready themselves. He assured them that despite facing a magician, they still stood a chance, emphasizing that their opponent had been placed under restriction. Jin Kei issued a full-scale attack order, surrounding Ju Hayek with a barrage of arrows aimed in his direction. Despite the overwhelming attack, Ju Hayek remained complacent, even sporting a smile. The attacks crashed onto Ju Hayek, resulting in a large explosion. Despite the impact, the attackers persisted in their assault. The soldiers in the 3rd row also readied themselves to fire their arrows once again. As the attack continued, Jin Kei instructed the attackers not to stop, aiming to prevent the restriction from weakening. Jin Kei grinned as he observed, convinced that their strategy was indeed working. He reasoned that Ju Hayek wouldn't be able to defend against all those attacks, especially with the restriction placed upon him. Jin Kei was confident in his strategy, but little did he know, Ju Hayek had been launching attacks from the side unbeknownst to him. He was taken aback, feeling surprised and shocked as he suddenly sensed Ju Hayek's presence. Seeing Ju Hayek attacking their attackers left him puzzled, wondering how Ju Hayek could move so freely despite being restrained. On the other hand, Ju Hayek's skill cooldown had ended, and he could finally utilize it. As he employed his skill, he continued to launch attacks against the other attackers. With a confident smile, he crashed into the attackers, assured of his abilities. He warned them not to provoke him, yet they persisted, leaving them to face the consequences of their actions. Ju Hayek found himself with no choice but to engage in the fight, as they were the ones who initiated the attack. Seeing Ju Hayek on a rampage, Jin Kei ordered his men to retreat and block Ju Hayek from coming any closer to him. Suddenly, someone placed a hand on Jin Kei's shoulder and commended him for their efforts in holding out. Len, the Union leader, being present, Jin Kei inquired about the support players. More men arrived with Len, as he had already contacted some of their affiliates. He emphasized that their top priority at the moment was to capture Ju Hayek. As Ju Hayek continued his onslaught, more of Jin Kei's men fell in battle. Ian observed Ju Hayek and concluded that he must be exhausted from rampaging since the beginning. Thus, they believed they could catch him. On the other hand, Ju Hayek noticed that his health points weren't decreasing. He deduced that the soldiers were weaker than Rufendal. So, Ju Hayek reasoned that in his current state, facing 200 people should pose no problem for him. While Ju Hayek was locked in battle, his sister watched from afar, consumed by worry for him. Suddenly, Sihir received a telepathic message from Ju Hayek, instructing her to attack him as well. This surprising communication caught her off guard. Ju Hayek explained his instructions to Seha so that people wouldn't suspect that they were a team. So, Seha informed her brother that she intended to utilize a lightning bolt. Ju Hayek nodded in agreement and told Seha to go ahead and do whatever she wanted. Swiftly, Seha unleashed the lightning bolt, directing it toward her brother. Suddenly, Ju Hayek felt a sense of wonder as the system informed him that the enemies were being swiftly slaughtered. But with no other option, he found himself unable to evade it, and the lightning bolt struck him. Suddenly, Seiya noticed that a unique job change quest was being generated. The enemies began to be shrouded in a dark aura, while the killer's mark on Ju Hayek grew even darker. The system declared that Ju Hayek's sins had deepened, bestowing upon him the title of Killer of Thousands. Ju Hayek checked the meaning of the title and discovered that it was bestowed upon an individual born with a sinister, malevolent energy. Ju Hayek wasn't entirely surprised, but couldn't help feeling that the title was a bit excessive. He continued to assail more soldiers, each meeting their demise at his hands. As he relentlessly fought, he pondered why people were questioning whether he was a fighter or a magician. Then Ju Hayek confirmed to the man that he had not changed classes. Looking at their fallen soldiers, Een and Jin Kei were troubled. Een couldn't believe that Ju Hayek hadn't changed classes. He found it impossible to accept and was convinced that Ju Hayek possessed a hidden class. He emphasized that Ju Hayek must have a hidden class with a significant unforeseen weakness. Swiftly, Een could no longer stand by as a mere observer. He told Jin Kei that they would need to join the fight as well. Een advised Ju Hayek to brace himself, declaring that he would uncover his weakness and ultimately defeat him. But Ju Hayek remained calm and composed despite the threat. Ju Hayek grew weary of battling the soldiers, feeling frustrated by the slow pace of his leveling up. Suddenly, Seiya had a request and wanted to test something out. She asked Ju Hayek for permission before proceeding. She informed him that she had received a special job change quest. Quickly, they entered the Romania dungeon, and Seiya announced that she would strike Ju Hayek. Ju Hayek granted permission, and swiftly Seiya struck him with a lightning bolt. Ju Hayek felt as if it was just a prick reminiscent of Rufendal's special attack. However, he noticed that his health points remained very high despite the attack. Meanwhile, Seiya persisted in directing her attacks toward Ju Hayek. She didn't cease, unleashing a barrage of various magical attacks toward her brother without relent. After some time, Seha achieved success, but she became weary. Subsequently, the system notified Seha that Ju Hayek was responsible for the deaths of thousands, which came as a surprise to her. Ju Hayek inquired whether it was connected to his mission, then he noticed the emergence of skeleton monsters. He advised her to wait momentarily as he promised to eliminate the monsters, then swiftly departed. Seiya watched as Ju Hayek eliminated the monsters. Observing her brother, she concluded that he was not flustered. Suddenly, Seha urgently instructed Ju Hayek to stay as far away from her as possible, leaving Ju Hayek puzzled as to why. So, Ju Hayek instructed Seiya to call him if anything happened. Suddenly, the system informed Seiya that he had fully satisfied the clear condition of the job change quest, instantly brightening her mood. Meanwhile, Ju Hayek noticed the system informing him that the main scenario notification had been updated. The system announced that the position of the 7th constellation had been chosen, surprising Seiya, who suddenly began to glow. Seiya pondered what the system meant by the 7th constellation. The leader has summoned their citizens to attend a conference gathering alongside members of the Union. He expressed gratitude for their attendance and introduced himself as the leader of the Union, emphasizing his sincere commitment to the shared vision. He informed them that the Union has been facing challenges recently. He mentioned that their attempt to complete the Chaos-aligned players' subjugation quest had failed due to inaccurate information. As a result, many of their partners severed ties with them, placing them in a precarious situation. In order to adapt to these circumstances, he stated that they would need to lay off some of their employees. A member of the crowd voiced the opinion that the entire situation was the fault of the Chaos-aligned players. The Union leader anticipated that the people would attribute blame to the Chaos players. He bowed his head and announced that they had decided to disclose the details of the quest to everyone present, ensuring that everyone would have the opportunity to earn step-up points. He understood that people would feel compelled to assist, considering their desire to remain employed at their company. Following the meeting, he logged into the game to immerse himself in the gaming world and stay connected. He believed that people might give him some leniency, considering that he himself had been killed in the game by the Chaos-aligned player. He contemplated that the current situation was a matter of life and death, realizing that to keep the Union afloat, he would need to collaborate with the directors to allocate funds towards eliminating the troublesome player. Quickly, he entered the Olympus. He was dressed in a coat and wrapped himself up. As he entered the building, an employee greeted him, remarking that it had been a while since his last visit. The man inquired about the reason for his visit, and he suddenly produced a scroll. He explained that the scroll contained information regarding the assassination job for Salmak. The man read the scroll and assured the employee that while the task might be challenging, it shouldn't pose a problem for Salmak. The man then inquired about the amount of gold he had brought for payment. Quickly, the leader produced the money and stated that it amounted to 10 billion gold. Then the man agreed and confirmed that the work would be completed within 3 days. The leader contemplated that the Chaos-aligned player would have no match against one of the Earp's Empire's top assassination groups, Salmak. He swiftly exited the building, hoping for them to swiftly complete the job as he had paid them a substantial amount of money. The leader then ventured into the open fields, leaving the safety of the secure zone behind. As he ventured further into the field, something astonishing occurred. His head was suddenly severed from his body. The system promptly notified him of his demise, which instantly caught him off guard, as he found himself unexpectedly sprawled on the ground. He was taken aback by the fact that he couldn't even sense the attack coming. Suddenly, a person materialized, surrounded by a much greater aura. The man wore a red mask, obscuring his identity. He observed as the man tossed a card onto his body, leading him to speculate that it was the mark of the Abyss Troop. The individual spoke and mentioned that it was merely the start. He informed him that he would receive a sentence with no definite end, which caught him off guard. At the Salmak stronghold, the servant mentioned that he had conveyed the client's request to the Abyss Troop. The assassin then suggested that the client was likely dead by now. Then he informed the servant that he would handle the request personally. However, the servant countered, suggesting that they could have simply allowed the others to handle it. Salmak grasps the servant's shoulder, and it generated a powerful sensation that the man could feel. Then Salmak uttered his name. The servant was aware that he had irritated Salmak. However, Salmak spared his life and proceeded on his path, declaring that he would personally attend to the request and instructed that it be made known. Continuing on his journey, Salmak realized that the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Yet, the absolute being he had long anticipated never appeared, despite his fervent hopes. The head of the Salmak group, the second Elder Yorhan, pondered whether Ju Hayek could indeed evolve into an absolute evil. On the flip side, Ju Hayek was taken aback to learn that Seha had already surpassed level 30. He couldn't believe how rapidly Sia's experience had increased after she became the 7th constellation, the Pure White Magician. Seha expressed gratitude towards her brother for helping her reach such a high level. Ju Hayek couldn't believe that Siha had managed to unlock a hidden class simply by striking him, which suggested that he was indeed an absolute evil. Then he pondered that at the rate she was progressing, it was entirely possible for Sia to reach level 99. Suddenly, the system noted that Seha had attained the Platinum rank hero status. Ju Hayek thought that Sia's appearance was eye-catching and would undoubtedly attract attention. Then, Seha jokingly remarked to him that she wanted to try killing him, suggesting she might receive a reward for it. Seha asked Ju Hayek if she should kill him, but Ju Hayek was irritated by the notion. Ju Hayek pointed out that she should realize it was immoral. But Seha argued that it was just a game, and if she received a reward, they could split it. Then Ju Hayek stated that if they ever found themselves in a situation where he had to die, he would let her kill him, which excited Seha. Ju Hayek admitted that he had only said it out of curiosity, but he couldn't believe that Seha smiled so brightly at the thought of killing him. Shortly after, they decided to hunt for levels, and Ju Hayek felt relieved to see Seha smiling more often after becoming a constellation. A few days later, they continued their hunting expeditions. They also spent time clearing dungeons, from which they obtained a bunch of valuable items. Ju Hayek opened his window and went to check his level status. He saw that he was on level 39, and pondered that he just needed to kill a few more monsters to reach level 40. Shortly after, Seha announced that she would go ahead and restock potions and items. He ordered her to pick up dropped items along the way, to which Seha agreed. Ju Hayek thought to himself that he would kill a few monsters since Seha would probably take around 10 minutes to come back. But suddenly, he heard a strange voice calling him the absolute being of the Sky Devil. He glanced backward to discern the source of the sound, only to find himself startled by the sight of the man who had swiftly appeared behind him, holding a knife against his throat. The man identified himself as the second Elder Yorhan and expressed his intention to ascertain whether the individual was contemplating embracing absolute evil. He warned that if this wasn't the case, then the consequence would be death. He emphasized that the Salmak group would impose a death sentence on him.
The rank quest showed it was an SSS, Second Elder Yorhan's ambush. Yahan is the leader of Salmak, and out of the 12 elders, he has a high proficiency in executing surprise attacks. But, Zhu Hyun took it calmly and just thought that he would be in the middle of something big. He pondered that Seiya became a constellation just by hitting him. So, he thinks if the other constellations don't require step-up points, they will be able to grow quickly and go beyond level 90. Thus, he pondered if he would be forced to face all the constellations alone, it's only right for him to receive an SSS quest to maintain balance. Shortly, Zhu Hyuk states the name of Yahan. But, Yahan asked him to raise his weapon. So, Zhu Hyuk told him that he has no weapon and it's necessary to prove himself there, to which Yahan asked what he meant. Zhu Hyun explained that he got a special restriction and will soon be released. Upon hearing this, Yahan let go of Zhu Hyuk. Zhu Hyuk then further explained why removing the restriction on him takes a long time. He told Yahan that the absolute one that they'll be waiting for shall soon appear. Then, he asked if he shall seek to personally stamp out the seed of possibility. He asked Yahan if he wouldn't regret his actions. Yahan fell silent upon hearing the question. So, Zhu Hyuk told him that he will soon teach the Sky Destroyer which his master left behind. Yahan was surprised when he mentioned the Sky Destroyer and asked if he spoke the truth. Zhu Hyuk said it will only be possible if he will give him time to prove his worth right in front of him. In response, Yohan told him that they will soon meet again whether he was telling the truth or not. Then, he told Zhu Hyuk that he'll be watching him and would give him 10 minutes. The system told Zhu Hyuk that Yahan gave him some time. He planned to gather EXP by killing a few monsters and leave the dungeon immediately in 10 minutes. Shortly, Zhu Hyuk left the dungeon. However, he was disappointed. He felt troubled as he didn't see any monsters. He thought a bear or a skeleton should appear like usual. Zhu Hyuk felt that he was in trouble as his luck ran out. Shortly, the system informed him that he only have 30 seconds left. He thought he's done for and wondered if he would really fight Yahan. His time was running out and I wondered if he should make an excuse to get more time. Suddenly, Seiya called him, but Zhu Hyuk warned her that it's dangerous. To his surprise, Seiya was running towards him full of monsters chasing behind her. She screamed that he didn't realize how tired she was from gathering all the monsters. Meanwhile, Zhu Hyuk was taken aback and didn't know how to react. Then, he thanked Seiya for bringing him monsters. On the other hand, Seiya was confused, wondering why her brother wanted him to stay away. To her surprise, Zhu Hyun ran through her with such a fast speed making her jump. Then, he told her to just run away and he'll explain and share his loot later. Shortly, Zhu Hyuk eliminated all the monsters and leveled up greatly. So, since leveled up to level 40 he quickly activated the skill. He hoped that he would make it in time, as there is only 1 second left. Shortly, the system showed that Zhu Hyuk has met the requirements for activating the Sky Destroyer, which the skill quickly took effect on Zhu Hyuk. The system informed him that his abilities have been greatly advanced and his governance over Sky Devil has been improved. Suddenly, the system gave him the title of Bringer of Death and the conditions were met. To his surprise, he felt a surge of power as the system said that absolute evil has been born. Upon seeing Zhu Hyuk's aura, Yahan was taken aback. Zhu Hyuk felt a mix of emotions as he thought he was ready to be the absolute evil. Then, he decided to check the effects of his title, which the system quickly showed. To his surprise, it said that the skill Sky Destroyer has been enhanced and its MP regeneration has been increased by 20%. He was surprised as he didn't get that much power when activating the skill destroyer. Suddenly, Jahan kneeled down in front of Jahan and called him Lord. Jahan told him that he begged for forgiveness for not recognizing and daring to suspect him. In response, Ju Hyuk told him that it was alright and said that he would do the same if he were in his position. Ju Hyuk then pondered in his mind, that at last, Salmak is now his. Thus, Jahan told Ju Hyuk that he pledged his loyalty to him. While he was acknowledging Jahan, Seiya was trying to reach him, so he asked Jahan to give him a moment. Seiya asked him if he got the news about the absolute evil being born. She told him that they should find out who it was, not knowing that Ju Hyuk was the absolute evil. Moreover, Seiya was amazed that Ju Hyuk had an additional 19 points for each stat, which made her ask how he managed to get that. Ju Hyuk then told him that just by doing this and that. Suddenly, Seiya felt unwell, saying it surprised her so much, so she told him that she will go ahead and log off. Shortly, Seiya returned to the normal world. She still couldn't believe that Ju Hyuk got 90 points and thought that it's too much no matter how much she think of it. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk wondered how he should tell Seiya that he was the absolute evil. Moreover, he called Jahan and told him that they should proceed. Ju Hyun thought that he would receive the entirety of Salmak as a reward. However, Jahan told him that there's something that he wished to inform him. So, Ju Hyuk asked him to go on. Suddenly, Jahan informed Ju Hyuk that they have company. Ju Hyuk realized who the person was and felt frustrated that he came at the wrong time. The man charging towards them informed his army that Ju Hyuk was Ramtadian. The man told his army that whoever manages to kill Ramtadian will receive a large reward. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk wondered why they always insist on calling him Ramtadian. The man informed his army that Ju Hyuk's alone and they can take him on. He demanded the Knights of Bavaria to charge. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk thinks they're all a small fry with a sky destroyer being activated. So, he thinks he will just let them think he's Ramtadian. Shortly, Ju Hyuk eliminated all the knights and mocked them that they were just bottom fodders. The chief was the only one standing, so he quickly attacked Ju Hyuk. But to his surprise, Ju Hyuk was already charging at him. The man swiftly blocked Ju Hyuk's attack with his sword. Ju Hyuk thought that the man's weapon was good, considering that he managed to block his attack. On the other hand, the man was holding on and thought he had so much power. In an instant, Ju Hyuk quickly took care of him using the atomic smack. As he killed the Viscount or Bavaria, the system informed him that he gained 2 absolute evil points. Then, Ju Hyuk thought that it's time to claim his reward, so he called Jahan. However, someone suddenly appeared saying that he was truly amazing. Ju Hyun asked who it was and demanded the person to show itself. Shortly, the woman revealed herself, to which Ju Hyuk asked her identity. The woman told him that she was not a hunter, but he planned to kill Ju Hyuk to use him as his slave. Suddenly, the man brought out Rufendel. Ju Hyuk realized who the person was immediately. Rufendel smiled at him and said that it's been a while. In response, Ju Hyuk remembered him as Lupin, so Rufendel clarified his name. Then, Rufendel assured Ju Hyuk that he was done for. Rufendel looked at the woman and called her master with a puppy-looking face. Then, the woman told Ju Hyuk that it was nice for him to gather all those corpses for her and said that she'll treat him to a nice meal and make her his slave. The woman utilized her skill and ordered the dead soldiers to rise. Shortly, the dead soldiers started to rise one by one. The soldiers were repeating the name Ramtadian, while Ju Hyuk asked the woman if she was a necromancer. Moreover, Ju Hyuk thought that the woman got a hidden class, but he noticed that the dead she raises retain memories from their past life. Ju Hyuk felt interested seeing that the dead greeted the woman. Shortly, Byron, the Viscount, told Ju Hyuk that he had been strengthened by the power of darkness. He stated that Ju Hyuk will be helpless against him. Ju Hyuk felt confused as he wondered what's wrong with the corpses. Suddenly, the system informed him that a skill that was hidden behind the veil has been activated. The system informed Jun Hyuk that he now holds dominance over all products of black magic. Moreover, the woman was taken aback as the corpse wouldn't respond to her commands. So, Ju Hyun wondered what he should order the corpses since they're waiting for him to say something. Ju Hyuk said he can't be bothered, so he ordered all of them to go ahead and just die. Rufendel and the woman were taken aback and felt nervous seeing Ju Hyuk's power. Thus, Ju Hyuk called Rufendel and clarified if he is an undead as well. Ju Hyuk told him that he will teach him a lesson, so he ordered him to do 10 jumping jacks, in which Rufendel responded that he won't do any such things. But to his surprise, he suddenly felt that Ju Hyuk's command took effect on him. As Rufendel is doing jumping jacks, the woman felt troubled and wonders what she's going to do. Much to her surprise, Ju Hyuk was already in front of her and was questioning her age. The woman nervously told him her age, to which she realized that she shouldn't have said it. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk asked her what she plans to do now that he has stolen her undead armies. The woman asked if she can leave and promised as well, to which Ju Hyuk quickly responded that she could. In response, the woman bowed and thanked Ju Hyuk for letting her leave, while Rufendel was surprised. Rufendel was left with Ju Hyuk and he felt nervous. Rufendel suddenly clung on to Ju Hyuk and said that he was just joking and was simply playing along with the necromancer. So, Ju Hyuk warned Rufendel that if he betrayed him, he would die, so, Rufendel told Ju Hyuk that he shall serve him for eternity. Meanwhile, Ju Hyun pondered in his mind, now that Rufendel is there, he won't have to but an item collection pet. On the other hand, the necromancer logged out of the Olympus and thought that Ju Hyuk's power is no joke. She felt relieved that he let her go because she really didn't want to die. Then, she wondered if Ju Hyun could be the person that her master mentioned, that a king shall reign over the world and she is to help him. So, she thought that she should have clung to Ju Hyuk instead of running away. Suddenly, she remembered something. She saw that she was running late, as she forgot all about her meeting. Meanwhile, Jahan confronts Ju Hyuk and said that he shall continue what he was saying earlier. So, Ju Hyuk immediately asked him to finish it before someone interrupts them. Jahan gave Ju Hyuk information about Salmak, making him know that there are currently 2 S-rank assassins, 20 A assassins, 100 B-rank assassins, and countless C-rank assassins. He also was informed that Salmak also has connections with the nobles of the continent. Moreover, he knows that there is 20 billion gold running Salmak, and 40 billion gold in Yoren's personal funds. Jahan said that he pledged to the Absolute One, referring to Ju Hyuk. Jahan gave all the funds of 60 billion gold to Ju Hyuk, which Ju Hyuk was pleased with. But, Ju Hyuk told himself that he mustn't smile and that he should calm down. Shortly, Ju Hyuk stated to Jahan that he knows where his loyalty lies. He told Jahan that he can keep the 20 billion gold for Salmak and there will be no change in leadership. Additionally, Ju Hyuk states that the 40 billion gold that Jahan gave will not only be used for Salmak, but also for Sky Devil. So, Jahan states his name and says that he shall follow Ju Hyuk to the ends of the world. Upon hearing this, Ju Hyuk pondered that he did it and thought his life would be sailing out smoothly. Suddenly, Jahan told Ju Hyuk that he had something that he must inform him. He mentioned the third elder Lexer, and said that Lexer is an extremely dangerous individual. Jahan told him that he gave him the opportunity to prove himself to him, but he thinks Lexer would be different. He told Ju Hyuk that Lexer will come at him without warning and come at him more fiercely. So, Ju Hyuk asked if Lexer is also an assassin, which Jahan said yes. Moreover, Jahan shared that Lexer is the Abyss Troop's current owner. However, Ju Hyuk doesn't seem to know about that. So, he asked Jahan to wait for a second as he opened his system. Suddenly, the system informed him that the first and second constellations had been confirmed. Ju Hyuk was confident and thought that his little sister is the 7th constellation and also, he has Salmak in his hands. Suddenly, Seiya contacted him, so Ju Hyuk asked if it was about the first and second constellation. But, Seiya said no and informed him that it's important as she met a friend of hers earlier. Earlier, Seiya was waiting at the restaurant for her friend. Then, she noticed that she arrived, so she called her name. Sisong immediately saw her and asked if she kept her waiting. Seiya was in a restaurant together with her friend. Suddenly, a man went up to them and showed his phone. The man asked Seiya's friend if he could have his phone number, as she was his type. In response, Seiya's friend told him that she was not interested. The man quickly left and the woman ran in frustration about what happened to Seiya. She said that she really hates guys who approach girls based on their looks. In response, Seiya asked Sisong if she still hadn't gotten over his phobia over boys. However, Sisong denied it and said that she doesn't have something like that. Thus, Seiya mentioned that Sisong was called Ice Princess at the academy and if anyone saw her like that they'll be shocked. Sisong then told Seiya that she was so mean. Moreover, Seiya asked Sisong how she was lately. Then, Sisong told her that she has something to tell. After hearing her out, Sisong was glad that she got to talk about it to her. Shortly, Sisong and Seiya parted ways. Seiya asked her to make sure to call her when she got home. Seiya recalled what Sisong said that she think it's unthinkable and thought she needed to contact Ju Hyuk. As Seiya went home, she immediately woke up Ju Hyuk, informing him that she had something to say. Ju Hyuk gave her water as he clarified that she said that she was worried that someone might overheard them. Thus, Seiya told him that no one else is aware of that information, because she didn't expect that Sisong would know something about the absolute evil. She explained that among the players, there are those with classes that support absolute evil. Then, she revealed that is someone who has a hidden class to support the absolute evil, which is the absolute necromancer. So, Ju Hyuk thought and it's important thing, but asked what's more important. Ju Hyuk asked Seiya if it's really alright for her to tell him about it. To his surprise, Seiya told him that he was the absolute evil, as Sisong mentioned. But, Ju Hyuk played dumb and asked what she meant. Seiya told him that she wanted to play dumb until Ju Hyuk decided to tell him himself. But, she considered that he trained in some weird place for 20 years. There's always black monster whenever they go and he's insanely strong for his level and his chaos is aligned with that. Then, Seiya told him that the moment she realized something was wrong was when she became a constellation just by hitting him. Seiya told Ju Hyuk that she was disappointed at him, which Ju Hyuk can't deny. In response, Ju Hyuk laughed and said that Seiya now finally realizes. Seiya also told him that she didn't tell Sisong about Ju Hyuk being the absolute evil or the fact that she was a constellation. She believed that if the details get out, they're screwed and if it's revealed that a constellation is helping him, then they're in big trouble. But, Seiya assured her that they're in the same boat. Moreover, Ju Hyuk wondered if this meant that he won't face the constellation alone from the start. The following day, Ju Hyuk went to the Lepnia Mountains and recalled what Seiya said about Sisong's information. She then gave him a shadow mask, saying it's best for him to wear it from now on. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk thought that Song could be the necromancer he encountered last time. He thought that Rafendel is on level 50, so there's no way that he could be controlled by a level 14 player. Shortly, Seiya arrived along with the necromancer. Sisong and Ju Hyuk feel surprised upon seeing each other as they've realized they know each other. Ju Hyuk was surprised that she was the absolute necromancer, while Sisong was surprised that he was the person that Seiya knew. Ju Hyuk felt sad about her calling him an old man, but he said to call him whatever she wants. Then, Ju Hyuk was surprised that she was a girl, so she told him that there's a reason for that. She expressed that as a necromancer, she felt obliged to talk in such a nice way. Moreover, Ju Hyuk revealed to Seiya that they met each other for once, that's why they knew each other. Then, Sisong told him that Seiya told her that he was somebody important who is close to absolute evil. She then asked Ju Hyung what's his relationship with Seiya. So, Ju Hyuk revealed that he's the absolute evil and Seiya is his little sister. Upon hearing this, Sisong was taken aback. She couldn't grasp the revelation she heard and didn't know what to say. She screamed so loud in surprise that the birds were startled. Sesong cried to Seiya and asked how she could keep it from her. Seiya reasoned that it was her brother's privacy and also felt sorry about not telling her that she was the seventh constellation. Thus, Sesong thought she should have dressed better if she knew they were meeting Seiya's big brother. Sesong explained to Ju Hyuk that she doesn't usually go around looking like that and she doesn't tell people to be her slave. In Ju Hyuk's mind, he thinks that she is pretty even though she's just a kid. Moreover, Ju Hyuk told Sesong that he heard that her role is to support absolute evil and that they even have a quest. Sesong immediately confirmed that she had. Shortly, she brought out a scroll and told them to take a look at it, as it's his teacher's will. Upon opening it, Ju Hyuk discerned that it was a map. He clarified if what she said is that it's the will that her teacher left behind. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk noticed something strange and pondered what he thought it was. Going back, while Ju Hyuk is still training, his master asked him to come over for a moment. He told Ju Hyuk that it's important. Ju Hyuk discerns that it's definitely the same as his master. He thought that the quest was connected to an absolute evil quest related to Sky's destruction of the sky. He also pondered that he was right, considering the symbol of the Sky Destroyer in the bottom corner of the map. His master showed him the mark that is to symbolize him as the Black Spark, saying that it's his identity. Ju Hyuk mused that it can't be a coincidence that the mark has appeared. He pondered that players with an SSS rank that will help the absolute evil really exists. He thought they're powerless against him. So, he pondered that it would make her the absolute evil's lackey. Moreover, he gave back the scroll to Sesong and said that he got a general idea so they shall move out. Sesong then asked where they would go. He told her that she needs to level up a bit, as she heard from Seiya that she's only level 14. A few days later, they were still leveling up by hunting some monsters in the forest. They saw a black giant bear along the way. Seiya quickly eliminated it while Sesong expressed that it was cool. The points also leveled up Rafendel, making him wonder how long since he leveled up. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk turned to him and asked what he's doing. So, Rafendel quickly moved and said that he will go fetch the item on the black bear. Shortly, he showed Ju Hyuk that it's a blue stone. In Rafendel's mind, he couldn't believe that he became a mere item collecting pet. But, he mused that Ju Hyuk is extremely capable no matter his situation because he heals, buffs, and also leveled up. He then realized that he seriously thought that it's okay living like that, then told himself to not lose focus. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk was observing Sesong. He pondered that she is really the one who holds the hidden class Absolute Necromancer meant to support the absolute evil. Ju Hyuk thought at first that Sesong was clumsy and that she wouldn't be useful in real combat. However, he thinks that she has an incredible ability to make up for all of it. He pondered that the undead that she summons are much stronger than the usual undead. Moreover, he considered that with the quantity Sesong can summon and her character's massive mana pool, their enemy standard necromancer can't even hold a candle against her. Ju Hyuk thinks he has to be grateful not to aggravate the Empire, as neither he can control the elders nor fight a massive amount of players. Suddenly, a black giant bear appeared again. Ju Hyuk thought that the undead is the best army they could ask for, where it allows them to fight battles where numbers are important. Seiya and Sesong jumped in excitement as Sesong undead were doing good fighting the bear. Then, Ju Hyuk pondered that Sesong can learn to be a Sky Destroyer as soon as she hits level 20. Then, he thought the quest would be difficult because it's given by his master. So, he thinks it's a huge relief that they found each other that early. Suddenly, Sesong came running towards Ju Hyuk informing him that she had leveled up as she hugged him. She informed him that she leveled up to 20 thanks to him. Ju Hyuk then told her to get off as she told him that if he hit her accidentally, she'll die. Moreover, he asked Rafendel if he had something to say, which Rafendel quickly moved. Furthermore, Ju Hyuk then states they can clear the quest on their next destination, the Kaganus mountain range in the Lunia region. Ju Hyuk assigned Seiya and Sesong to take the National Warp Gate and collect information if possible. He states that he and Rafendal are Chaos-aligned players, so they will take the Union-controlled Warp Gate and follow them. Shortly, Seiya and Sesong bid goodbye and said they'll see each other later. Moreover, Rafendal asked Ju Hyuk if it's really okay, but Ju Hyuk said they don't have a choice. He pondered that although the Vina Airlines are cheap, they should take the Warp Gate even if it costs them. He thought the gate that Seiya and Sesong are areas that one can go to are limited. Shortly, Ju Hyuk and Rafendal go to the Union Ellen Warp Gate. A guard suddenly noticed their presence. So, she called their leader and told him that he should come and see it. She informed him that a Chaos-aligned player is heading their way. The leader said there were 2 of them, so she quickly instructed her to head inside. The Union leader Warp Gate Overseer is known as IBE. He quickly greets Ju Hyuk and Rafendal at the gate. Rafendal hopes that they will avoid trouble, which Ju Hyuk assures him that it will be fine as long as he will do what he says. IBE confronted them and said that they should have sufficient funds, as the gate leads to the Kaganus Mountains in the Lunia region. To their surprise, IBE realized who Rafendal was. He asked Rafendal if he got himself an underling. In response, Rafendal said that he managed to get himself an item collector pet. He remembered what Ju Hyuk said about him acting like he owns Ju Hyuk. So, IBE told him why he doesn't pick someone his own size. IBE states that Ju Hyuk's level is pathetically low, which Rafendal was surprised by. So, he told IBE whether Ju Hyuk's level is low, he better mind his own business. Moreover, IBE informed them that their usual rates doesn't apply to Chaos-aligned players. To their surprise, IBE asked them to pay 30 million gold. They complained, so IBE suggested that they use the cheaper National Warp Gate. But, he mentioned that they can't because they're Chaos-aligned players. IBE thought that someone like them should know that they don't have any other choice in that situation. Then, he thought he could use Ju Hyuk, thinking he might gain something. Suddenly, IBE contacted Ju Hyuk. IBE asked him if he isn't tired of living as a pet for Rafendal. So, IBE told Ju Hyuk that he can help him if he does as he says. Upon hearing this, Ju Hyuk thought that he had a feeling earlier that something like that would happen. He didn't know that it would be too easy, so he quickly acted like he wanted IBE to save him. Meanwhile, Sesong and Seiya reached their destination. Sesong was amazed that warps are truly fast. She then asked Seiya if Ju Hyuk would be fine, as she heard that private warps rip of max chaotic players and stab them in the back as well. Then, she thought if it would be okay. Seiya recalled the time when Ju Hyuk mentioned that it's awkward being called Appa if there's a 7-year age gap between them two. But, Seiya said that it's okay for her to keep calling Ju Hyuk Appa. Suddenly, Sesong informed Seiya that no matter how she read the map, she can't tell the way. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk is thinking that IBE's level is too low for a team captain for a great alliance like Ellen. He pondered that the only reason he can have the position of team captain is because his aunt was one of Ellen's directors. Ju Hyun thinks that IBE's life was a win, as he started at Ellen, as beyond verifying his talent or skills, he always had good job positions and quick promotions. IBE has lived his life thinking it was entirely his ability to be born from wealthy parents and have relatives. Moreover, IBE thinks that Ju Hyuk was that naive loser bastard. He thought Ju Hyuk believed every word he said. But, Ju Hyuk knows about his plan and quickly called Rafendal. He told Rafendal that IBE offered him a deal to betray him, so he told Rafendal to act in moderation, asking him to give 6 million gold. He informed Rafendal that they will take the warp, and once they're out in the safe zone, he will hit him, to which Rafendal said that it would kill him. But, Ju Hyuk assured him that he has a skill that does 0 damage. Shortly, Rafendal asked Ju Hyuk to give him 6 million gold. Rafendal acted mad, saying that Ju Hyuk is not giving it to him quickly. Shortly, they take the warp. They have left the safe zone and they're in the Corganus Mountains in the northern part. Ju Hyuk felt that the players were hiding nearby and watching, so he called Rafendel. Ju Hyuk quickly acted like he was going to hit Rafendel, then, he asked Rafendel to pretend to be surprised and pissed. As Ju Hyuk hit Rafendel, he didn't feel anything because he utilized the skill. So, Rafendel quickly acted mad and told Ju Hyuk how he dare attack him. On the other hand, the players thought it's the right time, so the man asked his companions to put the dispel in place, so Rafendel couldn't blink. In an instant, they placed a dispel magic on Rafendel. The players immediately charge, not knowing that it's just a bait. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk was observing nearby, to which he doesn't know that IBE is behind him. IBE thought that Ju Hyuk is rich considering that he gave 6 million gold to them. He charged thinking that Ju Hyuk is also a max chaotic player, but his item drops by 100%. IBE struck him from behind and said it won't be fun if he dies right away, so he asked Ju Hyuk to survive even just one hit. To his surprise, Ju Hyuk is smiling. He thought something was wrong even if he was sure that he hit him. To his surprise, Ju Hyuk was ready to counter, however, Ju Hyuk felt surprised. IBE managed to slightly evade Ju Hyuk's fist, wondering if he was a fighter because his fist was so fast. But, he noticed that Ju Hyuk's stamina isn't affected and there aren't not-ifs about being debuffed either. He thought Ju Hyuk has been using his agility instead of attack. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk realizes that he hasn't been changing his skill settings. Moreover, IB got mad that Ju Hyuk dares to attack him and also got madder when Ju Hyuk talked back at him. Suddenly, one of IBE's men was sent flying towards him. He saw one of them die, which surprised him a lot as he didn't expect that he was so strong. One of his companions screamed and said they've been tricked and they need to retreat. But, Rafendel dealt with him already and used his skill to attack. Rafendel felt confident as he took down the enemies. He can't believe that he can overpower all of them, when he's only an expert at 1 versus 1 battles. Shortly, he called Ju Hyuk and asked if he was not done. He went to him and asked if he's keeping IB alive. Ju Hyuk responded that if he doesn't, there will be no drops. IBE wondered if he would die like that, he may be forced through transfer, so he told Ju Hyuk that he will give back the 6 million gold they gave. He nervously rephrased his word that he will return it to them. Shortly, Ju Hyuk ordered Rafendel to rip IBE as much as possible, which Rafendel was glad to. But, IBE was persistent and said that he will give 7 million gold instead. However, Rafendel declined, so IBE was forced to say 100 million. Rafendel asked Ju Hyuk about it, and Ju Hyuk said to get 130 million gold. So, Rafendel firmly told IBE that he had to give him 130 million gold. In response, IBE agreed to give 130 million to them in the safe zone. But, Rafendel didn't agree, so IBE quickly brought out the money and told them to just spare his life. As they got the money, IBE leaves in frustration. He couldn't believe that he would get so much humiliation from them and vowed to get revenge once he's out of the place. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk told Rafendel that IBE is a bad person who only learned bad things, so he said they need to take justice. Ju Hyuk said that they should kill him, so Rafendel quickly charged and declared that he will be the apostle of justice. Rafendel pondered that Ju Hyuk was more devious than he thought. IBE ran for his life and told Rafendel to wait, saying that they said they would spare him. However, Rafendel continued and told him that it won't be fun if he dies right away, so try to survive one hit. Rafendel thought that he preferred Ju Hyuk that way, thinking that he's admirable. Moreover, Rafendel was surprised that they only die in just one hit. He was picking up IBE's drops and IBE could only watch in frustration. IBE asked Rafendel to return the item and in exchange, he will give him 1 billion gold immediately. So, Rafendel asked if he would gladly give him 1 billion if he returns the item. To IBE's surprise, Rafendel said that he would rather not give it back. Rufendel quickly went to Ju Hyuk and said that he have taken care of it, while he showed him the pouch. He told Ju Hyuk that it was the item that IBE dropped, that he even made a deal to give him 1,000,000,000 if he return it. So, Ju Hyuk and Rufendel quickly look what's inside. As they saw it, Ju Hyuk was surprised as he didn't expect something like that to be in IBE's possession. He thought the item would be useful later, then he wondered how a mere team captain could be entrusted with that. He pondered it might be something great because IBE offered 1,000,000,000 gold for it. To his surprise, IBE owns quite a few Union things and even 500 million gold. He quickly checked more inside as he wondered if there was some sort of suspicious money hidden inside. Shortly, he gave it to Rufendel and said that he will give him 3 million gold as a pet incentive. Then, Ju Hyuk said that he'll be off now and told Rufendel to wait for him to contact Lunia. Ju Hyuk pondered that no matter what happens, the money is solely his. After a while, Ju Hyuk reached Seiya and Sisong. Sisong told Ju Hyuk that it was all thanks to Seiya that they got there without getting lost. Sisong then shared that there's a rumor floating around the NPCs in the area, but she said she thinks that there's an incredibly strong monster that comes around there sometimes. She even revealed that a famous NPC hunter fell into it. She emphasized that even a level 50 party that went into the forest was completely destroyed because of it. So, Ju Hyuk pondered that there wasn't any sort of post relating to that in Olympus Mania or community forum. 3 days later, Ju Hyuk's team was still on the journey of leveling up. Sisong was getting tired killing some monsters. However, she was happy telling Ju Hyuk that she leveled up again, while Seiya told Ju Hyuk that the buffs are insane. Ju Hyuk told them that they did well, as not everyone who gets buffed is good at killing monsters. Moreover, he called Sisong and asked why does she maintain many of her undead and asked if it isn't draining her mana. So, Sisong assured him that her mana is still fine. She added that it is better that her undead is merrier. Ju Hyuk thought that if they sum everything that Sisong made, there will be 200 of them, which he thinks that she's really op. Shortly, Sisong informed them that they have reached their destination. But they had doubts whether she knows how to read a map, so Sisong assured them that it's no doubt that what they're looking for is there. However, they saw it was a cliff which made them realize that the only option is to climb. While Ju Hyuk and Seiya were talking, Sisong suddenly noticed something. She was quickly alarmed and was surprised. She urged Ju Hyuk and Seiya to look at the top. Ju Hyuk asked what about it as there wasn't anything before. To their surprise, a flying animal was charging towards them. The animal was an eagle and it was charging at them fiercely. The eagle was known as Ferocious Kurya, the king of the Karganis Mountains. When Kurya hunt monsters, shiny stones occasionally pop up. If it eats the shiny stones, Kurya gets stronger and its head, clearer. Moreover, Kurya has a thought that humans are weak and humans have shiny things too, which it thought that it was also delicious. Ju Hyuk quickly instructed Seiya and Sisong to get back. Ju Hyuk thought that the flying animal was a chicken. He suddenly recalled that there was an item that he could use against the animal. However, the big eagle suddenly grabbed him by its claws. The eagle took Ju Hyuk and flew up in the sky. The eagle looked at Ju Hyuk smiling, so Ju Hyuk thought that the eagle was underestimating him. He called the eagle an arrogant chicken. To the eagle's surprise, Ju Hyuk attacked the eagle in its core, making it let go of its grasp on Ju Hyuk. Ju Hyuk realized that the eagle was trying to get away as it let go of him. So, he quickly grabbed the eagle's feet. The eagle was in shambles as Ju Hyuk climbed on top of him. Ju Hyuk told the eagle that he will let it live because he endured his attack, and instead, it will be his pet from now on. Shortly, he held the eagle's head and declared that he shall break it first. He told the eagle that it will hurt less than before. The eagle was about to cry as Ju Hyuk will hit it with the pain increasing on the target. As he hit the eagle's feather fell off, which left Seiya and Sisong in awe of what he did. Shortly, the system informed Ju Hyuk that the monster's will to resist cannot be confirmed and instructed him that he may use the Ring of the Tamer on it. Ju Hyuk quickly brought out the ring and thought he will just use it there. The Ring of the Tamer is a one-time public taming effect usable only for public class, Tamer class. Shortly, the system detected the Ring of Tamer being used and the taming is influenced by the class and intelligence level of the tamed. In a second, the system announced that an incredible intelligence level has been confirmed. The system congratulated Ju Hyuk that the Korea taming has partially succeeded. Moreover, the system informed Ju Hyuk that to have a complete taming, a naming operation is needed. Seiya and Sesong came close to the eagle and was surprised that he has a taming skill too. Seiya told her brother that she wouldn't call it taming as he attacked the bird instead of taming it. Furthermore, Ju Hyuk opened the pet inventory and was surprised that Rafendel was also there as he looked at Korea's information. Then, he thought that the Beast Master's Wyvern is an S-class and it's very expensive, so he wondered if he should raise the eagle. Shortly, he tried to woke up the eagle and asked if it can understand him. He showed the eagle the gold money and it instantly brightens up the eagle's eyes. But Ju Hyuk told it that all the gold was his. He told the eagle that if it would listen to him, then all the gold will be his. Shortly, the system confirmed the pet's name as Coco, and the eagle's taming has been completely successful. Shortly, they all board in the eagle's back. Seiya and Sesong were amazed that it was so fast and they're really up high in the sky. The states that it's thanks to Coco that they can go so comfortably. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk was looking at the map and couldn't see the entrance of where they will be going. Sesong then asked Ju Hyuk if he thinks something will come out if he bashes the cliff, which Ju Hyuk responded nothing. He told her that even if he's strong, he doesn't have a mining skill and destroying that sort of terrain wouldn't fly under the system. Then, he told her that he had his monsters try to attack the bottom, but they said a message popped up saying they weren't qualified. Moreover, he asked Seiya and Sesong to hold on to Coco tightly. He then quickly instructed Coco to fly in full speed to the front of the cliff. Suddenly, Jo Hyuk felt something was building up in his fist, thinking that it was qualification. Coco fly at full speed to the front cliff, while Ju Hyuk wondered if it would really open. Quickly, Ju Hyuk used his fist to open the cliff. As he hit the cliff with the strong attack energy with the heaven-shattering ghost art, the Sky Destroyer symbol has appeared. Upon seeing it, Ju Hyuk wondered what it was. They were told that a sacrifice of 200 of the monsters that inhabit the Karganis Mountains is required to enter, to which they're given a time limit of 5 minutes. Ju Hyuk thinks that if he can't sacrifice 200 monsters in 5 minutes, the cliff becomes sealed. Then, he thought about the hidden class that assists the Absolute Evil, Absolute Necromancer. Suddenly, he thought of an idea as he looked at the monsters below. Shortly, he called Sesong's attention. He asked if those monsters below them are over 200. Sesong then said that her monsters are obviously more as there are 286 of them. Ju Hyuk told her that it's the same thing because they need to sacrifice, but Sesong told them that they can't. She expressed that her monsters are precious kids. So, Ju Hyuk asked if she was able to sympathize with the dead and asked if they don't like it. Sesong felt hesitant to answer and got teary-eyed. They were surprised that she made an expression like that, which is unusual. So, Ju Hyuk asked Sesong to think about it, considering the will that her master left on her. He tried to make her remember that she was going to rise above everyone else. Ju Hyuk told her that it was the first step down the path and if they mess up there, it's all over. In response, Sesong still feel hesitant using her undead as a sacrifice. She thinks that Ju Hyuk was right. But he felt that it troubles her heart and her instincts tell her to reject it. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk and Seiya awaits her decision. Ju Hyuk then thought that the hidden class Sesong have had an effect that gives her a bond with the undead. So, Seiya talked to Ju Hyuk and told him that Sesong must have her own reasons, but Ju Hyuk said that it's the only way. Shortly, Ju Hyuk told Si-song that he's not going to work with her, and if they mess up the quest, he can't let her off the hook. Si-song felt stressed as Ju Hyuk told her that she should make a sacrifice and stay with him or they will go their separate ways. So, Si-song made a decision to stay with Ju Hyuk and told him that she understood and will make a sacrifice. In response, Ju Hyuk thanked Si-song, saying that I must have been a hard choice. Shortly, Si-song states her name, and enchanted that she will sacrifice 200 undead as a sacrifice. As a result, her undead are slowly turning into skeletons. The system confirmed that she sacrificed 200 undead. Suddenly, Si-song felt something wrong in her heart. She screamed in pain as a surge of power come out of her. Ju Hyuk quickly used the basic heal as he pondered it was the side effect of the class. Meanwhile, Si-song thinks that she has to withstand it. Shortly, the system congratulated them as they have made a great decision for the cause and states that they respect the absolute necromancer who made the great decision while suffering the pain of her heart being ripped out. Meanwhile, Si-song felt that her heart is calming down. Without delay, they entered the cliff and thought that it's like an underground cave. Se-ah asked Ju Hyuk if it was the right place, then Ju Hyuk responded that he can't forget it even if he wanted to. Ju Hyuk revealed that Kelt is the name of the master who trained him, and since its inheritance his cruel master left, there is a high chance that it is going to be hell. Shortly, the system appeared was confirming whether he have the right to receive the inheritance of Kelt. It stated that the absolute evil must defeat the 7 constellations and the absolute evil needs strong helpers. Shortly, he is confirming his 3 strong helpers. Then, the system told him that he needs the consent of the 3 helpers, as without it, the account will be permanently deleted. Ju Hyuk believed that it's made so that he can't escape. He mused with the training of the past 20 years, meeting with the Sky Devil, all of it was one of the main scenarios of Olympus. Shortly, he asked Se-ah if he consented to be a helper. In response, Se-ah said that she did and said that she came all the way there trusting him. Si-song then told him that she consents as well. Then, he asked Coco if he consent. However, Coco doesn't understand what he's saying and just stare at him. So, he brought out an 8 million gold and said that it's going to listen to him well. Shortly, the system confirmed that Ju Hyuk has the right to enter the inheritance of Kelt. So, the system informed them that the trial gate with the inheritance of Kelt has been prepared. The system asked if he would like to enter, to which Ju Hyuk responded that he will enter. On the other hand, IBE was talking to someone on the phone. The person told him to not be greedy and be careful, which he responded that he will remember it. As the call ended, IBE thumped the table with a lot of anger. He was still angry thinking that Ramtadian screw him over. He thought of Rafendel and couldn't believe that the kid that was with him was Ramtadian. Thus, he pondered that now that he knows it's Ramtadian, it turned out good. He made a quest in the real-time report board about Ramtadian's subjugation quest and it was posted there that they will receive 700 million gold once the quest has been completed. Suddenly, he noticed that he was getting a call already. He answered the phone, and the person said that it called because he heard that he put up a Ramtadian quest on the board. The person revealed that he just became the first constellation recently. The person was the Grand Coalition Divine Director, Kong Music, and he states that he will get revenge for IBE. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk has entered Kelt's arrangement. He looked around and guessed that they all have been separated. So, he hoped that everyone does well. Suddenly, a big monster appeared right in front of him. He mused that it was his teacher's arrangement. Ju Hyuk quickly attacked the monster with ease, and the monster screamed in pain. The system announced that he has successfully hunted the 3-legged crow and have received 90,000 gold. He recalled seeing the 3-legged crow in a special location in Rania, and thought that it's been a long time since he last saw it. Then, he mused that his master has been planning to make him the ultimate absolute evil for 20 years. Moreover, he thought that with the difficulty, everyone can clear it without difficulty. Shortly, the system announced that he reached level 50. Meanwhile, the others were doing very well in fighting, including Seiya. She used Lightning Bolt and have successfully hunted a giant bear, which resulted in her leveling up. To her amazement, the system showed that her Lightning Bolt has reached a higher rank and became a lightning shower. On the other hand, Sisong was fighting along with her undead. She easily took down every knight in her way. As a result, she also leveled up. When the knights have fallen, he ordered them to arise and called them soldiers of death. In an instant, all the knights become one with her armies of undead. The knight states that they swear loyalty to her and they bestow the glory of darkness on Marion, and death to those who stand against Marion. Consequently, Sisong, who is known as Marion, currently have ownership of over 900 undead. Meanwhile, Coco was battling another monster. But he easily took it down with one strike. The system acknowledged that Coco have hunted deadly poisonous earthworms. As he eliminated them, he ate a blue stone. Shortly, all of them were transported in one place together as the system announced that they have successfully cleared the gates of Celt's arrangement test. Ju Hyuk praised them as he discerns that everyone did well, which they gladly informed him that they advance by 10 levels. Suddenly, the system informed them that the main gate prepared by Celt is starting, so Ju Hyuk told them not to relax too much. He warned them that they might get split up again. Suddenly, he heard his master's voice, which surprised him. He thought that it was crazy as he discerns that voice. To his surprise, an image of Celt appeared and told him that arriving there means that he has become a great absolute evil. But they realized that it was just a hologram made by Celt itself. Ju Hyuk thought they wouldn't see each other again, so he wondered what more his master wants to say. Celt told him that he has gotten his approval to some extent and said that he recognizes his qualities. He acknowledges that Ju Hyuk has the ability to move anything needed to the Sky Devil's lair, and if didn't do that, all Sky Devils would have starved to death by now. Celt told Ju Hyuk to lead the Sky Devils to light, and if he does well, the Sky Devil's warp will also regain its vitality. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk noticed the system said that the Absolute Evil quest has been updated. He thought the path he will form now on, is dominating the current continent and create the world of the Sky Devil. Ju Hyuk then thought that it's overscaled way too much once again. Suddenly, Celt told him that he must remain there until that kid locates and helps him. Celt mentioned that the kid has a pure and clean soul and believed that Ju Hyuk can get the powerful ability that allows him to control the dead. Shortly, Celt's hologram was slowly fading. Then, the system showed that he has to wait for the Absolute Necromancer. He then realized that it meant that Sisong was not the Absolute Necromancer and wondered who would be it if not her. Suddenly, the system confirmed the Absolute Necromancer's presence and said that he has met the conditions for clearing Celt's legacy. So, Ju Hyuk thought that if he had come without Sisong, he would have rotted there forever. Shortly, the system announced that they've cleared Celt's legacy, so they will receive the following rewards for clearing it. The system showed them they have received 2 step-up points, 20 bonus stats, and 1 red stone. Ju Hyuk pondered that it's a nice reward since the red stone costs about 500 million won, so for the time being, he won't have to worry about the money. While he was contemplating the rewards, Seiya suddenly called him. She informed him that she got a red stone, which Ju Hyuk said that she should keep it since it's her reward. Sisong congratulated her, while Seiya asked if she also get a red stone as a reward. Sisong said that she didn't, but instead, she received a step-up point and unlimited mana. She explained that the unlimited mana reduces consumption when she summons undead. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk couldn't believe that Sisong can command her undead army without using any MP. Suddenly, Coco felt a surge of power as the system said that its grade has improved, so it was evolving. Shortly, Coco's current level is No 73 and its grade changed into double S. Ju Hyuk thought that Coco is a male as he watches how it acts. Moreover, he thought that he needs to improve the destruction skill exactly 20 times, so it couldn't have come at a better time. Then, the system asked if he liked to strengthen the destruction skill. As he agreed, the destruction has been strengthened and became true destruction. On the other hand, IBE and his companions were tracing Ramtadian and his company. He was frustrated that their traces have vanished and said that it doesn't make sense. But Kong Music informed them that it's a dead-end cliff ahead of them, so it's only a matter of time before they find him. IBE has gathered a lot of people, so he states that no matter how strong Ramtadian is, he won't be able to get out of the fight. Suddenly, they felt alarmed seeing something emerging. They saw that something is bursting out of the cliff. To their surprise, a giant bird appeared. Then, they felt the ominous presence and realized that Ramtadian was riding the bird. The system showed that the effects of true Heaven Breaker Heart Arts activate. As Ju Hyuk looked at his stats, he noticed that it increased again. Ju Hyuk shared to them that his stats was increased by about 10 each, which they were surprised. Sisong's eyes brightened in amazement as she told Ju Hyuk that he is amazing and his stats being over 100 is crazy. Shortly, the cliff started to open again as the system announced that Kelt's legacy has been cleared. Then, it showed information that the final clear condition for Kelt's legacy was Absolute Evil Player's True Heaven Beaker Heart Arts upgrade. Ju Hyuk thought that his master is crazy for leaving a time bomb until the end. Shortly, they went out the cliff riding Coco. Suddenly, Seiya called Ju Hyuk and asked him to look below him. Ju Hyuk wondered what she meant, so he quickly looks. To his surprise, he saw a lot of bounty hunters and wondered what they were doing there. He then realized that they are right in the middle of the Ramtadian quest and seemed like they came all the way there thinking that he's Ramtadian. Shortly, Kong Music flew towards Ju Hyuk. Seiya suggests that it would be the best if they run, which Ju Hyuk though that it's probably the best idea. As Kong Music greets them, Ju Hyuk instructed Seiya and Sisong to put on their hoods and stay down. Kong Music told Ju Hyuk that he has been successfully running around all the time, but even that will be over now. Suddenly, the system informed that it was starting streaming. Kong Music thought it was good, as all the spotlights on him. He pondered that the stream will leave a strong impression to the people, and if that happens, he should be able to gain the support of players and NPCs. He planned to subdue the absolute evil that's somewhere in the continent and turn Xinxiang into strongest alliance in the world. Shortly, he attacked Coco, which surprised it that its feathers are on fire. While Kong Music introduced himself, Coco grabbed his body. He was surprised as he was just recommending them not to attempt any meaningless resistance. Coco used the Talon Snatch and easily threw Kong Music to the cliff, which greatly damaged him. On the other hand, Coco was in battle mode. The people were taken aback as they didn't expect that Kong Music would be easily be beaten by a pet. Kong Music discerned that the monster was around level 70 or 50, but he thought it's not impossible to take it down with that level. Furthermore, Ju Hyuk called him, asking if he was still alive. Ju Hyuk told him that if he's not going to fight, then, he won't fight either. Suddenly, IBE was surprised as Kong Music informed him that he's just going to kill Ju Hyuk when they planned in the first place that they will capture him alive. Kong Music firmly told him that it's a statement. Quickly, he started utilizing his full power. He declared that he will show Ju Hyuk the true strength of the first constellation made to oppose the absolute evil and not some small fry like him. On the other hand, Seiya asked if they should fight too, but Ju Hyuk asked them to just stay still. He explained that it's too risky if their behavior pattern and small habits been shown, as it was hard to hide and they could be immediately tracked if it goes wrong. Quickly, he challenged Kong Music, thinking that he has changed a lot. He thought that even though a director of a great alliance is coming at him, he's completely unafraid of it. While he was contemplating about Music was already charging at him. Even if Music threw a surge of fire on him, Ju Hyuk stayed still at his place. Seiya warned him to look out, but he assured her that it's fine. Ju Hyuk went through the fire and told Seiya that Kong Music is weaker than him. He thought that he has become the absolute evil, so he will not run. To Kong Music's surprise, his flare armor has been broken, so his special skill, Necklace of Protection, Fairy's Protection activates. Kong Music automatically activates his skills to heal him, and the Guardian Ring also created a barrier for its owners. Ju Hyuk noticed that Kong Music have put up a good defense, so he thought that he wants to see more of his skills. On the other hand, Kong Music pondered that Ju Hyuk wasn't someone that he should have underestimated. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk taunts Music and mocked him that he's just a rich boy splurging on the support items from the alliance. In response, Music told him that he's just a worthless full chaos, while he activates his power. He told Ju Hyuk that if he wants to see his full power that much, then he'll show him. Kong Music summoned the rampaging flame which enveloped the sky and all its surrounding. Ju Hyuk was taken aback as the heat is coming all that way. However, he noticed that Kong Music's health point is being reduced and he's overdoing it a bit, so he pondered it's more or less a type of Berserker mode skill. Shortly, he called Coco and instructed it to take care of Seiya and Sisong. Suddenly, the people were surprised that Ju Hyuk was charging at Music in his own. They were surprised that he was able to go through the rampaging flame. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk was excited to witness the full power of the first constellation. Shortly, the two of them crashed together and it created a large explosion. After the fight, Kong Music was always in his office. Gu Chang-suk asked him what the reason that he called him over is. Kong Music asked him to suppress the media and said that what happened that day cannot be spread. Chang-suk quickly told him that he understood, even though he knew it's hard to take it down. Then, he told Music that he will also make sure the part where Music dies is not spread. Music then asked what he meant, which frightened him. He explained that he didn't die and just logged out to rest for a moment. Kong Music asked why he was treating him like a dead man. He asked Chang-suk if it is okay to treat someone alive and well a dead man. Kong Music threw a lot of papers on Chang-suk and said that he already feels like trash because of Ramtadian. Shortly, Kong Music instructed him to clean the office. Then, Music states that the society is wrong, as the establishment is letting the incompetent pass by too much. Chang-suk was taken aback as Music declared that within a few decades, the world will be reorganized, in order not to let some bad people to not show up again. He declared that the age where the strong take care of the weak will end in his generation. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk was comfortably flying around with Coco and told it that it's pretty comfy having him around. He then noticed that Coco seemed to be feeling good even though they're leaving Seiya and Sisong, thinking that it's because it's gotten lighter. Suddenly, Coco recalled the time they fought with the first constellation. He thought that the fire burns even his wings and thought the Humas who shoots fire is pretty strong. Coco thought it hurts if he got hit. But to her surprise, Ju Hyuk went through the fire with no skill and just did a normal attack. He saw that Ju Hyuk was still smiling even when charging. So, Coco thought that he will be a good pet who listens to orders well. Ju Hyuk and others went to the Sky Devil hideout. He was handling some affairs in the Sky Devil and they were handling his business reports. Ju Hyam read that it was a survival strategy to hold out on a cold winter. The fourth elder, Sershan, explained that in order to get through winter, they need their very own winter clothes and heater. He mentioned when they calculated it, they needed 800 million gold. Ju Hyuk felt troubled as 800 million is not easy to get. But, he thought the money Yahan gave with Salmak is about 4 billion. So, he told Serchuan to not worry about the costs and pull up as much as they need to use. Sershan then asked if they can proceed with more expensive things and that will cost around 1.4 billion. In response, Ju Hyuk agreed, to which Sershan told him that he will let others know about his generosity. Consequently, the system informed Ju Hyuk that the loyalty of Sky Devils has increased. Meanwhile, in the Salmak location, Yahan was contemplating outside the balcony. A man suddenly appeared and mentioned that he was surprised that he got a request from him. The man asked if he went there to talk about the Absolute One. Yahan shared that he felt the energy of Sky Breaker Heart Arts from Ju Hyuk, and asked the man if that isn't enough to consider him as their liege. In response, the man said that he have no plans on serving a man weaker than him as his liege. The man mentioned that he grew up the black flower with hardship. So, he considers what if the true liege who will rule over the black flower house is weaker than him. The man was the third elder, Rexer, the assassin's group Black Flower House master. Then, Jahan asked if he can win against Ju Hyuk as he is currently under a few binds. Rexer said that he knew that information as well, but his patience is slowly running out. Moreover, Rexer mentioned that the other elders who haven't joined them are waiting as well, which he meant they can't be waiting forever. So, Jahan shared that Ju Hyuk seems to have returned from the expedition. While he was there, he suddenly felt a terrifying presence. He felt that their liege had gotten stronger that time. He believes that Ju Hyuk is on the point where he could fight with the other elders without equipment. Moreover, Jahan said that Ju Hyuk is the only one that can bring items of the outside world at the moment, to which Rexer said that he acknowledges that. Thus, Jahan shared that their liege has said that he will supply winter clothes and tools for the citizens, so Rexer asked if the liege would just use the funds of Salmak as always. But, Jahan told him that Ju Hyuk hadn't used the funds carefully and it was a part of him where he could see Ju Hyuk's potential. So, Jahan asked Rexer to wait a bit longer, as he believed that their liege had a plan and to get the military funds, he will soon head to that place. The following day, Olympus announced that the Great Alliance Shinseong was successful with monster regeneration. Seiya thought it was amazing and pondered if it makes sense that they use red stones and black stones just to research that. Then, Seiya noticed that Ju Hyuk's reaction was boring, so she asked if he didn't feel anything. Ju Hyuk responded that it's not good if the absolute evil becomes famous because he will have many enemies. Then, he told her not to hide her identity well and suggest that she can also make connections with other constellations as well. Moreover, Ju Hyuk pondered about the monster regeneration prophet, thinking if there was one of those in the Sky Devil, he thinks he'll be able to self-sufficiently revive the ecosystem. Suddenly, Seiya asked what their next destination was, which Ju Hyuk said was the river flowing through the sky. Ju Hyuk mentioned that red stones come out greatly in that place. But, Seiya told him that he should know players at level 70 will be there. Ju Hyuk said that he knew that he's coming. Ju Hyuk quickly logged into Olympus. The high-level hunting ground in the Sentinia continent, the river flowing into the sky has become famous. Because of the monsters, many alliance members went there for the smooth supply of red stones. So, Ju Hyuk decided to have the sixth elder, Zeta, who specializes in AoE damage to accompany them. That moment, after awakening the true Skybreaker heart arts, he does not plan to boast about it. But, he decided that he won't be hiding that he's the absolute evil either. As they are near the warp portal, Ju Hyuk instructed Zera to stick with him with stealth from now on. Moreover, he went to everyone and Rufendel gladly informed him that his undead state is going to be removed soon. Rufendel asked if Ju Hyuk is going to keep him around even after the undead state because he decided to become his follower forever. Sisong then asked Ju Hyuk if she can turn Rufendel into an undead again. To his surprise, Seiya and Rufendel didn't even hesitate. Rufendel felt that he was overflowing with power. Suddenly, he wondered if it was really overflowing. To his surprise, he felt stronger than before and excitedly informed Ju Hyuk that he's above level 20 considering the stats alone. Rufendel declared that he would become a loyal pet even in the future. Moreover, Ju Hyuk told them their plan is to move with two each in a group and said that when he ANF Rufendel cross, Sisong should come over first and then Seiya will come over when she gets a whisper from Ju Hyuk. Meanwhile on the river flowing into the Sky Warp portal, players noticed that someone is heading in their direction. They discerned that it was a full chaos, and thought that he looked familiar. They noticed he was exuding a thick black energy and he comes with a giant eagle, which they realized was Ramtadian. So, the players quickly acted and contacted the HQ immediately. Suddenly, the players were surprised as they were informed to let Ramtadian pass. So, the players immediately informed Ju Hyuk that they will let him pass. Ju Hyuk wondered why they're acting like that, to which Rafendel said that it seemed like they figured out his power. He then pondered that at that rate, Seiya and Sisong should have no problem crossing the portal. Suddenly, he thought that they said that at the beginning, all players were able to use the warp portal without restrictions. As they entered the portal, the players talked about how HQ told them to work again after Remtadian Pass, as if nothing happened. Meanwhile, when Ju Hyuk and Rafendel entered, they noticed it was too quiet. Unbeknownst to them, some group is waiting to ambush them. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk and Rafendel were surprised when a bright light suddenly emerged in the sky. Ju Hyuk assured Rafendel that it's fine and instructed him to block it for now and he'll give him buffs. Ju Hyuk pondered that they will be put in that situation, so it wasn't much of a surprise for him. The person in charge instructed the Formation 1 to strengthen their skills and add more stunts. Meanwhile, Rafendel made a shield to block it. Rafendel said that it's manageable but the area is too big for him to block. So, Ju Hyuk said that it's fine as he can block it too. Suddenly, he noticed someone coming out in the warp portal. Sisong was surprised upon entering as she got enveloped in smoke instantly. She was then surprised when Ju Hyuk shouted at her, instructing her to move away. Shortly, the group halted their attacks upon order. The director Flaming Noodle Soup expressed that the situation was as boring as he expected. Suddenly, a strong hurl of wind emerged from the smoke. The director was surprised that Ju Hyuk was still alive. Ju Hyuk and Rafendel rode Coco and told Seiya to come in when he sends her a signal. Moreover, Ju Hyuk asked Sisong to wait there with Coco. But, Sisong suddenly stopped him. Earlier, Sisong was almost about to be enveloped by the scourging fire. But, Ju Hyuk quickly stepped in and told him to get himself together. Ju Hyuk told her that he will block and she can go ahead and get up on Coco when it settles down. Sisong was taken aback and felt emotional. She told Ju Hyuk that she was fine because of him, so she told him that she wanted to fight with him. Meanwhile, the group were surprised as they noticed Ju Hyuk and the others jumped. The director felt nervous considering they were fine after taking the attack. Suddenly, a man intervenes and states that the enemy's defense exceeds their expectations. The man told the director that he'll stand in the front of the tank. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk told Rafendel to get all the drop items and record as their enemies are almost level 70. Furthermore, the man confronted them and told them that they can't win against them. He stated that they have no chance of winning and asked them to surrender. The man was known as Hand Axe. He told them to repent their sins and apologize to director Kong Music. He even told Ju Hyuk that he will at least let him avoid the death sentence, to which Ju Hyuk asked what he even did. Hand Axe stated that he did a crime of daring to invade the area of the Great Alliance and a crime of causing a mess in a place where ordinary people live, and said that it's enough to give him a death sentence. In response, Ju Hyuk smirked. He told Hand Axe that he doesn't own the land nor did he make the map, which angered him. Ju Hyuk stated that according to the rules, there is no crime coming to that area. Hand Axe was starting to get nervous as he felt the strong atmosphere that Ju Hyuk was emitting. Shortly, Sisong ordered her undead soldiers to rise. Ju Hyuk instructed Hand Axe to tell the Alliance's head to come and he'll pop all their heads off. He declared that he would smash them with his own hands and taunted them to come at him. But, Hand Axe was still persistent and ordered all forces to prepare to attack. To his surprise, Ju Hyuk was already in front of him. He wondered when Ju Hyuk came at him. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk was ready to attack. Ju Hyuk utilized his usual normal attack. He told Hand Axe that he's too weak to die on a normal attack. Moreover, he instructed the undead that they can go and eliminate the rest. The director couldn't believe that Hand Axe was killed with just a no-item normal attack. Their companions were asking him if they wouldn't retreat, but he said they would be handing in their resignation if that happens. He also couldn't believe that a rookie necromancer that was with Ju Hyuk can control that many undead. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk and Sisong noticed they were still resisting. The director instructed them to run through them and not fall. So, Ju Hyuk asked Sesong to pull back the knights and her as well. Moreover, the system informed Ju Hyuk that the true Sky Breaker Heart Arts activate when using a skill. So, he thought he should try that skill when he reached level 50. Ju Hyuk quickly hurled a black energy at the enemies. The director immediately ordered the tanks to block it. However, the black power went through them. The director was surprised that he died on a single hit. As he eliminated them, the system told Ju Hyuk that he gained absolute evil points. Suddenly, he pondered about what the system said about removing the unfair elements. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, the higher-ups were getting mad. The director was mad, saying it doesn't make any sense that no one could defeat Remtadian. He also mentioned the videos being uploaded on the internet, so the man said that they will quickly deal with it right away. With the message that was sent a moment ago, the Semi-Alliance head has entered to join in the fight. Going back, Sesong ordered the soldiers of death to rise, which surprised the head. He was surprised that they could kill them and also turn them into an undead. Sesong ordered them to kill their allies, which trouble Flaming Noodle Soup, saying it doesn't make any sense. Their heads were in pain as they were trying not to follow the orders. Sesong told them that it would be easier if they give up. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk continued to eliminate some of the enemies. To his surprise, he can get item drops when he murder them, unlike before. Ju Hyuk used it since it said it removed unfair elements, so he thought it's a great catch. The system starts normalizing the luck start function, which he didn't expect that his luck would finally get out of the negative. He thought that it's great and pondered if he would be able to use it for other stats as well. Suddenly, Rufendel called him and said that he might want to look over his direction as there's a named player. Rufendel informs him that it's the trio of Shinseong's Semi-Alliance head, the Three Swords of Shinseong. Upon arriving, they asked Ju Hyuk to calmly surrender and said they will at least let him avoid his death sentence. In response, Ju Hyuk asked him what he meant. Rufendel chimed in and told him that it seemed like the Nova groups were fully intent on destroying him, so Ju Hyuk asked if they're strong. Rufendel began to introduce them. The first one is Kurtle, who made his name as Max Chaotic. The close-range martial artist is known to be an affiliation of the hidden class. The next one is called Assassin. He's also known as a hidden class that's associated with Bladder. And lastly, the one in the middle, Rufen, who specializes in a defensive type. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk pondered that Rufendel also went around covered in defense magic, so he thought that Rufen must be his role model. Furthermore, Rufen told Ju Hyun that if he surrender and accept the investigation, they will get him a void examination, and asked if there is anything else that he wants. In response, Ju Hyun said that he doesn't want anything. So, Rufen said that they'll give him time to think, and as they can't just stay still, they will attack. Kurtle then charges first and states that he won't go easy on him just because he doesn't have items. He told Ju Hyuk to prepare to die. Kurtle utilized the Lion Fist as he charged at Ju Hyuk. But, Rufendel saw that something was wrong. Kurtle was surprised as Ju Hyum casually stopped him. Ju Hyuk told Kurtle that he knows that he thinks that he's faster than he thinks. Without delay, Ju Hyuk also attacked. He punched Kurtle and said that he's also fast, but it wasn't enough. Rufen was surprised upon seeing that Ju Hyuk hit Kurtle in the face in one go. He felt a strong energy emitting from Ju Hyuk and felt threatened. He thought that Ju Hyuk is much stronger than what the report had said. Moreover, Ju Hyun acknowledges they're strong because Kurtle didn't die in a no-skill attack, then orders Rufendel to take a video and upload it. But, Rufen called him and said they're fully aware that he's strong and asked him to negotiate, but Ju Hyuk said that he's not going to. However, Rufen persisted, saying that if he would let them kill him, they would give him hunting rights to hunt in that area, and they are willing to scout him. Rufen told him that if became part of the Nova, they would let him use all the hunting grounds and warps under the Alliance's ownership freely, plus 100 million won a year in the formal contract. To his surprise, Ju Hyuk said that he was talking nonsense. Ju Hyuk retorted that he was clear that he would destroy their system of monopoly. Ju Hyuk mentioned all the things Ruffin offered and asked if he would even give him those conditions if he was an ordinary player. He stated that even now, low ranks are crawling like dogs under his feet just for the one hunting grounds and warps under his control. Upon hearing what Ju Hyuk said, Assassin concluded that the negotiation had broken down. So, the three of them quickly charged and declared that they were going to kill him. Ju Hyuk told them that he was unlike them, as he can't do something pathetic. Thus, he utilized the true white/skill and easily eliminated Curdle in no time. Assassin moved out of the area and thought that he never expected Curdle to get beaten. He pondered that there's no solution at the moment, so he thought that he has to aim for someone other than Ju Hyuk. He wandered his eyes and spotted Sisong and mused that with her ability, she must be an important strategic partner to Ju Hyuk. Assassin charged as he thought it's the chance now, when Ju Hyuk and Rufendel lost sight of him. To his surprise, someone stopped his body. He felt an existence that he couldn't even get a sense of even for a second. Yahan arrived at the moment and told him that he's acting cute. He used the savage sword of destruction and instantly eliminated the assassin. As Curdle and Assassin were already eliminated, Ruffin felt troubled that there was another person that showed up. Yahan told them that the small children like them are running wild, so Murder Vale will bury all their sins. Ruffin felt chills and thought that Yahan was the head of Murder Vale. He started to feel threatened as all their teammates were getting killed, not to mention thinking that the head of Murder Vale was there. Yahan continued to kill everyone in his sight. Ruffin starts to wonder what's the relationship of Murder Vale with the max chaotic player. Things are getting more intense for them as the Sixth Elder is doing his job. He summoned the advent of Deva and declared that those who block her master's path will all be slaughtered. Without hesitation, he ordered the advent of Charge. He instructed them to beat them all to death. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk was watching nearby and pondered that he didn't even order them to do that, but they still did. Shortly, Yahan appeared beside him and apologized for coming without permission. Suddenly, he got a message from Ruffin, telling him that he made a mistake and asked if he could give him another chance. Ruffin said that he wasn't able to see and couldn't believe that he tried to negotiate with just 100 million. However, Ju Hyuk was getting irritated listening to him. He told Ruffin that he doesn't need it as he attacked him. Ju Hyuk used the basic attack on him but with the ×4 on its stats. Upon defeating them, Rufendel quickly picked up their drop items. He said that those Nova groups sure have a lot of drop items, so he better hurry up and pick it. Moreover, Ju Hyuk introduced the two Sky Devil Elders to Sisong and said they're going to hunt together now. Meanwhile, Rufendel went to Ju Hyuk and informed him that he had finished collecting the items. He told him to quickly look as he picked them all up so he won't bend down himself. The Elder and Yahan thought that Rufendel was a sincere worker. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk took a look and wondered what he got. As he saw it, he was taken aback. He quickly called Coco and instructed him to get down. Ju Hyuk quickly instructed Rufendel and Sisong to get on Coco's back, then Zeta and Yahan to get ready to battle. Yahan and Zeta asked Ju Hyuk what's happening, but Ju Hyuk said that he doesn't know either. Shortly, they saw that something was making its appearance. The system then showed that an unexpected quest called Boss Monster Raid had been created. They were taken aback to see a big boss was suddenly emerging. To their surprise, the system confirmed the absolute evil's energy and the energy from the monster field have met the special conditions. They saw that the monster was shortly emerging. Shortly, the system informs them that the large-eared Chimera boss monster has been formed. Then, the system also informs them that the water pistol Chimera boss monster has been confirmed. Next, the two-headed Chimera boss monster is also formed. Ju Hyuk confronts all the monsters in one go. He felt troubled thinking they're big. Rufendel and Sisong were taken aback upon seeing the monsters. Sisong's eyes brightened as she stated how the monsters were so big. She quickly contacted Ju Hyuk and said that he had to get the monsters and give them their corpses. Moreover, Jahan told Ju Hyuk that the powerful monsters would be too hard for him and Zeta to handle, so he suggests they try to do it next time. But, Ju Hyuk said that he will do it, to which Jahan tried to persuade him. Ju Hyuk quickly went forward and asked if they do not trust him. He told them to watch him if they trust him. Ju Hyuk pondered that he was sure that the monster quest appeared in response to the energy of the absolute evil. He thought the monsters' appearance meant they're event monsters that are adjusted, so he has no choice but to hunt them. The system showed that the true heaven ghost art expands ferociously and the energy of the absolute evil creates a synergy effect. Ju Hyuk noticed they weren't attacking like normal bosses as expected. He mused that the monsters can't do anything because they're overwhelmed by the energy of absolute evil. So, Ju Hyuk realized that he can capture those monsters. Zeta felt shocked and asked Jahan if he was watching it because he couldn't believe what Ju Hyuk would do. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk felt confident. He quickly utilized the skill of the true white slash, throwing it at the monsters. The system sensed that the true heaven-shattering ghost art has been confirmed and the destination has created a synergy effect. After hitting them, the system said as the monsters are formed from the special condition, the absolute evil has gained a special compatibility. As a result, the system said that the boss monsters are trembling in fear. The powerful energy emitted by Ju Hyuk has given the boss monsters a feeling of intense pressure. Zeta expressed that he was moved by Ju Hyuk beating the alliance members but was most moved seeing him defeat the monsters. Meanwhile, Jahan also expressed that he didn't expect that Ju Hyuk would grow that quickly. As a result, the system congratulated Ju Hyuk as the eligibility to be granted the hidden skill has been confirmed. Ju Hyuk pondered that the situation he was in isn't as bad as the debut event as the absolute evil. Meanwhile, on the Nova Alliance corporate building, they were watching Ju Hyuk's performance in the hunting ground and were discussing it. Director Yang Young-hoon informed the board that he has finished reporting on the Max chaotic player that has invaded the sky-flowing river. So, they asked him what the result of the level verification was. Young-hoon told them that it has been confirmed to be level 50. The old man was surprised as he mentioned level 50. Moreover, the old man opened up the status of Nova being fallen to the ground as he's sure everyone is already aware of that. He also mentioned that small alliance heads lost against Ju Hyuk and not being able to resist as much either. In response, the small alliance heads apologized and said they are deeply ashamed. But, the old man said it wasn't a matter of apologizing because Ju Hyuk was too powerful for what they had expected. However, he expressed that it's regrettable. He mentioned that the small alliance head didn't have that much discernment as it would have unfolded like that if the opponent's ability was figured out in advance and he had been offered negotiation terms that fit him. The old man said that the Max chaotic player is an existence that is outside the standard. He mentioned that even the word Ellen is trying to win over the player and even the United States Justice Alliance is making their move as if they heard it. Even so, Kang Moo-hwan said that the Nova formally orders for his extermination. He stated that no matter the amount of strategic value and the room for negotiation, a Max chaotic player is one that defines society at the end of the day. Furthermore, he mentioned that if they looked at his track record, he said they should not rule out the possibility that Ju Hyuk is not the absolute evil which shocked Moo Suk, his grandson. Moo-hwan said that Ju Hyuk is throwing the society into a confusion because he is an absolute evil. So, he declared that Ju Hyuk is proclaimed to be an absolute evil and will appoint that to drive the public opinion. Moreover, he mused that Ju Hyuk can be brought around in secret. He stated that they, in Nova, care about competent individuals and they are always open to those with talent. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk continued exercising his skill. He attacked the big elephant monster with a deadly fist. The attack was so strong that it caused a large explosion. Meanwhile on the Nova, Moo-hwan stated that no matter how strong Ju Hyuk is, he's alone in the end. Moreover, Nova told the board members that all of them must show Ju Hyuk that he, being alone, can never ever surpass the majority for a world where the aristocracy dominates over the common people. Ju Hyuk then charged and declared that it's all over with that. He attacked the last monster with overpowering deadly fist, which the system instantly congratulated him. The system confirms that he has successfully hunted a boss monster, the two-headed chimera. Consequently, the system said that he have hunted all 3 boss monsters, and the rewards for the boss monster raid will now be given, /. Ju Hyuk felt amazing and couldn't believe that compatibility is great. As the system is giving the reward, he wondered if it was just for the boss mob monsters. To his surprise, he was given 3 black stones, which made him wonder what those are. He acquired them and pondered if it was for real. The black stone is considered a rare stone. Among the existing monster stones, it is the highest grade of monster stones. In the 200 years since Olympus came into operation, the appearance of the black stone has only occurred just thrice thus far. Ju Hyuk started to ponder the value of the black stone with that level of scarcity. He was starting to recall the times when he almost puked for playing at the Olympus and buying a burger. Upon reminiscing this, he smiled. He looked at the black stones in his hands and felt content to have it, especially the hard work he had faced throughout his journey. Jahan noticed that his master seemed pleased, so Zeta said probably since Ju Hyuk has shown his prestige to his heart's content. But, Jahan said that he doesn't think that is the main reason why. Suddenly, he felt like some strangers had come for them. The Great Alliance Ellen, director of the Blue Heart and the head of the Justice Alliance captain arrived at the location. Jahan instantly moved and held Ellen captive as he instructed the Justice's Alliance captain to halt. Blue Heart was surprised and wondered when Jahan sneaked up behind her. On the other hand, the captain stopped as instructed. Jahan quickly contacted Ju Hyuk and asked what he shall do. Blue Heart and the captain introduced themselves to Ju Hyuk and asked him to listen to them. Ju Hyuk was confused why the US Justice came, and on top of that, the head of the Lienza personally came, then instructed Jahan to leave them be. In an instant, Jahan complied and came back to their side. Then, Ju Hyuk asked everyone to step back for a bit as he will confront them himself. Ju Hyuk told them that he is willing to listen to what they have to say. Blue Heart directly told Ju Hyuk that they would like to scout him. She told him that they will give an advance fee and an annual salary of 300 million won each, provide a unique tier set of items, and disclose Ellen-operated hunting grounds and warps as well as provide support. Then, the US Justice chimed in and said that he is also there to scout him and asked him to join forces and lead the world on the right path. In response, Ju Hyuk sighed. He was contemplating what they said about scouting them. Moreover, Blue Heart told him that no matter how strong he is, it will be difficult to survive without the protection of the Great Alliance. To their surprise, Ju Hyuk suddenly emitted a strong power, causing them to be surprised as Ju Hyuk stated it may be the case. He told them that it doesn't matter because he has his own route to get items and get rid of them as he wants. Then, he mentioned the annual salary they told him while some monsters appeared behind him. Ju Hyuk quickly eliminated the monsters using the true white slash. Then, Rufendel quickly picked it up and offered it to Ju Hyuk saying that he had finished collecting the drops. Meanwhile, Blue Heart thought that Ju Hyuk's fighting skills are a lot more vicious than what was shown in the video. To their surprise, he informed them that he can easily get the 500 million won just by doing that. He showed them the red stones he collected and said that the offered deal isn't a deal that touches his heart. In response, Blue Heart and the captain asked him for one moment as the captain said that there's something strange and he thinks he may have misunderstood something. The US Justice captain clarified that the annual salary that they're proposing is $500 million. Ju Hyuk felt embarrassed, so he asked if Ellen had changed their offered deal as well. So, Blue Heart said that they will give it in Korean won, which made the US captain surprised. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk thinks that whatever side it may be, one side sent their director and the other side personally sent their alliance head and offered 500 billion won. Shortly, the US captain spoke and told Ju Hyuk that it appears that they're in a difficult situation to hear his response. He said that it's alright if they don't accept their deal. However, he told Ju Hyuk that if he wishes to sign a contract, he would greatly appreciate it if he would say something at least once. He stated that if he would give them one more chance, he believes that justice has the determination to seize the opportunity. In response, Ju Hyuk told him that if he decided to sign a contract, he would keep justice in mind. Meanwhile, Blue Heart couldn't believe that US Justice offered $500 million. Shortly, Ju Hyuk asked her what she was doing, which she said pardon. Ju Hyuk told her that if there's nothing else she wishes to say, he'll appreciate it if she leaves now. Blue Heart then said that she hopes that he will make a good decision, and whispered that she sees him blatantly looking down on Ellen now. Without delay, Blue Heart turned around and she felt irritated. She thought of the US Justice captain, feeling frustrated. Suddenly, the Great Alliance contacted her and asked how the negotiation went. She told him that Ju Hyuk was arrogant like he said, then he asked her to recover the pouch that he told her about before as it was important. Then, IBE thanked her. IBE thought that Ju Hyuk is even making an enemy out of Ellen, but he thinks the situation itself is flowing in their favor now. He thought of what he should do, once he recovered the pouch that Rafendel gave to Ju Hyuk when they encountered each other. Moreover, Ju Hyuk decides to log off. He was wondering where he should use the black stone so word of it would spread far and wide. Suddenly, he noticed someone calling him. He saw the number was unrecognizable and thought it was spam. But, he decided to pick it up and asked who it was. Si-song then quickly told him that it's her. Ju Hyuk suddenly wondered what's going on as he had never given her his number before. Meanwhile, Si-song asked if he had time. She mentioned that she is with Seiya, but asked if they can meet for a bit. Ju Hyuk decided to meet with Si-song at a cafe. As he entered the cafe, he quickly looked around to where Si-song was. Shortly, Seiya called him. She told him to sit there in front of them. Seiya told him that she thinks it will be a good idea for them to meet at least once and proceed to ask if he thinks Si-song was pretty. But, Ju Hyuk was just silent, so Seiya asked why he aren't saying anything. Then, Ju Hyuk asked them if they really want to get a beating. Ju Hyuk shared that he originally had no intentions of meeting them all offline and said he wasn't going to go out. But, he told them that he thought he should go and warn them kids at least once, which is why he came out. He reprimanded them saying that every little thing they say or do can be a clue, so they should be careful. He instructed them to make a clear distinction of what they call each other in real life and in Olympus, and also their way of talking. He especially mentioned Si-song instructing her not to tell anyone her nickname, and it's best if she doesn't tell anyone anything related to his class. So, Sarong nervously said that she understood and will do as he said. Seiya then hugged Si-song and asked Ju Hyuk why he was suddenly being like that. To her surprise, Ju Hyuk said that he will be punishing him as she gave his number without his permission. Ju Hyuk showed a scary expression, so Seiya apologized immediately. Shortly, Ju Hyuk stood up. He repeated that he meant that they should be careful of what they say wherever they go. Then, he told them that he will be leaving first. On the other hand, Seiya wondered who's even paying attention to them to that extent. She apologized to Si-song and told her that her brother normally isn't that kind of person. Moreover, Si-song pondered that something about Ju Hyuk felt comfortable when she first saw him, as he would take care of her during every important moment, so Si-song thought she wanted to meet him in person because she was thankful towards him. She thought that Seiya said that Ju Hyuk's face would drop if he saw her, but instead she got punished. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk logged into the Olympus. Rafendel quickly went to him and said that he had organized the list of items he had acquired during the expedition so far. He explained that from the market values of items that can be traded to the disposal method of items without exposing his identity, and said that if he's pleased, he can pat his head once. So, Ju Hyuk pats Rafendel's head and says that he did a good job. Rafendel said that he doesn't need any incentive, but Ju Hyuk thinks that Rafinal would pass out if he knew that he had Blackstones. Suddenly, he saw something strange. He wondered if it was the thing that fell when he took Ellen's warp. Suddenly, a recording was shown and he thought that IBE filmed the WAP and Hunting Ground exclusive rights that he bought and sold with kickbacks. So, he realized that's why IBE said that he will pay him $1 million if he returned the pouch. Shortly, he called Jahan. He told him there's a private warp portal facing the north of the Karganis Mountains in the Runia region and it's managed by the Great Alliance Ellen. He shared that there's going to be a team captain managing that place and he's still probably exporting from quite a few places even now. So, Ju Hyuk ordered Jahan to assassinate the captain the second he leaves the safe zone. Jahan then asked if he knew the reason. In response, Ju Hyuk said that he just doesn't like him. Suddenly, there was a public statement at the Olympus. IB saw the comments were full of Ramtadian's name. He thought that Ramtadian was trying to gain some popularity from the masses. Then, he wondered what's Mu Suk's side is going to. Shortly, he saw that the Alliance Nova declares Ramtadian as an absolute evil which deeply satisfied him. He then thinks that he acknowledged Ju Hyuk's fighting ability. But, he thinks that he is still just max chaotic and it seems that he's made the whole world as his enemy. IB questioned why Ju Hyuk dares to provoke Mu Suk. He pondered that as an absolute evil, no one will stand on his side. Then, he saw that Ellen also actively agreed with Nova's stance. So, he thought that as long as the great alliances move like that, it's only a matter of time before the other alliances follow suit. Shortly, IBE stood and turned off his laptop. He thought that in the end, Ju Hyuk can't also move to foreign countries if he's blocked from using a portal. He mused that if the Great Alliance take a lead and block him from getting rid of his items, then Ju Hyuk will be no different from a jobless loser. Suddenly, he saw on the web that the legendary Blackstone appeared on the market. He thought that the person who has a treasure as valuable as the Black Stone, it may be possible. The headquarters were in shambles upon seeing the news that the Blackstones had appeared. The Blackstone has an inherent usefulness that cannot be compared to the existing blue stones and red stones, as it's said that the amount of energy it holds is literally infinite. Moreover, according to the actual results from the research laboratory in the US, it's even thought that Blackstones could able to control natural disasters if used. The appearance of the Blackstones in 30 years has turned the whole world into a buzz. The Nova Alliance also received the news. Moreover, the man quickly went to the head and said that there's a problem. To his surprise, the owner of the Blackstone said that he will not sell the stone to Nova. Mu Huan stood up in shock and asked what he was talking about. He asked the man what the owner's reason was. Mu Huan felt shocked hearing that the owner was the max chaotic player, Ju Hyuk, and the reason is that he said that he just doesn't like Nova. Meanwhile, at the Olympus, Seiya was very angry. She expressed that she was really irritated. She questioned when her brother did any of the things stated in the internet for them to upload something like that. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk expected that even the littlest bit that would have been favorable to him is gone. He then asked Seiya why she was crying in pain as if she was the one that got hurt. Seiya responded that she will sue all the reporters. But, Ju Hyuk told her not to go and made it obvious that they're related. However, Seiya was very angry and just wanted to punish all who wrote the articles. Then, Sisong chimed in saying that Seiya is right. Sisong said that Ju Hyuk is not as bad as they say. So, Ju Hyuk wondered if he ever showed Sisong such a good side of himself. Furthermore, Ju Hyuk assured them that it doesn't matter as he had anticipated it already. Meanwhile, the people were waiting for the auction for the Blackstone. As they checked it, they were surprised. Ju Hyuk states that he will never sell it to Nova or Ellen even if they bring their entire wealth with them. Finally, the day of the auction came and will be held at the abandoned museum on the Sentinia continent. The people lined up at the entrance as they were all hoping to get the Blackstone. Ju Hyuk came with 3 of the elders and thinks that Seershan's advice is doing well. Seotian told Ju Hyuk that no matter how unreasonable of a demand that he will give, they will follow his conditions just to get their hands on the Blackstone. First, Seotian instructed him to disarm the participants and ensure a minimal amount of armor is equipped, then let them enter. Then, take along the elders and have the assassins to guard, instructing them to kill anyone on the spot if there is anyone that wields a weapon. Additionally, Seotian assured him that the individuals that he forbids to enter, their identities will be revealed quickly without fail. He believed that because Ju Hyuk has already said it to the web, the people who think that the opportunity will be lost, will quickly notice forbidden individuals. After a while, all the participants had successfully entered the museum. So, they think it's time to make it publicly known. Ju Hyuk informed them that the currency they will accept is in gold. Moreover, Ju Hyuk announced that the auction for the Blackstone shall begin. Ju Hyuk mentioned that he will not set a specific starting price and it will be their choice. To his surprise, there's already 600 billion gold offered, but he asked if there's more. So, the people started to raise the amount. Ju Hyuk pondered that it's going up like crazy. He was surprised when he heard someone offered 2 trillion gold, as he didn't expect that little stone could make people pay trillions. Moreover, he asked if there's anything else higher than 2 trillion gold. Suddenly, a man raised his hand and offered 30 trillion gold. The man was known as the mega-millionaire named Randall, the Great Alliance leader in Qatar. As a result, the people fell speechless with his offer. Suddenly, someone made it higher with an offer of 31 trillion gold. Randall smirked as they asked if it was still higher. To their surprise, Randall offered 50 trillion gold. Seotian was watching from above along with 2 assassins. He was deeply pleased hearing the amount. He thought that Ju Hyuk's auction would end with 50 trillion gold. But before it ends, he thinks it will be time for the intruders to slowly make their move. Suddenly, a man shouts that the absolute evil has said to kill all of them. The man was laughing as he held an explosive in his hands. He smirked and stated, "For the honor of the absolute evil." The man then exploded himself. But, Ju Hyuk was calm and quickly called Jahan. Ju Hyuk expected that some people would attempt to disturb things. They anticipated that those people would try to cause discomfort by trying to prevent users from participating in the auction. After that, they knew that those people will throw the place into a confusion by using a suicide bombing. Seotian already anticipated that if they continue to block the warp portals to the auction house, they will immediately know that there's a disturbance. So, they already made a plan. Jahan quickly went to the other people and instructed them not to move. Jahan told them they're fearless to make a disturbance there. Ju Hyuk then anticipated it. He asked them how they do exactly what Seotian said without a single deviation. The bomb created a large explosion. But, it quickly fades away. The first elder was worried that the bomb's power is quite strong and it might affect the participants. But, Ju Hyuk assured him that it's fine, as the participants are users who have gathered all over the world just to buy the Blackstone. He said that no matter how minimal the equipment they wear, the participants are world-renowned rankers that have gathered. Ju Hyuk stated that this sort of explosion isn't really anything to the participants. On the other hand, Jahan was holding the bomber on the neck. He demanded it to reveal the person that sent them. Suddenly, Jahan noticed something strange. He realized that the man just killed himself. So, as the man was slowly dying, he mused that the others must have done the same. Shortly, Jahan went back to Ju Hyuk and apologized as he informed him that he wasn't able to figure out where the mastermind was. Meanwhile, the US Justice noticed their conversation. Justice said that he concluded that the terrorist incident is strictly the acts of the outsiders. He caught the attention of the participants and felt alarmed. Justice said he came there expecting it to happen, but he said that much will not stop their courtesy towards him. Ju Hyuk then expressed that he was displeased, saying that he's sure that what they did was to have an adverse effect on him. He said that he felt very offended, as he brought out the Blackstone. Upon seeing the Blackstone, Justice was surprised. Ju Hyuk showed 3 Blackstones and said that he won't sell the other 2 until the mastermind behind the attack was known. Justice couldn't believe the fact that Ju Hyuk had 3 Blackstones in his possession. Moreover, Ju Hyuk told them that he will be at loss if they don't find the mastermind and said that he hopes they understand. Then, he added that even if the mastermind is revealed, he will not be selling to the Nova and Ellen alliances. Suddenly, someone asked if they knew the reason. Ju Hyuk directly said that he just doesn't like them. Then, the first elder told the participants that they can go excluding the one who has won the bid. The participants who won the bid quickly came to them. The man noticed that Ju Hyuk was a max chaotic player, so he mused that it won't be possible to trade through the official exchange. So, he quickly brought out the money. Ju Hyuk was taken aback as he saw the money sparkling. The system then confirmed that it's really 50 trillion, so he asked the man if he would just give it away without checking the item first. But, the man stated that he saw that Ju Hyuk has the qualities that would make him the ruler of the world in the future. So, Ju Hyuk felt embarrassed at himself for thinking to bounce off the second he received the money. Without delay, he brought out the Blackstone. He then thought that if he continued his plan, then he really would have turned the whole world into an enemy. Furthermore, he asked Randall what he was thinking of using on Blackstone. Randall smiled and stated, he's going to use it for his eyes, which Ju Hyuk caught off guard. So, Randall said that it was just a joke. Then, Randall told him that there's something that he would like to do. He stated that there are a lot of people in the world who need a helping hand. He shared that some children are unable to attend the academy. So, he said that he's going to extend a hand to them. Randall said that he's going to sponsor all children so that they may be able to attend the academy. He thinks that it's too much for money to fix, so if he has the Blackstone, then he might make that possible using its infinite energy. As Randall was leaving, Ju Hyuk thought he's different in what he thought about him. So, he thought that's what a normal person should be, like Randall. Meanwhile, Mu Huan was angered. He couldn't believe that Ju Hyuk possessed 3 Blackstones. His employee informed him that he have already confirmed it. Then, Mu Huan asked what happened to the individuals they've sent. The man informed him that they have been dealt with and their alliance will never be linked to them. So, Mu Huan sighed in relief, then thought about where Ju Hyuk get the 3 Blackstones. He pondered that if Ju Hyuk revealed 3 Blackstones, it might be possible that he might have more, so he thought if he should withdraw the execution and befriend Ju Hyuk. But, he thought about the pride of the Nova nobles. He considered Ju Hyuk as the absolute evil, so he thinks he is a player who plays evil. However, he still considered the 3 Blackstones that Ju Hyuk possessed. He pondered that if they could get just one, they would be able to produce monster gates without difficulty. So, Mu Huan was confused on what he should do. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk stated that it seemed everything's generally settled. He then couldn't believe that he had the 50 trillion cash in hand. Suddenly, Seershan told Ju Hyuk that he was quite brilliant. Seershan then said that he had to tell Ju Hyuk something. But, Ju Hyuk asked him to hold on as he will check something first and listen. To his surprise, a quest showed up, informing him that from the remaining 3 elders, the 2 had acknowledged him. Suddenly, a man arrived at the museum. The elders and Ju Hyuk were quite surprised as they felt its powers to the ground. The first elder quickly asked the man who he was. The stranger quickly came down and stated that he will be different among the elders. He introduced himself as the body of Lexer, the leader of the Black Floral Group and the 3rd elder. Then, he challenged Ju Hyuk to a duel and said prove his strength to him. The system suddenly showed up, informing them that the updated quest is the last elder and 3rd elder, Lexer. The system showed him that his quest was to be acknowledged by the last elder and the acknowledgement condition is strength. Upon reading this, Ju Hyuk wondered what the duel is all about. Lexer then spoke up and told Ju Hyuk that his face says that he doesn't know the reason. So, Lexer shared that he watched the auction from afar with the 2 remaining elders and the 2 elders have acknowledged him. He mentioned that the elders take a look within him and judge if he can be acknowledged as the absolute ruler. The elders judge him by charisma, wisdom, ambition, and decision-making. And lastly, Lexer told him that he was in charge of strength and said that Ju Hyuk hadn't shown any strength that would satisfy him. So, the 4 elders immediately came in Ju Hyuk's defense and told Ju Hyuk that he was insolent. The first elder told Lexer that if he had seen Ju Hyuk's actions, he wouldn't act that way. Then, Lexer called Jahan and asked why he was silent. He mentioned that Jahan was the one who convinced him to give him more time. So, Lexer thought that Jahan was going to fight him instead of Ju Hyuk. Shortly, Ju Hyuk told them to stop and asked what they were doing. Ju Hyuk stated that he was the successor to the heaven-shattering ghost art and the absolute ruler of Sky Devil and said that he does not tolerate any disputes between the elders in front of him. He told then that it was a necessary hurdle and mentioned the elder or anyone else, saying he does not permit any sort of assistance. Ju Hyuk told them not to get involved whatever the result may be. Moreover, Ju Hyuk told Lexer that he expected that he will do it and said that Lexer meant he would only recognize him as his master when he won a duel with him. Lexer responded that he was right as he had gotten tired of waiting and he had no intentions of going under someone weaker than him. So, Ju Hyuk agreed as he requested and said that he will get his acknowledgement using strength. Meanwhile, Zeta asked Jahan if he thinks Ju Hyuk can win as a fellow assassin like Lexer. Jahan thinks that up to a moment ago, Ju Hyuk's power was overflowing, but when Lexer appeared, Ju Hyuk suddenly seemed weak. So, he wondered if it meant that Ju Hyuk can deal with Lexer without having to display all his power, thus he said he had no choice but to trust Ju Hyuk now. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk was thinking that Lexer is the most top-class assassin specializing in surprise attacks, so he wondered if he who's debuffed by the system can deal with Lexer. Then, he looked back where he got the elder's acknowledgement like Erda. Next is Jahan. He thinks he has grown in his own way, and he has naturally combined what he has learned in every problem he has solved. In short, Ju Hyuk thinks that even NPCs act autonomously, thinking Zeus has allowed him to get through every scenario within the limits of his capacity until now. Shortly, he told Lexer that it has been a while since I have been in position, so it's a bit awkward for him. Ju Hyuk positioned in a basic stance and told Lexer that he is going for real. In response, Lexer told him not to regret it. Ju Hyuk told Lexer that he speak a lot for an assassin and mentioned that their fight won't take long as he's busy. So, Lexer said that he will just check how great his skills are as he swiftly moves to attack Ju Hyuk, disappearing from his sight. Lexer moved with a fast pace as he moved around Ju Hyuk. Surprisingly, he managed to land a hit on Ju Hyuk in his face. Ju Hyuk realized that Lexer is indeed the top assassin, as he has a speed that's hard to follow with a naked eye. He thought it could be dangerous if he's in a tight spot, as Lexer is seriously trying to kill him. Ju Hyuk was trying to find where Lexer went and unbeknownst to him, Lexer was already behind him. Lexer was opting to attack Ju Hyuk from behind. Ju Hyuk quickly felt his presence as the sword was about to hit him. As a result, the attack created a powerful surge of energy. The elders grew worried as they saw Ju Hyuk getting hit by the weapon. But, Jahan told them to compose themselves and loom properly as it still isn't over yet. Lexer felt surprised as he wondered what Ju Hyuk did. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk asked Lexer sarcastically what he was doing. Lexer felt surprised as he didn't expect Ju Hyuk would respond like that to his attack. Ju Hyuk mocked Lexer saying that he was so confident earlier but he has lowered his guard too much. Ju Hyuk slowly breaks Lexer's sword and says that Lexer must have thought that he would be struck down like that, thinking that Lexer must have looked that weak to him. Then, he told Lexer that he won't go easy on him. Shortly, Ju Hyuk stated that it's over as he easily threw Lexer to the ground. Lexer felt an intense pain as he landed on the ground. Ju Hyuk then went closer to Lexer and told him that he won't die, however, it will hurt a bit. Shortly, the elders came up to him and said that they didn't expect that he would defeat Lexer easily without even using the heaven-shattering ghost art. In Ju Hyuk's mind, he felt the damage when he was scratched by Lexer's attack. He thought that even if he's debuffed, he can still react somehow and the damage isn't that great. So, he realized that no matter his stats decrease, as long as his basic attack is strong and is at level 99. He thinks he can withstand at least one attack from an assassin specialized in agility, then tells the elders that he should at least can do that as he was the ruler of the Sky Devil. Meanwhile, Lexer was trying to get up even if his body was trembling. So, Ju Hyuk told him that the duel is his victory and asked if he has any complaints. In response, Lexer agreed that it was Ju Hyuk's victory and said that it was his perfect defeat. Lexer stated that he dared not recognize the true ruler and said that he committed a crime, so he told Ju Hyuk to punish him. Jahan then spoke up and told Ju Hyuk that even though Lexer committed a huge mistake, he has always looked for the Sky Devil, to which Ju Hyuk said that he wasn't going to kill Lexer. Shortly, Ju Hyuk told Lexer to raise his head. Ju Hyuk stated that he's aware that the duel is a sign of loyalty towards the Sky Devil, and said that as his master, he does not wish to punish him. Moreover, Ju Hyuk said that he understood that Lexer was impatient because he didn't show his strength properly. Lexer was about to cry as he heard Ju Hyuk say that he shall remain as the Sky Devil's elder. He suddenly clung on to Ju Hyuk's thighs and told him to accept his body and loyalty. As Lexer was speaking, Ju Hyuk thought that it's a bit much. Lexer was crying as he couldn't believe that Ju Hyuk would be so merciful. Lexer stated that there may be infinite glory and blessings in the Master's path and said that he wished him good health and a long life. Furthermore, Lexer went to the other elders and admitted that he made a huge mistake. Suddenly, Seershan called Ju Hyuk, mentioning what he said that he couldn't finish earlier. Ju Hyuk then responded that it must be something important. Seershan said that he is saying it right now because he believes it's time. He mentioned that as they have 50 trillion gold at the moment, he suggested that they do a metropolis relocation. Ju Hyuk was surprised upon his request as well as the other elders. Furthermore, all of them went back to the Sky Devil. As they had all gathered, Seershan informed them that he will begin the briefing. First, he said that he will start explaining why he suggested a metropolis relocation. Seershan explains that it is much cheaper for them to do metropolis relocation than it is to artificially revive their land, which Ju Hyuk pondered. Next, Seershan informed them that it just happens that there's a suitable place for them to relocate. He said it's a place called Nan. He mentioned there's a tall mountain behind it that appears steep. Furthermore, he mentioned there's an enormous river flowing in front of it, which he considered they won't worry about the land going dry. Seershan also added that the terrain is also in a very good shape, so they can make it a strategic point where they will be able to defend themselves against an army. Upon hearing this, Ju Hyuk thinks what Seershan said all made sense. So, he asked Seershan how much does he project the Einital budget will be. To his surprise, Seershan said that the initial budget will cost around 10 trillion gold. But, he thought about Randall and thinks that for him to spend 10 trillion gold, he still has a very small worldview. Moreover, Seershan said that even if it's not a small sum, it is only right to make such a huge investment to be prepared against an imperial invasion. Then, Seershan said that if they'll be able to proceed, he mentioned the 8 elders. Along with the 11th elder, saying that they will be able to proceed even more perfectly. Lastly, Seershan said that it was the dream location that he couldn't actually realize as well. Then, he asked permission to Ju Hyuk. So, Ju Hyuk thinks that it was for the future of the people he is leading, so he thinks that 10 trillion is a cheap price. In response, Ju Hyun told Seershan that he agreed and said that as the 8th and 11th elder is there, he shall do his best and proceed. Upon hearing this, all the elders stood up and declared that they will do as he commands. Shortly, the system confirmed that the hideout is relocated at Nan and the elders' sense of loyalty has increased even further. Ju Hyuk then thinks that it's still a bit draining to use 10 trillion in one go. In an instant, the place was relocated and it was under renovation. Ju Hyuk along with Seorshan and Lexer looked at the high grounds to observe what's happening. He then asked Seorshan if the project is proceeding well, to which Seorshan said that he's correct, saying that the place will be the first step in their great journey. Thus, Ju Hyuk said that he will leave it to Seorshan. Then, he thought that although he's the one to give the approval, the work will be managed by Seorshan, so he thought that until it's completed, he should do what he needs to do as well. So, he looked at his system to see what the first thing he should do is. He looked at the return of the Absolute Ruler quest reward, thinking he has now had a chance to look at it properly. He hopes that there's a big reward fitting for an SSS rank quest, considering he had to fight with Lexer at the end. The system showed that his first reward is that he has been granted authority to move the High Altar, which he didn't expect. He suddenly pondered if Seorshan knew about it, that's why he asked for a metropolis relocation. Then, the system showed that the second reward can be obtained once the condition has been met in which he shall use the Blackstone. He thought it was insane as it wants him to consume the Blackstone when one of it costs around 5 trillion gold. But, he thought that it's not like he can't receive a main scenario quest either, so he decided to accept it. As the system gives him the second reward, a powerful energy emits around him, then, the system states that a force job change will proceed. The system told him that the Absolute Evil class name has been activated and the job change has been completed. The elders grew worried as the powerful energy envelopes their master. They felt a terrifying energy, wondering what kind of tremendous feeling of intense pressure their master is going through. Shortly, the system informed him that he will be given privileges for the Absolute Evil class. So, Ju Hyuk thinks that it really is worth one Blackstone and thinks that now he has changed jobs to Absolute Evil. He wondered if he had taken another step towards the main scenario. He was then surprised as he even obtained 2 Nay skills on top. Shortly, the elders called Ju Hyuk asking if he was alright. He assured them that he was fine and said that they came at the right time. He told them to help him out for a second as there's something he would like to check. The next day, the Olympus News reported that the 7 constellations have all been confirmed, thus the main stronghold of the constellations has been set as the Erpes Imperial City. Moreover, the first assembly was held in the Great Conference Hall in the Erper Imperial City which ended successfully. While Ju Hyuk was watching the news, he wondered if that side's finally been decided. Shortly, Seiya returned and Ju Hyuk quickly asked how it went. Seiya expressed that it was amazing as she said that 5 out of the 7 constellations are Korean, so they barely used the automatic translation system. To his surprise, Seiya mentioned that there was a person that was over 130 and told Ju Hyuk that he should be careful. So, Ju Hyuk said that the person on the level is the unofficial ranking that his master talked about back then. Suddenly, Seiya asked Ju Hyuk if he remembered Kong Musiak that he fought with last time. Seiya told him that Mu Suk seemed to be grinding his teeth and had the vibe of someone who was going thoroughly to chew him out, so she asked if Ju Hyuk did something. Ju Hyuk said that he didn't and mentioned that Mu Suk must have been irritated by what happened last time. Then, he asked Seiya if there's any other news. Seiya revealed that she received a constellation-exclusive quest, but it said that all 7 of them need to move together. Ju Hyuk told her that it's good for her as she will be closer with constellations, as it will be even harder for them to go around together anyway. He told her to think of it as a good opportunity. He told Seiya that if the constellations are gathered together, it will be easier to get info like each constellation's characteristics and weaknesses, which Seiya realized that he was correct. Seiya then expressed that hearing him say that sounds fun. So, Seiya thinks that from now on, she will become like a spy. Then, she suddenly asked him how it was going with the thing he told her that he was preparing. Ju Hyuk told her that it just happens that he was going to talk about it, then he asked Seiya to go out with him tomorrow for a bit. To her surprise, Ju Hyuk informed her that they're going to sign an apartment contract under her name. The next day, they went to a licensed real estate agency. An employee welcomed them and asked if they had come to look at some houses. She asked if they have a specific house on the market and said that if they share the price and house they were looking for, they will find it for them. Upon hearing they're looking for a hill stay, the woman ponders if they're wealthy magnates as they look young. So, the woman asked if they would like for her to look up a place with yearly lease, but Ju Hyuk declined, saying it's a purchase. The woman was surprised as Ju Hyuk told her that he would like to purchase it in one lump sum. So, the woman said that they can pay with gold and asked them to wait a second as she'll contact the owner right away. Shortly, the woman brought out the contract and informed them that it has been written under his sister's name like he requested. As they were leaving, the woman told them that they shall meet again on their moving day. Ju Hyuk thinks that he could have bought a nicer place, but he thought that it would make Seiya stand out. That's why he bought a nice place and made it under Seiya's name so that Seiya could say something like she became wealthy after she became a constellation. Moreover, as they were walking, he thinks that he needs to be careful as Seiya's identity may be revealed because she's begun to make contact with other constellations. As they went home, he quickly logged into the Olympus. Rufendel felt uneasy as they were about to level up. He doubted if the location they're in is the real destination as it was a cave. Rufendel told Ju Hyuk that if he goes in there, it will be full of centipedes, snakes and ants, as 10,000s of them come swarming at a player all at once. Ju Hyuk responded that he knows and asked if there's a problem. Meanwhile, Sisong pulled his arm and told him that they will be fine as long as they stick together. In response, Ju Hyuk asked Sisong if she was saying that because she's confident, to which Rufendel thought that Ju Hyuk is not going to protect them. Ju Hyuk pondered that Sisong is past level 50, so if they nitpick in terms of growth rate, he thinks Sisong's rate is even faster than Seiya. He considered that she's together with her countless undead corpse, so she'll continue to grow monstrously stronger. However, Ju Hyuk thought that as long as the constellations are gathered together doing the quest, they don't have to be relaxing either. The system then confirmed that they entered the cave, and it immediately alarmed the insects inside. There were other people inside the cave that was fighting the insects, which are the mages. They made a fire wall that shall fight and scare the insects away from them. As a result of the tremendous fire, the insects were burned to ashes. As they successfully eliminated them, the man called the mages and said that they all have worked hard so they can take a rest. The man was known as the Alliance leader Markin, of the mid-size Alliance Hyria. He told his companions that they shall go farm and come back right after before the ants respawn. Suddenly, he saw the reward had emerged as a red stone suddenly appeared in front of him. He quickly picked up the red stone, as he was just wondering what to do if it didn't come out that day as well. Markin worked as a department head in Nova, then he was pushed to resign because he's unable to keep up with the internal conflicts, so at that moment, he thought his life was over. But fortunately, he made it that far thanks to his subordinates that left with him, and even though half of their revenues was taken, he was still thankful they can hunt like that. Suddenly, his subordinates inform him that a max chaotic player has come inside the cave. As he observed them, he saw a big eagle pet, a necromancer, and Rufendel, who was a max chaotic player, along with a man leading them in front. So, he realized that in front of him was absolute evil. He quickly wondered what they shall do, as he thinks they will not survive if they charge at them. To his surprise, Ju Hyuk told them that if they don't strike, then he won't strike either. So, they quickly bowed their heads and let them pass through, saying they have no thoughts of attacking them. Suddenly, Markin thought of something. He thinks it's slowly getting time for the ants to respawn, and thinks if they have anyone who can use magic flames. Moreover, Coco sensed the ants respawning and felt alarmed. His eyes brightened and said that it was yummy as he could smell the ants. Without hesitation, Coco quickly sprinted to the respawning ants, which surprised Rufendel and Sisong. Coco quickly smashed the ants one by one, and Ju Hyuk wondered what's wrong with Coco as he suddenly acted like that. Meanwhile, Markin and his subordinates were surprised seeing Coco hunt them down, and think that if Coco hunts the ants like that, the ants will get messed up and they will respawn at a rate that they can't be handled. So, Markin quickly instructed his subordinates to pack their belongings. He declared that their hunt for today is ruined, as they saw Coco hunting them down with just his claws. Meanwhile, back in the real world, a woman informed her brother that he saw the video that he posted. She mocked him saying that he got destroyed all nice that time around and asked what they were going to do. He said that he will wipe them one day, so his sister asked if it was true and said that she hopes that day comes quickly. The woman was a beast master, Eugene. She told her brother that he was embarrassed considering that her brother is a Nova rising star. Then, she told him that he was lucky enough to take the seat as the first constellation. But, she mentioned something about his ability. She told him that he could even be acknowledged by her guild, the Sons of Heaven, and told him to try his best. Muzik thought that his sister was rude and that she wouldn't even have been able to graduate from the academy if it wasn't for her guild's halo effect. Suddenly, Eugene said that she remembered something as they were talking about the constellations. She mentioned that she heard that an insignificant waste of space whose background or identity is unknown was chosen as a constellation, which Muzik said was that it was the seventh constellation. She mocked Seiya and said that she dares to become a constellation when she wasn't even able to become one, and asked Muzik if he was just going to let the seventh constellation be. Muzik said that he was thinking of letting Seiya be while the scenario is in progress and figure out her identity once they get more clues. So, Eugene said that she will wait and see then. Eugene told him that she has no intentions of leaving a bottom feeder class who dares to stand above her and said that no one will even know if a bottom feeder like Seiya of unknown origin, is suddenly killed in an accident. Coco crushed the ants with his bare claws. Then, he bit one of the ants. Coco showed the other ants how he split their companion's body in two. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk and the others were silently kicking the ants as they seemed confused. Markin thought they were in trouble as he thinks, that no matter how good a pet's performance is, if it thoughtlessly hunt like that, they won't be able to handle the screwed up respawn. So, he thought they should leave before it's too late. Suddenly, they noticed Coco was doing something unusual. To their surprise, it let out a loud scream, as it used the skill, the Crying Emperor. This made the ants tremble in fear. Ju Hyuk and his team were surprised as they never expected Coco to do that. They noticed the ants were running away at that time because they got scared. Markin thought it was fascinating, wondering if what Coco did was a special skill. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk reprimanded Coco as the ants were their time to make money and for Sesong it was a chance to create some undead insects. Suddenly, Coco was pointing something deeper in the cave. Ju Hyuk asked if it was saying that something is there. Suddenly, Markin went up to them and asked permission if he could say something. Markin said that he believed that Coco was pointing to the dead-end terrain that's on the west side of there, the cave of Juragaktu. He told Ju Hyuk that the dead end was the name of the terrain. Moreover, Markin shared that the Juragaktu dungeon is split into a total of 5 areas. Ju Hyuk then thought that Markin is an alliance leader of an alliance that knows the area quite well. So, Ju Hyuk told Markin that they should go together until he's familiar with the path and also said that he'll split the rewards, which Markin refused as he didn't want to ask for such treatment. Markin said that they can just take whatever they hunted and they're just thankful that Ju Hyuk has taken control of his powers. Shortly, Ju Hyuk and his team make its way to the terrain along with Markin's team. As they were near, Markin warned them that if they go in now, they'll have to stop the respawning monsters for a week. He told them that they have to prepare, but Ju Hyuk didn't listen. As they entered the terrain, the system showed that they have sinned of encroaching the land of the holy Juragaktu, so the punishment was death. Furthermore, the system informed them that they have entered the west gate, a dead end, which the system also said that they can only escape after they die. Markin immediately realized that the ants didn't run away but instead, they were gathering at the dead end. On the other hand, Coco charged at the ants without hesitation. Markin and his team were surprised, while Ju Hyuk and his team expected that it would happen. Shortly, the system showed that Coco has created a skill. Coco immediately used the skill, the wide domain pecking. The system informed him that he easily hunted a cave ant and a centipede, thus, Coco demanded to hand over the prices, so the system confirmed Coco's strong desires. Shortly, Coco saw that the red stones have appeared. Coco's eyes brightened with joy as he confirmed that it's the Emperor's dignity. Then, Rufendel quickly took a move and collected the red stones. To Coco's surprise, he saw the red stones were nowhere to be found. Coco saw that Rufendel was giving the red stones to Ju Hyuk and was asking Ju Hyuk to praise him for swiftly collecting the rewards. Rufendel told Ju Hyuk that he will pick up every single red stone as soon as they appear. Suddenly, he heard Coco called. He saw that Coco was very angry for what he did. Rufendel teased Coco and sarcastically asked him if it was pissed that he took the red stones that came from the monsters that he hunted. Coco retorted that he is much the cooler pet and Bist the number one. Meanwhile, the ants were slowly respawning. Markin was surprised that the red stones appeared easily, while his subordinate informed him that the monsters are gathering. Suddenly, the system informs them that a certain condition has been met, thus, a hidden piece has been revealed. The system congratulated them as they discovered a new passageway. But, there was a monster hiding in the new passage with all the ants looking at its way. Moreover, the system asked if they would like to move to the new passage, saying that if they decline, they will be moved outside the dungeon and the rewards will not be given. Markin thought that leaving quickly would be better for them as there's a new exit formed. To their surprise, the monsters are gathering again. So, Markin told Ju Hyuk that he thinks leaving now would be the best for them, as they don't know the way either. Ju Hyuk told them to do as they please, so Markin said that they shall see again next time. In an instant, Markin and his team have left the dungeon. Markin told his team that they all have worked hard and said they're free to clock out for today. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching. The man told them that they looked delighted and they seemed to have fun. Markin was caught off guard upon seeing him, questioning why he was there. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Sisong was clinging to Ju Hyuk. She asked Ju Hyuk what would happen to Coco. Ju Hyuk assured her that it's just attaching to Coco but they don't seem to attack. He then shared that the ants are rather running away from something. But, he told her that the insects seemed like they were going to attack her. So, he carried Sisong and told her to be careful. Thus, Ju Hyuk asked Rufendel about the defense magic, to which Rufendel said there's nothing wrong and the ants are just small fry. Then, he called out Sisong and told her to get her act together. He instructed her to prepare to use soul bondage, as they should test it out there. Without delay, Sisong activated the skill, to which the system confirmed that she had manifested the space of evil. Suddenly, Rufendel also experienced an incredible energy. He asked Ju Hyuk what it was. The system showed that the space of evil has been manifested. The space of evil is a skill that creates a skill, allowing the absolute evil's authority to manifest as much as possible, but it only works for a brief amount of time. According to the tests done on the elders, Lexer has been given as a fighter type, then it also took an effect on Seershan, who's an administrative elder. So, Ju Hyuk ponders that the skill is the one that will play a huge role in the upcoming war that will break out against the constellations. Thus, Ju Hyuk wants to see just how good the synergy is with the absolute necromancer. As Sisong's attributes belong to the space of evil's attributes, she also experienced a buff which she didn't expect. Sisong felt confused as she doesn't know what the notifications are saying. Moreover, Sisong told Ju Hyuk that she is going to summon one undead. The insects were alarmed as they saw something manifesting in front of them. Ju Hyuk told Sisong that the thing she summoned looked a bit different, to which Sisong explained that she was able to adjust its size after making it undead. The undead water pistol chimera rose as undead, transforming into a new version as its appearance changed after its rating went up. Shortly, the chimera confirmed its master's enemy and asked permission to use its skill. Sisong thought that the skill would be good. Then, she ordered it to use the acid Vulcan skill. The insects quickly ran away from fear. But, they were still caught by the skill. Ju Hyuk was surprised, wondering what ridiculous range of power the hippo released. He thought it has an incredible rapid fire rate with even a high accuracy, then, he also noticed at first glance that it has a piercing effect as well. So, he felt jealous as he doesn't even have that sort of wide-range attack. As the skill was used, the system has confirmed a kin within the space of evil, consequently, the experience gained by the kin is shared with the absolute evil. So, Ju Hyuk also leveled up due to the experience being shared. Then, he used evil encouragement. As a result, a dominant power has been granted to all creatures with a demonic property within the space of evil, and that includes Sisong. Suddenly, Sisong realizes something. Ju Hyuk was confused as Sisong was enveloped by dark magic. Sisong then immediately utilized the troop bondage as the soul bondage skill has temporarily been turned into a troop bandage. The system showed that the undead slots have temporarily increased to 9,999, then, small insect-like monsters have been allotted to 2 per slot. Upon seeing this, Ju Hyuk thought that Sisong has gotten even stronger from where she stands. On the other hand, Sisong happily ordered her soldiers of death. Suddenly, she realized that she was a necromancer. So, she quickly changed demeanor, thinking that he had to create a heavy and imposing vibe. As they observe Sisong, Ju Hyuk thinks she will never be able to create a solemn vibe. Shortly, the system announced that the effect from evil encouragement will also dissipate, to which Sisong thinks that it's over. She then asked Ju Hyuk what he did just now, so Ju Hyuk said he just tested out a good skill that he had just gotten. While they were talking, Rafendel fell silent beside them. He felt that he was being left out and he suddenly felt the feeling of getting the title of the one in charge of cuteness, which he thinks it's dangerous. So, he quickly captured Ju Hyuk's attention and said they should set off to the secret tunnel that appeared earlier. Without hesitation, they walked down the path. Then shortly, they successfully entered the new tunnel named Hidden Peace. The new tunnel opened up because of Coco's use of his skill, the Cry of the Emperor. As fear filled the bugs, they ran away, which caused a new path to open, but the bugs crawled back their way shortly after, as if it was saying that there was something even stronger towards the new path. Suddenly, Sisong asked Ju Hyuk if he could hold her hand, but Ju Hyuk said that he couldn't. Sisong then said that she doesn't feel good about the place, so Ju Hyuk considered. Ju Hyuk called Rafendel, which surprised him, and instructed Rafendel to hold Sisong's hand for a bit. But, Sisong seemed like she didn't want to hold Rafendel's hand. So, Rafendel felt frightened. Then, Sisong said that she will just walk, while Rafendel suddenly felt wronged for some reason. Moreover, Ju Hyuk noticed that it was too dark, so he used light magic. He showed it Aro Rafendel and said that it's basic magic, but Rafendel still felt unease. They were surprised that the light had gotten stronger in a short period of time. Rafendel told him that he expected it, as even if it's basic magic, the power of the light is unimaginable, as Ju Hyuk has a high status. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk pushed Rafendel, telling him to step back. Rafendel got confused and asked why he suddenly did that. Then, he saw Ju Hyuk hugging Sisong and was looking above. Rafendel asked if there was something above him. Suddenly, the system informed him that he had been caught under petrification. To his surprise, he saw a large anaconda looming in front of them with its BG size. Ju Hyuk pondered from what he knows, that the dungeon was discovered 80 years ago, and until now, not once has a boss made its appearance, and it seemed like they were the first to confront it. Then, he noticed that it was an alter ego, so it meant that its actual body is elsewhere. Moreover, Coco also isn't affected by its magic, so Ju Hyuk thought that their types do not match up. But, he realizes that the monster didn't look interested in Coco. Coco got angry and complained that it was ignoring him. So, Coco charged at it and challenged it to fight in the air. The anaconda surprisingly charged with its big mouth, surprising Coco. But, Ju Hyuk was there to back up. However, the anaconda instantly caught sight of him. In an instant, the anaconda devoured Ju Hyuk. Upon seeing this, Rafendel trembled in fear. However, a bright light was manifesting inside the anaconda's mouth. Shortly, Ju Hyuk emerged from its mouth using the light magic. Along with it, he used the skill, Deadly Fist. Ju Hyuk thought that the anaconda would be a bit stronger, but he didn't expect that it would be dead in just one hit. Consequently, the petrification was released, so Rufendel felt relieved and thought how he could be flustered when his master isn't the type to get in trouble. Shortly, Ju Hyuk descends from the ground. The system then congratulates them as Ju Hyuk has killed Juragakta's alter ego, thus, the Juragakta's shell has been given as a reward. Sisong chimed in and said that she guessed that it really was an alter ego, seeing that it isn't getting revived as an undead. Then, he thanked Ju Hyuk for helping her not get petrified, then Ju Hyuk said that it's fine. Originally, Sisong wanted to tell him that her heart fluttered when he suddenly embraced her. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk saw that the system said that if he makes another attempt at the dungeon, a hidden quest will be added within the next 36 hours. Then, he thought the skin-like reward that was given would be the connecting item for the next quest, and the true rewards will be given if they hunt down its actually body. Thus, he told them that since they have 36 hours of free time, they should rest and gather again. Ju Hyuk then went back to the real world. Seiya noticed he was back, and Ju Hyuk explained that he would rest for a bit. Then, Ju Hyuk noticed that Seiya cried, but Seiya denied it. But, Ju Hyuk told her not to hide it and tell it to him straight, as he knew that she went to the constellation gathering. He mused that something happened there, so Seiya felt like she needed to say it. Seiya shared that the other constellations told her to not meddle in arrogantly. They said she was a nobody with no class and background. They even told her that she was just lucky enough to gain a constellation seat, so she should keep her mouth shut and do what they order. Ju Hyuk asked who they were, but Seiya said that she didn't know, and all she knew was one among the constellations. Ju Hyuk felt angered as he heard Seiya cry and expressed that she was really sad about the constellations mocking her and that she felt embarrassed. Then, Seiya said that the constellations are such bad people and the absolute evil is a whole lot better. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk was trembling with anger as he thinks that the constellations have gone too far just because someone doesn't have money. Shortly, he pats Seiya's head and tells her that she didn't do anything wrong and the constellations are the one who's wrong. Ju Hyuk stated that he would punish all the bad people later and terrify the shit out of them. After a while, he logged back into the Olympus and Sisong immediately informed him that someone came looking for him. As the person showed up, he realized it was the Alliance leader from the cave last time. Markin shared the time when they left the dungeon first. Kong Museok showed up and told them that they seemed to see his kindness like trash. Museok then stated that the hunting grounds under Nova's ownership are all under their surveillance, but he couldn't believe that Markin just watched the person they ordered for extermination to wander around the cave. So, Museok told Markin that from that moment, they won't be able to dream of hunting in Juragakta's dungeon. He rephrased his words and said that they won't be able to hunt in the dungeons owned by Nova, and those who commit treason against Nova can never be forgiven. While hearing her story, Sisong felt bad. Furthermore, Markin shared that their alliance members are scattered and he's all left alone. He also shared that none of the other alliances would even share quests with him and won't even let him use any of their hunting grounds. So, Ju Hyuk thought that Nova have gone too far, as if they're acting like kings. Then, he recalled what Seiya said, that Kong Museok's acting that way because he thinks he's an aristocrat already. Ju Hyuk thought that after Museok became active as a constellation, the behavior he exhibited towards the people around him is like a belief that animals and humans will follow him just because he asks. Moreover, Ju Hyuk told Markin that he had no choice. He told Markin that for now, they should clear the dungeon together and advised him to try to protect his own life as much as possible. He then told Markin that he must be in an urgent situation, considering that he finds him, to which Markin said that it's because he was thinking about her daughter's college tuition. Then, he said that it was too shameless of him to ask, but, he said if they clear the dungeon, he could maybe just get 1 red stone or 1 blue stone. To his surprise, Ju Hyuk told him that it's a simple condition. Ju Hyuk told him that something like red stones won't be a problem. However, he informed Markin to be aware that he may use him for political reasons, to which Markin didn't hesitate. Markin thought that Ju Hyuk was going to use him as a tool to chip at Nova in the political fight, but he thinks he has to accept it as he has decided to hang on to the absolute evil. Then, he thought about what Ju Hyuk said about the Redstones being easy, as he pondered that Ju Hyuk said that out of consideration so he wouldn't feel burdened. Furthermore, while they were hunting inside, Markin was taken aback. He saw Coco hunting down the ants as usual using its wide domain pecking. As a result, red stones have appeared as a reward, and Rafendel quickly moves to collect them. Coco was caught off guard as he saw Rafendel taking the red stones again. While Markin was watching them, he couldn't believe that it's possible for red stones to pop up just like that. Markin thought that he was still surprised even after seeing it for the second time, and thought Ju Hyuk was lucky. Then, he thought that Ju Hyuk just happened to be lucky that day. Suddenly, they noticed a new passageway has opened. Shortly, Juragakta's alter ego showed up again. Ju Hyuk felt disappointed as it was an alter ego again, then told Markin to step back as it could get dangerous. Markin was surprised as he was told to step back, meaning Ju Hyuk would confront the monster. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk strikes the monster with a basic attack, causing the alter ego to go in critical. As they killed the alter ego, the system informed them against that if they try to make another attempt at the dungeon within the next 36 hours, a hidden quest will be added. Meanwhile, Markin laughed and thought that even if Ju Hyuk goes up against the constellations all at once, he thinks he's going to win. Meanwhile, at the office, Musiak said that he didn't expect to get summoned for that sort of matter. He recalled that he just handled an arrogant alliance for an example. Moreover, his grandfather said that he heard that he crushed a small alliance. Kong Mu-hwan told him that he thinks that he has gone too far, which Mu-suk said that he also feels the same. Then, Mu-hwan shared that the public is stupid and they're easily instigated, so he said it's important to keep that in mind and adjust things appropriately so that they don't feel animosity towards Nova. He then informed him that it isn't good to antagonize the absolute evil that much, to which Musiak responded that he understood. So, Musiak thinks that his grandfather has gotten a lot weaker after his father passed away in an accident. Suddenly, his subordinate came in and informed him that he had looked into the matter as he requested. He informed her that he found a young commoner who bought a foreign brand car without taking out a loan and purchased a house worth more than 300 million, and that person was named Han Seo. So, Musiak thought that Eugene was correct and wondered how Seo could afford that much when her entire fortune is less than 500 million. Moreover, he told his subordinate that it wasn't really meaningful information, as from that moment, the investigation was to find the absolute evil. Suddenly, his subordinate suggested recruiting the 7th constellation. His subordinate explained that Han Seo should be happy as she will have backing as a commoner. Moreover, he thinks that if it's known outside that Nova has 2 constellations, then they can make a good image internally. So, Kong Musiak said that it sounds good and asked his subordinate to explain further. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk and the others continued their journey to the cave's cliff. Markin instructed them to watch their step as the path suddenly ended. He then informed them that the drop is said to be about 70 meters. Moreover, Markin shared that in the past, Nova tried to explore into the bottom, but because they were massacred for unknown reasons, since then, exploration to the cave has been tacitly prohibited. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk wondered if it's a setup where they will meet Juragakta's alter ego if they went down. He thought that it's not like it's the dungeon's official boss monster, so there must not have been a reason to go after it, as he also thinks they can easily get a steady supply of red stones just by killing the bugs there. Shortly, he called Coco and instructed her to get ready to go down the cliff. Ju Hyuk then told Markin that he had found the path comfortably, all thanks to him. On the other hand, Markin thought that red stones appeared that time as well because Coco hunted them. Markin reached to the point that he thinks that it wasn't just luck and thought he should view it as Coco having some sort of special skill that raises the drop rate. So, he thinks that if it really was the case, the ransom alone for the Coco would be worth hundreds of billions. As they all flew down together, Markin wondered if the Beast Master Eugene would be able to tame Coco. Furthermore, Seesong asked if he can join in and fight, as she said that she has filled about 2,000 slots with bug monsters currently, but she hasn't had the chance to use them properly. So, Ju Hyuk said that he will stand back and Seesong would take the lead, to which Season responded that she will definitely be helpful. Suddenly, Coco complained, so Ju Hyuk asked if he couldn't see because it's dark. So, Ju Hyuk guessed that he can use light magic, to which Rafendel stopped him and said that he thinks it would be fine if he's the one that would use it. But, Ju Hyuk continued creating a dazzling bright light that blinds Rafendel's eyes. Suddenly, Rafendel stepped in a wrong position and lost balance. As a result, he fell out on Coco's back, which he didn't react to as he was confused. Then, he started to realize that he feels, so he quickly called Ju Hyuk. Jirigakta's alter ego showed up and was about to devour him, so Rafendel shouted that after 48 hours had passed, he would reconnect immediately. Rafendel asked Ju Hyuk to remember him, as he got swallowed completely by the giant anaconda. Shortly, the system informed that Rafendel had died. Then, Ju Hyuk and the others looked at the alter ego and Ju Hyuk guessed that he won't have to look for the alter ego as it already showed up. Moreover, Ju Hyuk told Coco that he was shaking a bit earlier and asked if he did it on purpose, then said that he would be punished if he did it on purpose. Furthermore, Ju Hyuk instructed Seesong to start and Rafendel will come back later on his own. Without hesitation, Seesong begins to summon her undead soldiers. Markin couldn't believe that they would proceed with Seesong taking the lead even if Rafendel had died in one gulp. He was surprised when Seesong ordered her armies to rise. He realized that Seesong was a necromancer and that she made a bug-type monster in the dungeon into the undead. However, he noticed that they looked bigger and stronger from what he had been used to seeing, wondering if they had been reinforced. Moreover, he thought that the number was unbelievable as he thinks that if he counted it, it would be about 4,000. Meanwhile, as Seesong continued, the system informed her that the Space of Evil's random effect has been applied. The system then said that a fixed number of summoned cave ants have been evolved. As a result, it has evolved into a cave queen ant. Shortly, the system relayed that the cave queen ant's unique skill is triggered and it is continuing to summon red soldier ants. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk was surprised that the numbers are increasing and thought that there are a lot as it is, but the red ants keep on increasing. Seesong called Ju Hyuk and informed him that it was the first time that he's drinking an MP potion, so Ju Hyuk asked if she is really maintaining her MP and HP while doing that. Shortly, Seesong instructed her armies to attack, which troubled the alter ego with their numbers. Jirigakta's alter ego screamed in pain as he was being enveloped by the red ants. Shortly, the system announced that the hunting of Jirigakta's alter ego has been completed. Markin was amazed and thought that even if there's a person called Constellations, he doesn't think that any of them would have abilities to that extent. So, he thought he needs to keep sticking to absolute evil even in the future. After a while, they exit the cave and Ju Hyuk tells them that they shall meet again in 24 hours. Suddenly, Seesong asked Ju Hyuk if she's been doing well the past few days, to which Ju Hyuk responded that she's doing a bit alright, so she asked him if he could give her a compliment. So, Ju Hyuk told her that she did well, which made Seesong flustered and smile. Moreover, Seesong told Ju Hyuk that she feels gleeful that he got complimented and she'll work hard to level up for the next 24 hours. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk noticed Museok had appeared. Museok told him that he was there to offer him a deal. But, Ju Hyuk felt angered towards him as he recalled what he did towards his sister, Saya. Kong Museok thought he should do what his grandfather wished him to do, but little did he know, Ju Hyuk was about to strike him. In an instant, Ju Hyuk killed Museok and the system rewarded him with one absolute evil point, which Ju Hyuk thought the reward was a bit cheap. Meanwhile, Museok lost one constellation point and has been brought down by 4 levels. Museok's soul demanded Ju Hyuk to stop and said that he will exterminate him, but Ju Hyuk told him to just log out instead. Ju Hyam felt refreshed after killing the person who made her sister cry and wonder if he should just strike them down like that when he sees them. As he logged out of the Olympus, Seiya heard the news about Museok. Seiya questioned Ju Hyuk why he killed Museok in one strike, as she said that he should have tormented him in a calm and orderly manner and then killed him. So, Ju Hyuk said that he will do that moving forward, while he pondered that if he didn't do that, Seiya would make a fuss if he just let Museok be. Then, Seiya shared that the constellations looked down on her again as she told them that she would be absent once because she's moving. In response, Ju Hyuk told Seiya that he would punish them all, so she should record everything those constellations do. Moreover, Ju Hyuk thought that it's good that they moved to an apartment, which he saw that their parents are proud and happy. Their mom cried in joy as she expressed that she was happy that they moved to an apartment, but what she liked the most is the fact that they're all united. Ju Hyuk then said that he was glad that they were happy, and thought that those things are a bit awkward, but he feels pretty good. Meanwhile, Nova was checking the video posted by Ju Hyuk when he killed the first constellation, Kong Museok. They saw a lot of comments praising Ju Hyuk and said that he was doing well. Then, they checked that the reason that Ju Hyuk killed Museok was because he's ugly, so they wondered what it meant and thought if it's a code. After 24 hours, Ju Hyuk re-entered Juragaktu's cave with his team to the remaining northern zone. Then, he easily took care of Juragaktu's alter ego again. Shortly, the system announced that he had hunted all of Juragaktu's alter egos. As a result, the summoning altar is activated and they can use the offerings to summon Juragaktu's actual body. He thought about the items that were rewarded every time he hunted Juragaktu's alter ego and thought about offering them to summon Juragaktu's real body. Ju Hyuk saw the altar and thought it's where he should put the items. Without delay, he gave 4 offerings to the Juragaktu's summoning altar. As the offering was confirmed, the summoning altar is up and running. Shortly, a powerful energy was unleashed from the altar as Juragaktu's actual body was descending. Ju Hyuk then felt excited as it's finally appearing. Upon the arrival of the monster, the system informs that the Juragaktu raid has begun, so it warns all players to watch out, saying that Juragaktu is extremely ferocious. The Juragaktu quickly utilized the skill, Eyes of Petrification. As a result, Marken and Coco's body have been petrified, while Ju Hyuk easily resisted the petrification. To Ju Hyuk's surprise, Sisong wasn't affected by the petrification. Sisong said that her condition is totally good, which left Ju Hyuk shocked that she doesn't feel the effects of petrification. He was amazed as she has such godlike specs, but felt wrong as she always shows a dull side in a battle every now and then. Moreover, he told her to stand back and said that he was going to try defeating it alone. Ju Hyuk unleashed the forbidden skill. He hurled the true white slash towards the monster to see how strong it was. Meanwhile, Juragaktu counterattacked the skill with its own power. Ju Hyuk noticed that it could slow down attack skills with petrification. So, he engaged the deadly fist as he thinks it isn't just some lousy boss monster unlike the others. The Juragaktu monster was surprised as Ju Hyuk confronts him in face-to-face combat. So, the Juragaktu used the powerful poison spray to try to stop him. But, Ju Hyuk had resisted the powerful poison. As a result, the common magic offense has increased. When Ju Hyuk was about to attack, he noticed that the monster was going to focus the petrification skill on him. However, it didn't stop him at all, so he struck the monster head-on. As he struck the monster with a powerful skill, the system showed that he had killed the Juragaktu's actual body. Consequently, after defeating the monster, the system informs them that a tribute is paid to the explorers who have caught Juragaktu. Ju Hyuk was impressed as he leveled up to 57 in just one shot, while Sisong was excited to turn the corpse of Juragaktu to one of her undead armies. Moreover, as he leveled up to 57, he unlocked the Inner Eye and Advent of Evil Spirits skill. Meanwhile, Sisong was busy turning the Juragaktu's body into an undead, while Marken and Ju Hyuk talked behind her. After a while, they have finally left the dungeon happily. To their surprise, Kong Musiok was there again. Ju Hyuk was surprised to see him, as he killed him yesterday, but surprisingly, he was back again. Musiok stated that he has come to offer Ju Hyuk a proposal that won't be unfavorable to him. But, Ju Hyuk remembered that Musiok made his sister cry, so he planned to use the evil eye before killing him. As he scanned Musiok, he noticed that Musiok have put dozens of defense magic gear all over his body. So, he mused that it's likely that Musiok will attack as he can sense his mana flow. So, he quickly used the true white slash and told Musiok to die. However, Musiok defended the attack as he created a shield, to which it surprised Ju Hyam that he lasted one shot. Musiok got angry as he said that he was going to personally give him an offer, yet he did that. He told Ju Hyuk to be prepared. But, he noticed that some strange creatures were slowly enveloping his body. Musiok screamed in terror as his body was completely enveloped by the centipedes. Then, Ju Hyuk told Sesong not to kill him, as if she killed a constellation, her chaos number would rise a lot, so Ju Hyuk said that he would kill Musiok. Sesong felt flustered and thought that Ju Hyuk's attention to detail is totally a considerate king. Musiok then angrily asked Ju Hyuk if he have a backing to do that. So, Ju Hyuk told him that he doesn't have a backing and he just hates him because he's ugly. Suddenly, a woman laughed loudly in the sky while riding a wyvern. As she came closer, Ju Hyuk started to know who she was. He felt like he had seen her a lot before. Meanwhile, the woman expressed that she couldn't believe that he brutally destroyed an incredible Nova director. But, she stated that there isn't much to Nova. The woman was the Beastmaster Eugene. She told Ju Hyuk to come and work for her and she would spare his life. Ju Hyuk smirked and thought what her deal to offer him something like that is. He then wondered where her confidence was coming from, questioning if she had a special class or something. Suddenly, he remembered that she appeared riding a wyvern. Eugene was happy that Ju Hyuk seemed to recognize her as he asked her if she was a Beastmaster. Then, she offered Ju Hyuk to come and work under her and also instructed him to hand his pet over to her. Eugene belonged to the guild, Sons of Heaven. Earlier, she followed Musiok to meet Ju Hyuk even if the Sons of Heaven's members don't usually show themselves in public. Eugene spotted Ju Hyuk's pet and thinks that it's smaller than she thought. She remembered how Coco ate Musiok in just one gulp in the video, so he thinks that Coco would be a pet that's an S-class. So, Eugene expressed that she liked it. She confronted Ju Hyuk as she thought it would be worth it to take Coco and use Ju Hyuk as her lackey. To her surprise, Ju Hyuk asked why she was talking casually to him as he heard that she's just 20. Then, Ju Hyuk told her that if she's going to talk nonsense, then he would have to go. Eugene got mad as not even the director and the high alliances can't treat him like that, yet Ju Hyuk just casually talked down on her. So, she demanded Ju Hyuk to stop. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk turned around and used the inner eye to see her mana flow. Then, he told Eugene that if she's planning to do something with her lizard, he suggests that she stop. Moreover, he told her that she's like the wannabe scary villain from a drama series. Shortly, he noticed that Eugene had ordered her wyvern to attack. So, he called Coco and instructed her to get ready. Quickly, he ordered Coco to bite. Coco's power activated and saw the wyvern as a prey. Without hesitation, he charged at the wyvern with an incredible speed. Ju Hyuk thought it's a great coincidence that Eugene appeared as it just happens that he was just curious about wyverns as pets. So, he was getting thrilled to see the skill of the wyvern in action. After a while, Ju Hyuk noticed that something was weird. Coco was straight up bullying the wyvern, telling it that it dares put on a wings when it's just a lizard. Coco declared that his body is the ruler of the skies. On the other hand, Eugene was shouting at her wyvern as she was not pleased with his action. She instructed it to quickly beat the chicken head already, which she was referring to Coco. Ju Hyuk then mocked her saying that she only won in a pet controlling situation because she's the sole participant. In response, Eugene got mad and told Ju Hyuk to shut up. Suddenly, she noticed that her wyvern was already down. It was stated dead by the system and its revival time would be in 72 hours. So, Ju Hyuk felt relieved that it's done and thought about what Eugene was talking about in sparing him. He pondered that it's not like she was good in combat and she doesn't have any other pets either, so he thinks there probably isn't more to see. Coco was surprised as Eugene became hysterical. She walked up to Ju Hyuk as he was saying that she's the one who attacked first. To his surprise, she suddenly slapped her. Eugene repeatedly called him names while he slapped him multiple times. Ju Hyuk then called Sesong and asked if she was recording the situation, to which she said that she did. Then, Sesong said that she's really upset about Eugene slapping him, so she asked Ju Hyuk if she could punish her in his stead. But, Ju Hyuk told her not to act up and just record. Shortly, Eugene grew tired of screaming and hurting Ju Hyuk. Then, Eugene stated to him that he would never step on Korean soil again and she swore it by her name. Ju Hyuk mocked her asking if something would fall from the sky if she swore it by her name, then said that her wyvern actually fell from the earlier, which made her angrier. Moreover, he asked if she was done with her attack, to which she asked what he meant. Then, Ju Hyuk ordered Coco to bite. Ju Hyuk told Eugene that he would send her off like they did to her pet. Eugene then stated that she clearly warned him that she would make sure that he could never live in Korea. Shortly, Coco have successfully killed Eugene. Sesong praised Coco for doing a good job and she suddenly felt refreshed. Suddenly, an item pouch dropped after Eugene was eliminated. Coco was surprised that Markin quickly picked it up and swiftly brought it Ju Hyuk, while Rafendel felt like his job was taken away. Markin told Ju Hyuk that he was thankful for letting him come in their hunt. Ju Hyun thought that it's just a matter of picking up the item, which he thinks isn't a big deal. As he opened the pouch, he saw that it's full of red stones, so he thought that Eugene seemed like she comes from a very rich family to the point that a 20-year-old like her can go around carrying a pack of red stones. Moreover, he gave 2 red stones to Coco and said that he did well. He then also gave Sesong 1 red stone, to which it pleased her. Next, he also gave Markin a piece, but Markin said that he didn't do anything that much, so he questioned why he should be given. Ju Hyuk told him that he's not doing it out of the goodness in his heart, so he should take it as the scene is also being recorded at the moment. He then told Markin that he's trying to turn the public to his side, so Ju Hyuk stated that he would like Markin to help him, thus Ju Hyuk will make sure that he's compensated accordingly. In response, Markin thanked him and thought that Ju Hyuk is the new hope of his life. Markin stated that Ju Hyuk has created an environment where those who work hard can be treated fairly and an environment where reasonable goods are given according to fair competition. Upon seeing his action, Ju Hyuk thought that he would see it as a sign that Markin would continue to help him. Meanwhile, at the Sky Devil hideout, Seorshin told Ju Hyuk that he's doing great. Seorshin said that if he would keep on doing things for the people, he believed that he would be a magnificent absolute evil. Ju Hyuk pondered that although Seorshin always makes a big fuss, he realized that he never says anything wrong. Suddenly, Seorshin remembered something. Seorshin mentioned to Ju Hyuk that now he have sold the black stone, he sure has quite a lot of money in his reserves. He told Ju Hyuk that since there is money to spend, and they have already finished the metropolis relocation, he thinks that it's the right time to tell it to him. Seorshin suggests creating an advance base for their continental expansion. Ju Hyuk thought that Seorshin brought it up knowing that he could never say no. So, Ju Hyuk was forced to agree, while Seorshin was happy about the approval and said that he would bring the written plan in instant. Ju Hyuk thinks that he doesn't have a choice. Meanwhile, Kong Mawan was having a meeting with the Sons of Heaven, Karma. They were talking about the issue about the absolute devil causing a disturbance. They said that the foolish people talked about the absolute devil like a social revolutionary. Karma then said that it's a funny matter. He stated that livestock must remain as livestock in order to maintain its worth. But, he stated that if the livestock coveted the master's table, there should be a fitting price for that, which he was referring to Ju Hyuk and his party. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk was contemplating all the money he had spent on the relocation, and this time, he was also thinking about the operation base. He thinks he has to do it as it can't be helped and mused that Seorshan will also teach him how to make more money in the future. Suddenly, he realized that it was getting late. He realized that it was the day that Sisong and the others come home. While Sisong was walking around in the streets with her friends, some guys couldn't help but glance at her. So, she felt anxious. She wondered if it was really a good idea for her to get dressed too comfortably. Sisong then thought about the time when Ju Hyuk invited her to the housewarming party, so she got dressed in a simple style as Seo told her that Ju Hyuk likes it. Her friends then started to notice that she was getting too excited. Shortly, they arrive at the location and think that Seo really became successful. A strange man suddenly noticed them. Shortly, he called their attention. He asked them if they could give him a moment. The man told Sisong that he's really his type and said that he would like to treat her to somewhere nice. Sisong asks the man to leave as she tells him that she's a minor and she's also going to meet her boyfriend. But, the man insists that he just wants to eat together, then hands out his business card, telling Sisong to call him if she ever changed her mind. Sisong's friends got the business card and were amazed that he was a union president. Meanwhile, the man was focused on looking at Sisong, thinking that she is really his type. Suddenly, he saw that she was greeting somebody. He couldn't believe that he really has a boyfriend. He questioned if Ju Hyuk is really her boyfriend, as he thinks that he looked nothing special. After the welcoming party, Sisong was frustrated about her friends. Ju Hyuk asked what happened, asking if she came home safely. Earlier at the welcoming party, Sisong's friends told her that the man who's the union president is much better than Ju Hyuk. They were talking about how Sisong lied that she has a boyfriend, so Sisong felt anxious. That kind of conversation happened when Ju Hyuk was not there and was even in front of Seo. Suddenly, they asked Seo if she really thinks that Sisong and her brother are a good match. Their friend said that a man who rides a Lamborghini is more suitable to Sisong than Ju Hyuk, so Seo felt angry and told her friend to say it again. As a result, they had a big fight and they didn't really know if they ended it on good terms. So, Sisong told Ju Hyuk that she won't contact those kinds of friends anymore. Sisong told him that she honestly wants to tell something about him and also wanted to take a selfie with him. However, Ju Hyuk advised her that it's best for her not to talk so much about him as much as possible. Suddenly, Rufendel screamed master as he called for Ju Hyuk, that instantly caught Sisong and Ju Hyuk's attention. Rufendel joyfully announced his back, mentioning that he was Ju Hyuk's personal lackey. Rufendel pondered that he had a new competition as Markin and Coco were competing. But, he thought that now he was back, the spot for Ju Hyuk's favorite is now his. Then, he told Ju Hyuk that he heard that he was doing something really big, to which Sisong said that she also heard that he was doing something through Markin. Ju Hyuk told them that they are at a disadvantage when dealing with NPC, so he had decided that Markin will be in charge of external affairs. Markin had placed a scroll at the board where every person in the city could see it, which resulted in curiosity of the people. Ju Hyuk informed them that they have established a forward base on the continent, as he ordered Markin to purchase a territory. He shared that Seorshan requested to purchase a territory, but it would be impossible for Ju Hyuk to purchase it, so he let Markin purchase in his stead in legal procedures. Upon hearing the news that the absolute evil is purchasing a territory, they are already talking about destroying it. However, the response of the other guilds, especially foreign guilds, were passive, and the impact of the two world's top guild masters showing favor to ultimate evil wasn't small. Thus, Ju Hyuk thought that the rumor that he had 2 more black stones also played a role. Moreover, he thought that since the Holy Guild and Ellen Guild have come together, they might attack the territory if he's away. But, he thought that there won't be any problem, as he said that Sisong large-scale summons could help them if war breaks out. Shortly, Ja Hyuk instructed Rufendel to declare war on the community. To his surprise, Ju Hyuk told him that they were going to declare war against the Holy Guild and Island Guild. Rufendel thought as he looked at Ju Hyuk that there wasn't an individual who would ever issue a war against a guild, not unless they go crazy. However, he thought if it's Ju Hyuk, then they have hope. So, he quickly told Ju Hyuk that he would post it right away. Meanwhile, the man who was riding the yellow Lamborghini, thought that it was a shame that he didn't get to date Sisong as she's really his type. He thought about her appearance, especially her cold eyes, and said that Sisong is completely perfect in every way. However, he thought that he shouldn't give up as he thinks Sisong's boyfriend doesn't look impressive. He said that men are all about ability, though Sisong doesn't recognize it, so he thinks that if he approaches her slowly, Sisong will eventually fall on him. Suddenly, someone called and informed him that the Absolute Evil has declared war against the Holy Guild and Island Guild. As he saw the title, he asked his subordinate if the war would affect them. Much to his surprise, the man informed him that the first area designated when declaring war is the Ryuman Valley. The man informed him that the Absolute Evil said that they are going to destroy them starting from the Ryuman Valley, which the Union president thinks that the Absolute is crazy as that's where their union mainly works. The truck behind him was getting angry as he wasn't moving on the road. Meanwhile, the Union president informs his subordinate to pass his message to all Union members. He instructed that they will avoid direct conflict with the Absolute Evil, and anyone who acts out on their way and upset the Absolute Evil will be fired. The Union president thinks that they must avoid him as much as possible. The community were in shambles as the news was posted that the Absolute Evil had declared war against the Holy Guild and Island Guild. Comments were saying that the Absolute Evil has really gone crazy. Upon seeing the news, Kang Mo-won realized that they were in trouble and they needed Karma's help. He thinks Karma must have known that the Absolute Evil would attack. Karma told him that the clerics won't participate in the battle. He said that he believed in the power of the Holy Guild, so he said that he also believed that Mo-won would definitely punish the Absolute Evil. Mo-won then responded that he's grateful that he trusts him. He then wondered why the clerics aren't participating in the war and thought that Karma must be doing something behind the scenes. He knows that the 4th and 5th clerics are Karma's bloodline, so he thinks that the clerics may be aiming to appear on the battlefield like survivors. But, Mo-won declared that he's not going to be the only that would suffer silently. He knows that war against Absolute Evil is inevitable and the only way out is to watch him at all costs. Meanwhile, at Ju Hyuk's family residence, Seiya was concerned that Ju Hyuk was about to invade Ryuman Valley and asked if he's really going to attack them, to which Ju Hyuk said that he would. Then, Seiya informed Ju Hyuk that the clerics won't be participating as the 4th cleric declared that and everyone agreed. Seiya said the 4th cleric's nickname is As You Say, and it looks like she is from a necromancer class, then said that she is really strong but she has a lot of crap. Ju Hyuk then agreed to Seiya that all of their enemies were just social misfits. Seiya stated that nowadays, injustice gets them labeled as trash, and she felt like the clerics and the great guilds that look down on others are the real trash. So, she told Ju Hyuk that's why he should sweep them all. Ju Hyuk then assured Seiya that he got it. They made a fist bump, while Ju Hyuk said that he will sweep them all away and return. At the Ryuman Valley, the guilds have already prepared everything for the war. So, they were just on standby. The Union president pondered that the Ryuman Valley is just literally a valley, where players hunt monsters from the bottom of the cliff from the top valley. At the location, mines are installed in advance before monsters respawn. There were also long-distance dealers firing from the high ground. So, they wondered why the Absolute Evil would enter from the road below. Ju Hyuk warned Rufendel that there are mines, so he told him to be careful and said that he would be fine as long as he stayed by his side. Rufendel thinks that if he dies again, he might lose his position as Ju Hyuk's favorite pet. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk was thinking that the guilds never expected that he would be coming from below as they probably think that he would be fighting at a disadvantage. He thinks that they have expected him to engage in combat while riding Coco, but it's not actually what he's aiming for. Suddenly, he spoke and said that there probably aren't that many players who came out of their own accord. He informed them that he was the person that the Holy Guild had instructed them to kill, while he also received an order to kill the Holy Guild. Ju Hyuk stated that he would kill the full-time employees of the Holy Guild, however, he also knew that some of them are just mercenaries and said that he understood their situation. He instructs the people who came as mercenaries to raise their hand, saying that he won't attack them. Moreover, he told them that his main enemy is the Holy Guild, to which the only thing that he would destroy is the Holy Guild. Then, he told them that they should know that the Holy Guild have sacrificed their lives for that fight. The Union president got mad and said that Ju Hyuk was aiming for it from the beginning. Suddenly, Kurtle retorted, saying that his lame propaganda and fabrications won't work. He stated that no matter what Ju Hyuk says, he's always full of chaos. Kurtle continued saying something, while Ju Hyuk said that he understood that, though it's not like he wanted to be a full chaos. Moreover, the Union president asked the assassin if he sees anything. The assassin said that Ju Hyuk is cleverly choosing places that don't have landmines, and it seemed like he had the power to detect concealment. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk thinks that the guilds have probably figured out that he could avoid the landmines, but he thinks now is the time for the monsters to respawn. He thinks that when the monsters respawn, they will naturally become a shield against landmines. As he expected, the guild has already moved to attack him. He noticed that the people carried an explosive scroll, so he thinks they're sticking to it to self-destruct. So, Rufendel gets ready for his defense magic as he informs Ju Hyuk that the cooldown is done, as that is the defense magic that received buffs from him. He declared that it won't even leave a scratch. On the other hand, the leader thinks that since Ju Hyuk moves strategically, they need to inflict damage as much as possible. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk came out from the explosion unscathed and told the Holy Guild that they have no conscience from ordering players to self-destruct. He said that it might have caused him damage, but he questioned whether they will compensate for their death. Ju Hyuk said that he's not the one at fault, as the Holy Guild were the ones at fault for creating that unreasonable situation. Then, he told them to keep in mind that even if they fight hard, the Holy Guild won't recognize them. So, the Union president felt that his words were true as he noticed that everyone was shaken from the situation. They started to think that Ju Hyuk is correct, as why would the Holy Guilds even instructed them to self-destruct? However, Kurtle warned them not to be fooled by Ju Hyuk, saying that he's still a max chaotic player and a murderer. Shortly, Sisong received the signal, so she told Coco that they should get down. While Kurtle was speaking, his leader noticed the arrival of Coco and wondered since when did he arrive. So, he informed them that Ju Hyuk's ally is coming, while Ju Hyuk utilized the skill activation. He activated the Space of Evil, to which Sisong quickly ordered her Legion of Death to wake up. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk heard Sisong's thoughts that she thinks that it would be better for her to become a full chaos. So, Ju Hyuk told her that it gets uncomfortable when she becomes a full chaos. Sisong then wanted to explain. She said that it's because she's an absolute necromancer. She expressed that she was grateful because of him, but stated that even in the end, she would always be a class that supports the ultimate evil. Sisong said that she thinks that becoming full chaos is not different from her destiny, so she said that she has decided to become full chaos herself. Upon hearing this, Ju Hyuk told her that from that moment, he is under her care. So, Sisong charged without hesitation while she was within the power of the Space of Evil. Sisong felt determined as it was her first appearance since she decided to become a full chaos. She told herself that she's going to do it right. Furthermore, she awakened her Legion of Death. The guild were taken aback with the sudden appearance of the strange thing. Meanwhile, Sisong has already summoned her 3,000 slots of her stored undead. The system applied a random effect and the population of summoned undead temporarily increased by 100%. Due to the influence of impulsive evil, the level of undead is increased. Shortly, the undead descended from the sky. The guilds were in shock how it easily killed one of their men. The man thought the undead looked familiar as it seemed like the bugs that appear in Juragakta Cave. He looked at Sisong and wondered what kind of person she was. While he was thinking of holding out as he thinks Sisong's mana will decrease soon, he suddenly felt Ju Hyuk walking to him. He wondered when he went up to the cliff. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk was thinking that he would have killed them all by hitting them one by one in the past. However, he would like to try to kill them using the advent of the God of Evil skill. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong as he thought it would come out like when Zeta did it in the past. He noticed that it's not only one and they appear in a cluster of smoke shapes, so he wondered if the ultimate evil class get better by using it. Shortly, the advent of the God of Evil started to envelop the humans in darkness. They noticed that Ju Hyuk seemed much stronger than before. Meanwhile, the system informed Ju Hyuk that his enemies are shaking with fear and terror, resulting in his charisma increasing and his level rising and being rewarded 4 ultimate evil points. Suddenly, Sisong was informed that the space of evil will disappear over time, so the effect of impulsive of evil disappears. As a result, some of the undead are slowly disappearing as the random effects have also disappeared. They noticed that the amount of the undead has decreased, to which they think that the necromancer is getting tired, so they wondered what they should do. The man then noticed that the ones who raised their hands weren't getting attacked, so he thought if he should just stay alive and see for now. However, he thought if he gets on the Holy Guild's bad side, it will be difficult for him to hunt in the future. So, he thought that he should die magnificently while fighting and catch the eyes of the Holy Guild. To the other guild's surprise, the man was about to charge at the ultimate evil, saying that the Holy Guild cannot be shaken by people like him. He leaped as he's about to attack and told Ju Hyuk how someone like him dared declare war on the Holy Guild. The man knew that Ju Hyuk is not the kind of guy who will die if he hit him, so he thinks he should somehow hit him and catch the attention of the Holy Guild. But, he didn't even leave a single hit on him as Ju Hyuk had already struck him. Instantly, Ju Hyuk killed the player. The man was shocked as he didn't see Ju Hyuk clearly, and surprisingly, he died just like that. While Ju Hyun was leaving, the man told Ju Hyuk that he would kneel under the majesty of the Holy Guild. Furthermore, the war was being broadcast and the people were saying that the necromancer looks like she's stronger than the ultimate evil. But, the others commented that not even the ultimate evil isn't an easy opponent. A lot of comments were already siding on the ultimate evil and thought that the Holy Guild was the real trash. Meanwhile, at the Nova Alliance headquarters, Kang Mo-won instructed his subordinates to keep the media under control and make sure that it doesn't become an issue as public opinion is starting to take the side of ultimate evil. Mo-won then thinks that the ultimate evil is a very political and cautious guy, and thinks that even if he doesn't get help from Karma, he needs to nip his bud. Moreover, he also noticed that a large scale of commotion is also taking place in internet communication, so he ordered to increase the personnel if manpower is insufficient. Then, he asked about the preparation by the Holy Guild General, to which he was informed that they said they are about ready. So, Mo-won ordered them to start as soon as they're ready. Suddenly, there was a chain slowly enveloping Ju Hyuk's body. The system informed Ju Hyuk that a large-scale binding magic is applied to him. The Holy Guild sarcastically asked Ju Hyuk how it felt being binded. They said that they mobilized 300 mages to catch him, so there will be no easy escape from the magic. On the other hand, Ju Hyun was surprised as the system informed him that his resistance failed. He couldn't believe that he got caught, knowing that his stats are almost 130. Shortly, the Holy Guild confronted him and asked how it was being caught acting like a crazy person. Suddenly, the man punched him in the face. Sisong noticed that Ju Hyuk was in trouble. So, she asked if he was okay, but he wasn't responding. Moreover, the man asked him how it felt being binded. Sisong then asked Ju Hyuk what she should do, to which Ju Hyuk asked her to wait for a moment. Moreover, Kirtle asked their assassin to give him what he prepared. Ju Hyuk knows that the item is the Shackles of Corruption, which could block his automatic recovery. Moreover, they asked Ju Hyuk who was behind him, to which he said that if there was something like that, it would be full of chaos. Curdle told him that it seemed like he still hadn't come to his senses, so he told him that regretting it later will be of no use. Suddenly, a man arrived and stated that he would fasten the shackles himself. Kong Musiak said that he would ask Ju Hyuk directly as he's a criminal that blasphemes the Holy Guild and causes chaos in the society. Ju Hyuk asked what qualifications he has to do that and asked if he thinks that he's some kind of king. In response, Musiak said that they should see if he can keep making fun with his arrogant mouth. Suddenly, Musiak was surprised as Ju Hyuk said that his talk was so boring that he couldn't stand it. So, Ju Hyuk said that he should let him talk too, to which surprised Musiak that he was already preparing to strike him. Musiak was surprised wondering if Ju Hyuk broke free from the large-scale binding magic as he saw that he was just unable to move until now. As Ju Hyuk struck Musiak to the ground, he told Musiak that he just doesn't like him. The Holy Guild members were surprised to see their director has been attacked by the ultimate evil. To their surprise, they saw that he even killed Musian with one punch again. Seershan had it all on his mind what the plans of the Holy Guilds were up to. He concluded that they will treat Ju Hyuk like an ordinary criminal, so he mused that the alliance might spend some time casting a large amount of status ailment spells and would use binding magic. So, they think that taking precautions is an easy task, however they were aiming for Ju Hyuk to appear like a hero leading to enlightenment. So, Seershan said that he believed that it requires a corresponding stage setting. As Ju Hyuk's plans have worked, he thought that everything is really happening according to Seershan. He then ensures that Rafendel is recording in real time from behind, so it must have been broadcasted exactly as intended. Earlier, when the binding magic was activated and Ju Hyuk was bound, he checked the skill window. The system asked him if he wanted to strengthen the true shattering sky. He thought that he would strengthen it in time, and at that moment, he needed to strengthen it. To his surprise, his judgment wasn't wrong as the powerful power of true evil shattering sky destroys the external interference. He thinks that it was a bit of a gamble, but he surprisingly hit the jackpot. Meanwhile, the Holy Guild leader was surprised that Ju Hyuk broke free from the restraints and noticed that his aura also has changed. Then, Ju Hyuk nicely asked them to raise their hands if they still wanted to live. Curdle got mad and was about to strike him saying that he was being arrogant until the end, to which the Holy Guild told him to stop. Ju Hyuk then asked the people if they heard what he just said about his enemy. The people who raised their hands survive and the ones who didn't raise their hands from the Holy Guild have all met their demise. The guild leader was also killed and he couldn't believe that the ultimate evil really didn't kill the players who raised their left hand. Shortly, Ju Hyuk told the survivors that they could go back, to which they instantly bow their heads while Ju Hyuk was leaving. Meanwhile, in the real-time world, the Union president thought what happened was really crazy. He thought that even if Ju Hyuk's opponent is the Holy Guild, he was too strong, so he pondered if there was a bug in the system. He even considered that the three holy swords cannot even withstand a single punch of the ultimate evil. Moreover, he also thinks that the wide area skill that Ju Hyuk used could kill hundreds of people once the cooldown wears down. So, he mused that the Holy Guild really targeted someone that they shouldn't have. Suddenly, he noticed that he didn't get a reply from the girl that he saw yesterday. The Union president asked Sisong's friend for her number and instantly got it. He felt troubled as he kept thinking about Sisong's cold eyes and pondered what she said about her age being 19. The man thought that as soon as Sisong come to him, he would give her a job right away and can even make her prettier. Meanwhile, at the Olympus, Sisong was observing Ju Hyuk from the sky. She thinks that Ju Hyuk was so cool. She couldn't believe that the battle scenario that Ju Hyuk explained to her in advance, everything happened just as Ju Hyuk told her. Sisong starts to romanticize Ju Hyuk, thinking that he was so cool on how he always focuses on his work and cares for him indifferently. So, she felt determined to get stronger as much as possible. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk was walking towards the cliff and looked down. Ju Hyuk stated that he thought of it while killing the Holy Guild players, as he felt the situation feels somewhat familiar. He thought about the situation where a large number of players are massacred in a hunting ground. He felt the energy of the true Shadowy Sky reacting somewhere. To his surprise, he realizes that it was exactly the same thing that happened back then. Ju Hyuk then jumped backward as the ground beneath him was suddenly breaking. The system informed them the Ryuman Valley has expanded. Ju Hyuk thinks that it was similar to the case of Streaming River. Suddenly, the ground was releasing a strange energy as the system said that the advent of evil has descended upon the land. As he expected, the energy of the true evil Shattering Sky has satisfied the condition for the appearance of the boss monster. Shortly, two boss monsters have appeared, which are called the Double Dig Dig and the Black Armadillo. As the system announced the boss monster raid, it says that the quest is unlocked, so Ju Hyuk felt excited as he knew that the hidden piece was completed. The two monsters looked ferocious and had instantly shown their power. Moreover, the system confirmed that the boss monster, Double Dig Dig, has appeared. Then, it also confirmed that the Black Armadillo had appeared. Ju Hyuk smiled upon seeing on the system that the hidden piece had been completed. So, he quickly went down as he expected it to happen. He stated that it was also like that back then as the ultimate evil unlocked monsters specially created under special conditions, and it is said that he has met the special conditions. Suddenly, his powerful aura gives boss monsters a sense of intimidation. As a result, the two boss monsters are shaking in fear and instantly want to hide. Ju Hyuk's party observed the situation at the cliff, and Coco laughed seeing that the boss monster got scared at his master. Moreover, Ju Hyuk used the inner eye. He realizes that they seem to have no intention to attack, so he thinks that it's because he leveled up to true evil Shattering Sky and the effect of it has become stronger. The Black Armadillo covered his face with his hands while it closed its eyes in fear. Suddenly, the Black Armadillo noticed that something touched it. Ju Hyuk told the Black Armadillo not to worry. He said that he won't eat it. So the Black Armadillo became emotional. Shortly, Ju Hyuk left, thinking that he just came there to deal with the Holy Guild members, so he thought he should deal with the boss monster later. The people in the net were surprised that the boss monsters were afraid of the ultimate evil, as Rafendel was recording the situation in real time. After a few days, a guild went back to the Ryuman village to hunt the boss monster. The boss monster was easily killing them. The union president felt troubled seeing the situation below. He couldn't believe what he was seeing as he didn't expect it to be like that. He pondered that when he saw the boss monster in the video, it looked weak, so he was surprised to see that it was so strong. Suddenly, he noticed that the boss monster was climbing up to the cliff. He thought that if the two boss monsters climbed up the cliff, all the strategies they have used so far would be useless. Moreover, his subordinates informed him that the black mobs are about to appear, which he said that he knows about. The union leader felt angry as after the war, the Holy Guild didn't even care, and thinks that he got so much backlash. He thought that if it continues to happen, he thinks that he should have just stood with his left hand raised. Furthermore, in the real world, Musiak was very angry that since the war, operating profits are decreasing as the black monster begins to appear. Suddenly, Eugene came into his office and told him that she saw it all and asked if he would just leave the ultimate evil like that. She complained saying what the clerics are doing when her brother can't even fight properly. Musiak told her that he just let her guard down and retorted on how many times he should tell her now to spit on the floor. Eugene then asked if he was joking as she told Musiak that he was brutally beaten up just because he let his guard down. Meanwhile, Musiak ponders that if Eugene doesn't have the power to back her up, she's useless and he's just holding back because of the Sons of Heaven Guild behind her. He pondered that he would step on Eugene miserably, someday, like she was doing to him. Furthermore, at the Olympus, Ju Hyuk continued his mission. He slowly killed the Holy Guild members. He has killed a number of them already and Rafendel was there to help him pick up their items. Suddenly, he noticed that he got a message. He opened the message saying that it was from Jang Hyung-sik, and was telling him that he's active on video editing and streaming. Then, he mentioned that he admired Ju Hyuk, to which Ju Hyuk thinks that the message is a little different from other messages he received the past few days. Since Ju Hyuk has only killed members of the Holy Guild, he has been getting all kinds of aggressive messages from all kinds of people, thus Ju Hyuk was curious about the man as it said that he had worked in the video industry, so he replied. Jang Hyung-sik were happy that he got a reply. He thanked Ju Hyuk for listening and said that he should proceed on telling him what he has to say. He shared that the media is currently completely invaded by the Grand Coalition, so in any media, only negative news about ultimate evil are being punished. Moreover, Hyung-sik revealed that his class is a journalist and said that he would send proof. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk sensed something behind the bushes. Suddenly, Jang Hyung-sik emerged from the bushes. He told Ju Hyuk to allow him to help him about the negative news about him being spread on the internet. Ju Hyuk asked him how he's going to help him with a media campaign. Hyung-sik said that he would re-edit the video about the ultimate evil and publish it on his streaming broadcast. He said that if Ju Hyuk sends the video that Rafendel filmed, it will show the truth about himself in the video. Ju Hyuk thinks that it's not a bad idea as he doesn't have to move. So, he told them that they should give it a try. After a while, Hyung-sik has re-edited the video of Ju Hyuk saying that the ultimate evil has taken over the Ryuman Valley and opened it up for free. But, the video said that it wasn't true as the ultimate evil took the lead in defeating the boss monster. Moreover, the video showed that regular players are also successfully hunting the monsters one by one and the players can keep the bluestones they acquire themselves. The video that was made by Hyung-sik was being watched by the Holy Guild conference room. The president announced that the ultimate evil is completely disrupting the market order. He stated that it was causing chaos and contributing to the division of society and said that he can't wait any longer. So, he declared on his name, that he declares war against the ultimate evil. The next day, the guild went to the ultimate evil's territory as it was confirmed that the Grand Union leader had officially declared a war against the ultimate evil. The Holy Guild went directly to the ultimate evil's territory, the abandoned territory, Sermia, west of the Kargnis Mountains. Furthermore, there are many comments again on the community about the ultimate evil crushing the Holy Guild as Ju Hyuk started a live stream. It was shown on the live show that Ju Hyuk stated that he gladly accepted the challenge from the Holy Guild. Ju Hyuk told Seorshin that everything is going like he said. Seorshin assumes that their enemy will assume that Ju Hyuk focuses on defense and will engage in guerrilla battle and they will slowly wait for them to get tired and die. Moreover, Ju Hyuk honestly thinks that their territory is a disadvantage for him because he has fewer troops. Shortly, Ju Hyuk decided to confront the enemies, to which Seorshin told him good luck. Ju Hyuk thought that even if they are at a disadvantage, it's not like they haven't prepared anything. Before the war, Seiya asked Ju Hyuk if he's okay. She was worried that something might go wrong, as she told him that he only had one territory. She said that if he loses it, it will all be over, to which Ju Hyuk suddenly thinks. But, he told Seiya that she must have forget that he have two bases and no one knows where his main base is. Ju Hyuk said that not even the mighty Airfis Empire hasn't found his current base, Naan, and said that even if he collapses, he won't face the worst scenario. Seiya then asked if it isn't going to be dangerous when Kang Muwan steps in directly, to which Ju Hyuk confidently said that he's stronger. He assured Seiya that he has a trusty trash skill, where Seiya wondered if it's really okay. Moreover, Seiya told Ju Hyuk that the constellations are busy with the cleric quest and said that it seemed like everyone will get stronger once it's over. She mentioned Eugene to him and said that she found Eugene irritating as she's not even a cleric but she's butting into the cleric quest. Ju Hyuk pats Seiya's head and tells her that he got what she meant. Then, he told her that he's going to log in. At the Olympus, the Holy Guild made their own base nearby the territory of Ju Hyuk. Kang Muwan gathered his members and said that they don't have to rush as they're in a favorable situation. He mentioned that they have high-level fire mages and expensive fire scrolls, and said, with that being present, they can even dominate the necromancer's undead. Then, he mentioned that they already control the only road to the territory, so the ultimate evil are cut off from supplies. Moreover, he told them that according to the information, Cernia is a barren land that can't survive without supplies, so he said that the longer it dragons on, the more it favors them. Meanwhile, in the Aerfes Empire Imperial City, the Empire Intelligent was talking about how Ultimate Evil has bought a territory in the west and is clashing with the guilds. One of them asked what their concerns were. The man said that the Black Rose Society and the Assassin League moved simultaneously, so he mused that the Ultimate Evil has taken over both forces. Upon hearing this, the other man expressed that it's impressive. Then, he told them that even so, it's the player's business, thus they don't need to worry, but he told them to report it once the Ultimate Evil purchases a new territory. The Aerfes Empire said that it's not a situation they need to pay attention to yet. Going back, the Holy Guild felt trouble as the Ultimate Evil sent them assassins. But, Kong Muan told them not to panic, as they expected, it's just guerrilla warfare trying to shake them. Suddenly, one of their subordinates went to the tent and directly called Kong Muan. He told him that there was an unexpected situation happening. To Kong Muan's surprise, the Ultimate Evil has personally shown itself. But, they were surprised to know that he did not show up in Cernia, but in the trade city Durang, which is currently under the control of the Holy Guild. The Durang managing director, Tumia, felt frightened wondering what the Ultimate Evil is doing at their base. They wonder if the Ultimate Evil came alone to attack them, but they consider that he also has hidden troops somewhere. Suddenly, a high-status person came and asked what's the status of the city walls, to which Tumia was surprised. The person's name was Kong Muyao, and he was known as the Grand Union Holy Guild member, where he was ranked 7th in South Korea. Moreover, Kong Muyao used the piercing gaze skill. He was surprised to see that the Ultimate Evil really came along without a single soldier, so he thought that he must be crazy. Shortly, Tumia fell in awe as Muyao activated his power skill. They saw up close how he mobilized the legendary Vermilion Archer. Then, Muyao activated the Flame attribute. He let go of his grip on the arrow, hurling the 100B punishment skill towards Ju Hyuk. As the situation was being broadcast, the watchers were amazed seeing the legendary item in action. They suddenly think that Ju Hyuk will instantly die with the level of the item being high, but they also wondered if he could block it. To their surprise, Ju Hyuk easily caught it with no signs of fear. Muyao and Tumia were shocked as Ju Hyuk mocked the item, saying that it's slower than he thought. The three swords felt irritated as Ju Hyuk was showing his arrogant side again. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk noticed that his health is 3% down, so he pondered if he should start moving too. But, he thought that it's not cool to charge without a movement skill, and thinks that even if his stats are high, there's no effect or style. He thought that even the rapid step that Rafendel use is somewhat cool. However, he decided to charge and said that he'll think about it later. Then, he pondered if he should hit them with a trash skill first, while he activated the destructive fist. Back when Ju Hyuk was a child, his master told him that he's a child that is destined to conquer the world. Ju Hyuk asked his master if he really had to conquer the world. His master said that he should, and stated that in order to do it, he will properly teach him the skills that he honed over the past 40 years. 10 years ago, his training started, and there was a time when he still had a dream. Ju Hyuk's dream wasn't big, as his only dream is just to live a normal life like everyone else. He wasn't interested in conquering the world, and yet, he continued to train under his master without choice. Upon receiving the skill, he thought that skills for territory war only are trash. But, his master told him that with those two skills, conquering the world is possible. However, Ju Hyuk thought that it's no good when he can't even use it against monsters. Ju Hyuk used to think like that in the past, but it's different now, as he was experiencing what his master told him. He thought that it would be an unusable skill as it requires level 60, but fortunately, he increased his level thanks to the rewards he got from Jirigaktu, so Ju Hyuk was really pleased. He pondered that he never thought that he would use it in his lifetime. Moreover, he continued to charge using the destructive fist skill. Suddenly, the system showed that the true effect of the true evil shattering sky technique activates, to which he got confused. He didn't expect that the skill would evolve, as the system said that the destructive fist has leveled up to super destructive fist. On the other hand, the Holy Guild were getting nervous as they felt fear and terror upon seeing Ju Hyuk's skill. They saw a black mist was about to envelop them. Tumiya wondered what skill Ju Hyuk used to activate that. But, Muyal charged as he told them not to think about it hard. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk felt the skill was easier to handle than before and noticed that the mana consumption has drastically decreased. Suddenly, he turned as he caught sight of a bright light looming over him, to which he saw that it was Kong Muyal. Kong Muyal called his name and told him to try and catch the attack. Kong Muyal has released the explosive fire skill. However, Ju Hyuk remained calm. He then extends his hand in the air. Then, he used the skill Annihilation. The three swords were in disbelief, seeing Kong Muyal's ultimate long-range skill was also handled by the ultimate evil. Shortly, Muyal landed and instructed Tumiya to suppress the media, as he said that the current situation must not be leaked. So, Tumiya told the guards that filming is prohibited from that moment onwards. In Tumiya's mind, he felt stressed, thinking why it was happening during his term and wanting to think that it was only a dream. As Ju Hyuk easily handled the explosive fire, the surroundings were enveloped in streaking lights. Then, he asked Hyung-sik if he was recording. Hyung-sik told him that he was recording without missing a single thing from the start. Then, he informed Ju Hyuk that the public and major broadcasters had recently stopped broadcasting Durang. Hyung-sik said that it's clear that they are being pressured by the guild, but he said that he's not like them as he's live streaming so the world can see. Meanwhile, Kong Muyal felt anxious looking at the situation, as he didn't know what to do anymore. Muyal then ordered everyone to back off. He told them that the walls are collapsing. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk has successfully entered the walls of Durang. He pondered that in order to steal the ownership, he needs to break the 3 territory crystals inside the territory. Suddenly, he noticed the Holy Guild members were planning to attack him. Tumiya led the soldiers and said that they must block them at all costs, as he can't breach any further. Moreover, the 3 swords were contacting the allied commander. Kirtle was feeling anxious as well, thinking that they have to block Ju Hyuk at all costs. He thinks how exactly they would do that. While they were charging, Ju Hyuk was smirking. On the Sernia territory, the Island Guild have arrived, so the Holy Guild and Island Guild were now trying to break the castle's gate. Kong Mawan ponders that he never imagined that the ultimate evil's power would be that great and think that to the ultimate evil, common sense is useless. But, he thinks that they can't just sit and wait. So, if the ultimate evil strikes Durang, he thinks that they should strike Sernia too. Kong Mawan thinks that Sernia is the ultimate evil's only territory, so he thought that if they take it first, it would be their victory. Suddenly, he felt something was off. He noticed that the inside of the territory is eerily quiet. Then, he suddenly thought that they broke the gate too easy as there was no resistance in breaching the gate. As they found the crystal, he also noticed that there's no one guarding the territory crystal. Meanwhile, Seershan was observing the situation nearby. Shortly, an assassin arrived and informed Seershan that he have moved all the troops and residents. Seershan confirmed if he also took care of the warp portal without leaving any traces, which the man said that he did. Thus, Seershan thought that their enemies would have entered the territory by now and realized that it's empty. Moreover, Kong Mawan ordered the guard to look for traces left. Mawan suddenly thinks that the ultimate must have another territory, as he knows that the ultimate evil must have moved all the residents and troops. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk has been surrounded by the Holy Guild members, so he thought he should try something. He thought his skill had become more flexible, so he ordered it to gather. Ju Hyuk was being surrounded by his enemies. He then thought that initially, the destructive nature was a skill that consumed a considerable amount, but thanks to the effect of the true evil shattering sky, the consumption has decreased. So, he thought that he should try it. As he said to gather, dark things started to emerge from the surroundings. The dark things started to come to him. They wondered if his skill was disappearing, but they also noticed that something was wrong. They realized that it's gathering and concentrating towards the ultimate evil. So, Muriel used the clairvoyance and said that it seemed like Ju Hyuk had no intention to search for the territory crystal. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. To his surprise, Ju Hyuk has all the crystals. Then, he saw Ju Hyuk break it and with a normal attack at that. As the crystals of Durang have been destroyed, ownership of the crystals is transferred. The system then told him that if the newly generated crystals are protected for 15 minutes, he will acquire the lordship of Durang. Then, he thought that since the crystals are gathering towards him, there's no need to move, but he thinks that it depends on the 15 minutes considering he has many enemies. Moreover, he wondered what his enemies were doing without attacking. But to his surprise, it was the opposite. He realized that they were already attacking. He saw that the attacks aren't weak, but it felt strange as he saw it seemed like nothing. So, he pondered that the mist of the destructive nature is neutralizing the attacks. As the war was being broadcasted, people were commenting about it. They were saying that Ju Hyuk was strong as he just destroyed all the crystals and blocked all attacks alone for 15 minutes. Then, they were wondering why the territorial war hasn't ended as they saw that Cernia was taken first. Moreover, the netizens were saying that Cernia was just used as bait and that the ultimate evil has a main base somewhere. Upon seeing the comments, Hyang-sik felt content. He thought that their broadcast was a success as everyone is watching as the war is not being shown in public channels. Suddenly, he noticed something. He saw in the live television that there's a press conference happening. Lee Byung-won, the Island Guild War Portal Management Team leader, stated that they have no choice but to acknowledge that too much power has been given to the ultimate evil as an individual. But, he said that seeing the ultimate evil's actions, they cannot trust him because he's a murderer. As Hyang-sik watched it, he said that they're mumbling nonsense again and questioned if they aren't sick of it. Suddenly, some comments appeared hating the ultimate evil. He didn't expect that the press conference would backlash Ju Hyuk. However, Hyang-sik didn't back down. He stated that he can't just be on the receiving end of that and suffer. Suddenly, the citizens were surprised when they suddenly got blocked from watching the live broadcast. Hyang-sik smirked as he thought people didn't know that they could use their skills like that. Then, he readied the video that the ultimate of evil has sent to him. He thought it was the moment, so he uploaded it. Meanwhile, Lee Byung-won felt so tired. Suddenly, he noticed that his aunt was calling. He picked up the call and his aunt instantly shouted at him, telling her to come to the conference room. To his surprise, his aunt informed him that there's a video circulating on the internet, presumed to be selling exclusive and hunting rights. Furthermore, Ju Hyuk also stated that he has seen the video. Then, now that he had taken over Durang, he stated that the nobles should get ready. He said that he really doesn't like them, especially the Holy Guild and Island Guild. After that, Hyang-sik told him that his acting is excellent. Without further ado, he logged out and said that he would edit it right away and upload. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk thinks that the video will be well edited and prepared so it doesn't concern him. However, he asked Seorshin if there is really a flaw in the management records of Durang as he can't tell even by looking at it. Seorshin retorted that it's a total mess, saying that it was his first time he had seen such management of a territory in his life. He stated that there is really a big amount that was spent, but the problem is that there was no proper record of spending or it was embezzled. However, Seorshin said that it seemed like it would be found quickly. Then, he thought that the Holy Guild must be quite anxious at the moment. Suddenly, Seorshin told Ju Hyuk that he had a few good ideas that came to his mind. Meanwhile, at the Holy Guild, they were discussing the notice concerning the management of Durang. Moreover, they were also discussing the rumors going around that there have been numerous corruptions in Durang until now. Kang Mo-won then pondered that he never dreamed that such a situation would come to them. So, He thought that before the ultimate evil finds the documents and ledger, it must be properly organized and dealt with. An unprecedented situation has come to the Holy Guild as they lost Durang to the ultimate evil, so to reclaim Durang, Holy Guild and Island Guild formed an alliance once again. The major media started to spotlight Durang following Serenia, thus, the battle for Durang against ultimate evil began. Furthermore, the meeting between the alliances including Kong Mawan, began. South Korea's top 100 alliance informal meeting only used the system to talk and with voice only. They mused that whether the power shown by the ultimate evil in the territory battle can be sustained, it would seem to be the key. But, they thought Island and the Holy Guild are pushing them with a decree to exterminate the ultimate evil. They think if they don't sign the decree against ultimate evil, they might become disliked. Meanwhile, the others said that if the ultimate evil is defeated and loses power that time, they might be caught nitpicking just for being cautious. However, they were concerned that if the absurd power of the ultimate evil isn't temporary and he becomes stronger, they wondered what they should do. Furthermore, back in Durang, Rufendel called Ju Hyuk and said that he collected all items from players massacred in Durang, to which Ju Hyuk complimented him. Rufendel ponders that it's worth learning the wide-range item collection skill, as he thinks that if it continues like that, the position of pet number 1 will be entirely his. As a result of his hard work, Ju Hyuk gave him a necklace worth 7 million won. Rufendel was happy and thought that it's a good decision to become a pet as he already earned over 30 million won for the month. Furthermore, Ju Hyuk asked Seershan if the users that have registered in Durang increased a lot after the special contract announcement, whereas Seershan said that they already surpassed 10,000. Then, Ju Hyuk asked if it's okay if the increase is slow, as if the Holy Guild attacks, the influx might stop. But, Seershan said that it's an opportunity for them and told him that if he shows his dignity in the battle for Durang, everyone would want to serve under him. So, Ju Hyuk thought that even if he's not sure, he has to exert some strength this time. Meanwhile, the footage of Byung-won receiving bribes is being played. The Island Guild said that they will announce that it's a manipulated video from their side. Byung-won quickly apologized as they were reprimanding him. He then thinks that he was doomed, as the business that he did while taking bribes got exposed and he can't deny it. However, his aunt assured him that it's okay, saying it's all business as well, and assured him that he did nothing wrong. So, Byung-won felt a little sense of relief. Then, he bowed to his aunt and expressed gratitude and said that he would continue to work hard and strive not to tarnish Island Guild's name. Moreover, Byung-won asked his aunt if she would participate in the battle in Durang territory. To his surprise, she said that she would participate, saying that she's a key figure in the Island Guild, so Byung-won asked if she would be okay. His aunt assured him that she will, and said that the top 5 rankers will gather for the battle in Durang. Meanwhile, Sesong was watching over the hunting ground of the Holy Guild. She was asked by Ju Hyuk to take over the hunting grounds in Durang, but she felt that it's starting to get tough. Sesong ponders that she didn't expect that the guilds would even deploy priests and paladin NPCs to defend the hunting ground. So, she wanted Ju Hyuk to return soon. Suddenly, a man was observing her from behind and thought that her stamina was weakening. So, he readied his weapon and planned to ambush her. Meanwhile, Sesong felt the presence of the man. The man declared that she would have to die there. However, the man suddenly noticed something. He thought that the necromancer looked similar to the girl he likes. On the other hand, Sesong has raised the undead Juragaktu. In an instant, the man died. Sesong was bothered and even thought that she was being so unpleasant that she even had to summon the undead Juragaktu. Furthermore, in the east gate of Durang, Ju Hyuk and Seershan were looking at the players that is about to come to the castle. Then, Ju Hyuk saw that the top rankers from 1 to 5 are all gathered. Meanwhile, Seershan asked Ju Hyuk if they should call the elders as the number of troops is overwhelming, but Ju Hyuk said that it's not a big deal. Shortly, he went down and told Seershan to watch closely. He was confident as he already reached level 60 by taking over Durang. So, he thought he should use the defensive nature. Shortly, he successfully used the defensive nature. Consequently, the true evil Shattering Sky reacts to defensive nature. Seeing this, Seershan felt the overwhelming power. In an instant, the castle was enveloped by Ju Hyuk's power. So, Kang Mo-won felt that something suspicious was happening. Suddenly, he felt a strange aura and wondered what kind of thing it was. Then, Kang Musiak said that he would check it out. Kang Musiak flew in the sky, participating as a Holy Guild member. He told Ju Hyuk that no matter what he does, he can't do anything in front of a 200,000 strong army. Then, he quickly used the Flame Slash. Kang Musiak thinks that he would definitely hit Ju Hyuk as he came prepared with defensive magic for a battle integrating offense and defense. To his surprise, he didn't see the attack and got injured. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk was smirking. Shortly, Ju Hyuk also starts to attack the other members of the guild. They were caught off guard as they don't know where the attacks are coming from. Ju Hyuk's new skill, the defensive nature, was the one attacking the soldiers. Kang Mo-won was irritated as he doesn't know what to do. Then, he thought that he have confirmed all the counterattacks, and thinks that Ju Hyuk can't possibly reflect all 200,000 attacks. Suddenly, Blueheart said something was strange. She said that she noticed that if it's a skill, it should consume MP. But strangely, she noticed that Ju Hyuk hasn't drunk a single MO potion so far. Meanwhile, as Ju Hyuk continues on rampage, he gained a large amount of evil points. He claimed an advantage with his skill, as he know where and who is attacking from anywhere. Moreover, not only does it reflects attacks, but it also has the option to absorb damage as MP, so there's hardly any MP consumption. At that rate, it would be a one-hit defeat using the defensive nature, so he think that he's immortal. On the other hand, Kang Mo-won questioned if Ju Hyuk even have an MP absorption option. He thought that it meant that their rankers can just rush into the skill, as if by any chance, all the rankers rush in and get beaten or killed breaking through Ju Hyuk's skill, resulting in game over. Then, he thought that it's also not good to keep exhausting their strength. So, for now, he thought they should step back and wait. Meanwhile, Seershan started to notice that it looked like the enemies have something in mind. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk said that he would be right back. Ju Hyuk decided to come down. He thought that if the guild won't come, then he must go to them. Then, he looked at the system before charging. He thought of using an ultimate move that time. Meanwhile, in the skies near Durang, Sesong was flying with Coco. Sesong wondered if he would get scolded for being late as her wasted so much time. So, she ordered Coco to hurry up, and in return, she'll give him a bluestone. Sesong then thought that Ju Hyuk is scary when he gets angry. Suddenly, she noticed that Ju Hyuk came down. She thought that he would be on the wall like he said, so she pondered if he should send a message. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk has activated his skill. He utilized the Azura Destruction Nothingness. With the immense power, Sesong felt surprised seeing it. Then, she noticed that the sky is getting dark. She thought that it's a skill that affects nature, and expressed that he didn't know that such skill existed in Olympus. Moreover, as the power was too strong, the live broadcast was being disrupted. Hyang-sik felt it such a miss as they can't do a live broadcast if the situation is like that. Suddenly, he also heard that all devices near Durang have temporarily stopped working, making even the public networks can't film. So, Hyang-sik thought that they can't shoot with remote-controlled drones, so he thinks that the only option left ID for him to log in and record it himself. However, he wondered if he could really return alive from Durang. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk commanded the skill to burst, resulting in hitting thousands of soldiers at once. He then can easily walk through them. Then, he pondered that as far as he know, the Azura Destruction of Nothingness is the strongest AoE skill that the ultimate evil could learn. Once it was casted, all the skills acquired by Ultimate Evil will fuse and melt together. Following that, it causes a chain reaction in all areas, including attack, defense, and area control, massacring the enemies. So, he thought that his master would tell him that he becomes useful and teaching him was worth it. Moreover, he thinks that in order to end the battle, he need to go deeper into where the rankers and executives are. Even though he had no grudge against them, he think that it's better to deal with them as quickly as possible. Shortly, he used the word annihilate, resulting the Azura destruction of nothingness to unleash a stronger power. Consequently, upon killing thousands of people, he saw that he was rewarded a lot. On the other hand, the Island Guild and Holy Guild are starting to feel troubled. It was getting tough for them to breathe, so Kong Muwan ordered some of the soldiers to instantly grasp the situation. Shortly, one of the subordinates informed him that the entire frontline troops have evaporated and it seemed like 100,000 were wiped out with a single strike. So, Kong Muwan felt angry, stating that the Ultimate Evil has broken the norm. Suddenly, he instructed Blueheart to go out and buy some time. So, Blueheart said that she trusts the Holy Guild will look after her well. Kong Muwan then responded that he's always favorable toward Island and will be even more so into the future. Without choice, Blueheart charged, thinking that she can't help it as she's just an executive while Muwan is the Grand Union leader of the Holy Guild. So, if she was asked, she don't have a choice but to comply. Upon arriving in front of Ju Hyuk, she told him that he cannot go forward from that onwards. Ju Hyuk was surprised as he didn't expect that she would come out first. Suddenly, Si-song contacted him. She informed him that she scattered undead scouts just in case, and they alerted her that something strange is happening. She told him that something is being summoned in front of the West Gate. Furthermore, the Empire was watching Ju Hyuk and thought that he's far beyond the level of ordinary players. So, they discussed what peculiarities they should be aware of in the current situation. The first one that concerns them is the Ultimate Evil class, where it possesses a power beyond their expectations. Secondly, the fugitive they are pursuing, who is Ramtadian, has similarities with Ju Hyuk. They think that their facial features and dress somewhat resembled each other. However, one of them said that it's not it. He recalled that Ramtadian surrendered himself exactly 8 years ago, and they noticed that he was terribly frightened. Lastly, the third matter is that the Holy Guild's strong warrior Ramada has been borrowed. So, they were wondering if their decision was right to release Ramada into a war between players. In order to use it, the players must be quite skillful. However, they mused that the Holy Guild won't be able to draw out its full power. The Empire didn't give them a precise manual in case of contingencies, so they will probably only be able to use half of its original power. But, they think it should be enough to destroy a weak fortress like Durang. So, once it hits, the territory crystal will also be destroyed. Moreover, as Si-song informed him about it, he said that he would head there right away. Ju Hyuk thinks that he needs to move immediately. Then, he pondered what he should do about Blueheart, thinking if he should take her down before leaving. He thought that both of the guilds need to be handled the same way after all, and he also didn't like the negative publicity from the video that he released. So, he expressed that it can't be helped. Shortly, he used the speed. In an instant, he got through Blueheart. He thinks that if the giant cannon is summoned like he predicted, the West Gate comes first. On the other hand, Si-song was wondering what she should do. She felt concerned, wondering what they were trying to do. She noticed that it looked strange at first glance, so she thought they should block it somehow. And she noticed that Ju Hyuk is still on his way. So, she thinks that she needs to do something. Shortly, he instructed Coco to stay alert. Then, she said the word rise. She summoned her Legion of Death to hold off some time. Moreover, Si-song thinks that if Ju Hyuk is rushing over, the weapon must be something that can't be blocked by ordinary means. So, she upgraded the undead Juragaktu as she summoned it. Shortly, she jumped, leaving Coco behind. Then, the system warned her that the current MP consumption rate is excessively fast, so previously summoned undeads may be unsummoned, to which Sisong thinks that it doesn't matter. She told herself that she can do it and she would show Ju Hyuk and she would be praised. As a result, her undeads slowly disappear. All of the undeads except the Jirigaktu are unsummoned. Even the player Roan has been liberated from control and died. On the other hand, the undead Jirigaktu is all that's left. The people saw that something appeared from the sky. As they looked at it, they were petrified as it used the area petrification. Sisong couldn't believe that she did it as everyone got petrified. So, she said that all she has to do is get back on Coco's back. However, she realized that she was far from Coco. Coco screamed and said that if she dies, he might get killed by his master as well. Meanwhile, Sisong accepts her fate that she's going to fall and die. But to her surprise, Ju Hyuk caught her. Then, he asked her how long the petrification will last. Sisong said that it's about 5 seconds, to which Ju Hyuk stated that it's enough. Shortly, Ju Hyuk puts down Sisong and leaves right away. Sisong felt flustered and couldn't believe that she really got praised and cuddled. She said that Ju Hyuk must like her, to which Coco doesn't know what to respond. Furthermore, as Ju Hyuk was nearing the weapon, he confirmed that it's the Airpeth Empire's siege weapon, Ramada. However, he thinks that he can't destroy it completely because it's the Empire's weapon, so he thought that he would have to take down all the mages around first. As he used the new skill, the system said that he had reached a new realm. The Super 1000 Slaughter Strike and the Super 100 Slaughter Strikes have emerged. Shortly, the magic supply of Ramdam has been cut off. Moreover, Ju Hyuk suddenly thinks that there are many synergies that he's not aware of. Suddenly, he got a message from Jang Hyungsik. Hyungsik informed him that he's currently at the Eastern Wall and told him that he should return quickly. He informed her that the executive from the Island Guild is doing an urgent interview in front of the East Gate. On the other hand, while Blueheart is talking, she suddenly thinks that it's time to use Ramada, however, she notices that it's not firing. Blueheart was telling the reporters that the ultimate evil is a cowardly murderer, stating that Ju Hyuk ran away as soon as she approached. Then, she wondered again if there's something wrong, considering it's time for the Ramada to fire. Suddenly, she felt something was approaching her. Ju Hyuk attacked her. Fortunately, she was able to dodge it in time. So, Ju Hyuk smirked. On the other hand, Blueheart thought that she sensed it, but barely dodged that even just a graze is causing her damage. Instantly, she instructed the journalists to retreat as she drew her weapon. Blueheart then noticed that Ju Hyuk wasn't even using his full strength. Then, she thinks that the plan to use Ramada has failed, so she mused that Kong Ma-won has moved on to the last plan. Moreover, Blueheart challenged Ju Hyuk, saying that she will bring him to justice. She confidently fought with Ju Hyuk, thinking that she needed to buy more time. Shortly, Blueheart has been defeated. She couldn't believe that she had been defeated in just 3 seconds, when she's ranked 5th. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk left and said that she's too weak for someone ranked 5th. But, he thinks that it's an obvious result from the start, so he quickly uses the mind's eye. He saw that there's a large magical force gathering behind the soldiers, and thought that they must be buying time for their backup plan after Ramada. As he confronted the soldiers, he told them that he's going to hunt rankers and said that he won't kill them if they don't interfere. Meanwhile, seeing Ju Hyuk was advancing, Kong Ma-won felt troubled. The enemy has entered the range, so the mage got ready. The rank 3rd, the great mage Lamian, informed them that the binding magic is ready. She told them to trust them, as they never failed. Then, Kong Ma-won asked how long will the binding last, to which Lamian said that it would last at least a few seconds to tie the ultimate evil. She instructed them to use the opportunity to shackle the ultimate evil, then quickly used the level detecting. Lamian saw that Ju Hyuk's current level is at 70, and she didn't detect any level cheating. She thought that it's surprisingly low, and it means that his absurd strength is due to his unique class and skills. Shortly, Lamian activated a multi-layered personal binding magic circle. Ju Hyuk then noticed that he was under the circle. Lamian thought that it would work as she knew that the magic circle binds the target with 100% certainty if their intelligence is lower than her, so knowing Ju Hyuk is only level 70, she thinks that he can't have higher intelligence than her. But to her surprise, Ju Hyuk was already in front of her, meaning that the binding had failed. Lamian felt surprised as the system detected that her target's intelligence was higher than her. Although Lamian's calculations were not wrong, as a normal level 70 player would need to invest all stats and intelligence to come close to the intelligence. Han Ju Hyuk is not strong due to special classes and skill, but because his base stats are too high. All his base stats are 99 and further enhanced by Shattering Sky Tech. So, it was impossible for Lamian's intelligence to bind him. Upon seeing this, Kang Lawan started to feel anxious. It was his first time seeing such a player while leading the Holy Guild, so he thought that another like the Karma of the Heavenly Emperor had appeared. Shortly, he instructed everyone to block Ju Hyuk. So, Ju Hyam thought that it can't be helped. Shortly, he mobilized the destruction. After the war, the news released an article showing the ultimate evil defeated 200,000 people. So, the Holy Guild elites were called by Muwan. He expressed that seeing the article is disheartening. He couldn't believe that the ultimate evil had annihilated them easily. But, he ponders that the good news is that no proper video footage exists after they started a media campaign to control all media and change the narrative. Suddenly, a man barged in calling Muwan, stating that it's a disaster. To his surprise, he informed him that a video of Ultimate Evil's battle has been uploaded to the internet. The video was released on a personal channel that recently became a topic for unreservedly disclosing Ultimate Evil's actions, and it appears to be the only current holder of the video of the battle. They muse that even though all remote recording devices didn't function due to the unexplained phenomenon, the person seems to have manually recorded the event in the battlefield for Durang. Quickly, Muwan checked the person's channel. He felt angry as there was a channel that seemed to represent Ultimate Evil with videos uploaded a while ago. Shortly, he threw the device and cursed. Then, he instructed the man to get him everything from the person's personal details to their movements within Olympus. In response, the man said yes, but he whispered that it's so hard. Then, Muwan sat down. He pondered that he would issue a death sentence if he knew the Ultimate Evil's identity, but the Ultimate Evil, despite having such power, hasn't left a single trace in reality. Back in the Sky Devil's main base, Yahan informed Ju Hyuk that the Holy Guild had begun tracking Jang Hyungsik. Ju Hyuk then thinks that it was because of the video of the battle that he uploaded. So, he thought assassins might come after Hyungsik, so he entrusted Yahan to protect Hyungsik. Moreover, Ju Hyuk couldn't believe that even internet broadcasters are getting involved and think that it might get more dangerous as expected. Suddenly, he realized that he was just talking to someone. The person was Randall, the Middle Eastern server, ruler of the Fyra continent, and the Grand Alliance Guild Master of Katar. Furthermore, Randall shared that he had been wanting to engage in trade with Korea for a long time. However, he said that he has failed to sign any contracts due to the opposition from the major alliances in Korea. Whereas, Ju Hyuk asked why the alliance oppose. Randall said that it's because their contract would lower the price of the monster stones. As the price of the stone falls, the profits of the Grand Alliance also decrease. Moreover, he said that in the Grand Alliance, they already call themselves nobles and reign over others, and they deliberately prevent people's economic independence. So, Randall stated that he despises such power-hungry individuals like the Alliance. Then, he said that it seemed like the Ultimate Evil doesn't care about the Grand Alliance's opinions, and he has the power to back it up. That's why Randall said that he wanted to support him. As Randall was trying to reach a hand, Ju Hyuk wondered why he would support him without any conditions. Ju Hyuk thinks that it couldn't be, as he knows that if he destroy the Grand Alliance, Randall will achieve his goal. So, He shook Randall's hand and said that he have no reason to refuse. Moreover, Randall offered to help him if he needs any internal security, to which Ju Hyuk mentioned Jang Hyung-sik as he's being tracked by the Holy Guild because of the video. Furthermore, the news have spread that the Ultimate Evil joins hands with the Middle East millionaire. But, the internet has flipped upside down again, as few genuinely believe that Ultimate Evil could completely destroy the domestic Grand Alliance. Until, there was a certain announcement a few days later. Ju Hyuk went to Seorshin to ask about the progress of the data arrangement. Seorshin and the others were occupied as they are trying to finish quickly. Then, Seorshin responded that they just finished a moment ago. Seorshin then said that their plan was to release everything and do it bit by bit, slowly revealing them to stir up people's emotion. Additionally, he said that they should expect that the alliance will try to create a public opinion against him, but he told Ju Hyuk not to worry too much. Meanwhile, Seiya was watching a video, questioning if it's real. Si-song saw that she was watching the video that they released. She said that she saw it as well, adding that Ju Hyuk was also involved too. 3 misdeeds of the Holy Guild were revealed. The first one is the Olympus pension, which it turns out that the pension promised to players by the Airpeth Empire was being intercepted by a separate foundation in the middle. Second, exploitation of subcontracted players, where players were deliberately pushed into the situations where their character could be deleted and then left unattended. The compensation money paid to the players whose characters were deleted was a mere 5 million won. Lastly, concerning the Beast Master Eugene, as it was reported that a 3.5 billion gold was paid to her even if she was not affiliated with the Holy Guild. Furthermore, Seiya felt so shocked hearing about the pension, while Si-song said that she's angrier about the Beastmaster. She said she really disliked Eugene. Seiya still couldn't believe that such an incident had exploded even as she heard his brother finding quite a lot in Durang. She wondered if it's really okay to reveal such information even if her brother is really strong. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk used the destructive nature again. The soldiers were easily defeated at that place. He was currently taking over the port city of Marin. Moreover, the only thing left for him to do was to wage territorial wars against the Holy Guild Alliance. The Holy Guild Alliance owned 360 territories, and Ju Hyuk took over 1 to 2 territories a day. So, there was a lot of information that was discovered. And every time they took over a territory, Seorshin immediately disclosed all the data. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk noticed that Seorshin seemed a bit before. However, he noticed that he seemed happier, knowing that Seorshin is a workaholic. Shortly, Seorshin told him that it would be a good idea to visit Naan as his people wanted to see him. Meanwhile, in the Holy Guild, Kong Musiok was trying to comfort Mawan, assuring that the incidents would be forgotten by people over time. But, Musiok said no. He stated that it wasn't a simple matter. He thinks that it will surely calm down, only if it explodes once. Then, he thought that the ultimate evil had made up his mind. He ponders that with the power that the ultimate evil has, he is continuously taking over their territory and leaking data. As a result, many people are being swayed by the ultimate evil. He then thought that even if he wanted to take the ultimate evil down with money, the timing is terrible as Randall has made an alliance with him. So, the first thing that he thinks that they should do was put down the media. Shortly, he instructed Musiok to call a board meeting. Mawan said that it seemed like they have to make a decision, to which Musiok asked what he meant. Mawan stated that it's only a temporary measure, but it's time for them to draw out the sword. The next day, shocking news was delivered to the Holy Guild members. 10,000 members of the guild was expelled. They couldn't avoid it as they were having a financial crisis, as the profit of hunting grounds has fallen because territories are being taken away and higher-level monsters started to emerge where the ultimate evil has appeared. Following that, news has spread about the Holy Guild restructuring because of the ultimate evil destroying the hunting grounds ecosystem. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk was surprised as he hadn't thought of that. However, he thought that Mawan is just image-making as even though the black monsters are harder to catch, the rewards are greater. Suddenly, Seiya barged in his room. Ju Hyuk complained that she should knock, while Seiya said that she thinks that she could help him. She shared that since she was leveling up with the clerics through quest, she finally reached level 70 and got the purification. However, Ju Hyuk doesn't have knowledge about it, so he asked what it was. So, Seiya showed her what she did. Before, Seiya logged into the Olympus and went to confront some black monsters. She was in the fields of darkness. Seiya felt excited, expressing that it has been a while since she has been there. Meanwhile, there were other people in the hunting ground and were amazed to see her. Shortly, Seiya brought out her wand. Then, she used the purification. Meanwhile, the black monsters were charging. But they were eventually enveloped by Seiya's magic. As a result of her power, the black cows have been purified into cows. Seiya told her viewers to say goodbye to the tough black bodies, stating that she will purify the contaminated hunting grounds. Upon seeing the video, Ju Hyuk was taken aback, wondering what the purification was. As a result of Seiya's purification, she gained numerous compliments that she was rebalancing the hunting grounds. Meanwhile, the Grand Union leader, Kang Mawon, was riled, questioning the seventh constellation's sudden interference. Kang Museok said that it seemed like the lowly oaks are getting cocky because they have gained some powers. So, he asked Mawon if they should do a PK, to which Mawon didn't agree, saying that the government would realize it immediately. Mawon thinks that after undertaking massive layoffs, it all becomes meaningless and they can't tarnish the image of the ultimate evil. Moreover, he thought that if the users were laid off from their own teams and moved to the hunting ground taken by the ultimate evil, since he doesn't charge fees, it would improve the ultimate evil's image. Then, Museok suggested that they scout the seventh cleric and bring her under their control. But, Mawon said that it might shake the status of their noble families, so they should think about it. Moreover, Mawon thinks that the seventh clerics have been given useless power. Meanwhile, back in the Olympus, Sisong seemed happy. Ju Hyuk noticed it and asked if there's any good news. She informed them that the online public about him is getting better lately. She shared that since there are no black monsters anymore, people are starting to earn money, and they're happy because they take less cuts than the Grand Alliance. So, Ju Hyuk guessed that it seemed like they are starting to see results from the propaganda. With the success in the territory battle, more players registered in Durang and was already about 30,000, so they think that they would reach the maximum capacity in no time. Then, he thought they would be fine with Seershan overseeing that there's extra money in the future and people are starting to recognize them. So, he ponders that the remaining task is to expand the territory. The only problem he could think of, is that he can't manage all territories by himself, as actually, a few territories were taken back while he was away. So, he thought it would be great if he could solve the manpower issue. On the other hand, Sisong was about to talk to him. But, she was mesmerized by her appearance, instantly activating his filter. Sisong thought that the more she sees him, the cooler that he gets. Suddenly, Markin arrived and instantly called Ju Hyuk. He ran towards Ju Hyuk and said that he should see it. He gave a device that only users can use, informing them that it's a ledger of the Welfare Foundation. Earlier, Markin was coincidentally wandering around the territory. So, he checked the office to find some useful documents. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He picked it up wondering if it was left behind. Moreover, as they looked at the device, there was a K Welfare Foundation chairperson that is named, as you say. Markin said that it looked important, so he brought it. As Ju Hyuk read more, he saw that the person was a cleric. Ju Hyuk then shared that Seiya had told him about the nickname before. The person was the fourth cleric. She is known to be a director of the Holy Guild and a woman feared by the first cleric, the Red Gladiator, Kang Museok. Ju Hyuk remembered that Seiya was sharing that the first cleric was getting flustered by the fourth cleric. Suddenly, Seershan noticed one more thing and told Ju Hyuk to look at it. Seershan stated that it's a record from when the foundation was initially established, and at the time of the establishment, it appears that it was funded by major alliances like Holy Guild and Island. Moreover, he said that it looked like there seems to be evidence of involvement in the reshuffling on the Holy Guild personnel, including Markin. So, Markin started to wonder if he was driven out by the Holy Guild because of the Welfare Foundation's influence. While Ju Hyuk was contemplating, Markin couldn't stop thinking if there was a connection between his expulsion from the Holy Guild and the Welfare Foundation. Furthermore, Ju Hyuk went back to reality and still couldn't stop thinking about the Welfare Foundation. He was thinking that even if the foundation was established with the funds of the Alliance, a fellow cleric's presence was being feared by Kong Mo-won. Shortly, Seiya asked what he was doing. Then, she told him that she's doing well with the purification and there's good news. She mentioned the Beast Master Eugene, to which Ju Hyuk said that Eugene seems to know Kong Museok. So, Seiya revealed that Eugene turns out to be a disciple of the fourth cleric. Seiya said that it seemed like the other clerics already knows about it, and she did not. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk pawns that it seems like the pieces of the puzzle are starting to fit together. As Seiya was talking, Ju Hyuk was thinking that the situation is getting more interesting. In the Olympus, if a character has been deleted, they had to start again from level 1. Suddenly, a subcontracted player of the Holy Guild was collecting information for a step-up quest, and he encountered a special monster with the ability to delete characters, leading to an accident. The character they had nurtured all their life was deleted and all equipment and items were lost, so they are penniless and have to start again as a level 1 beginner. There are players who sacrificed themselves to uncover the monster's delete abilities, and even sacrificed for the research of traps or items that could cause the deletion. Players who have had all their lifetime in Olympus stolen from them, at least 15 are known. Those players cannot re-enter the academy or become independent. So, Ju Hyuk has made a plan. The only place that has taken them in was in Durang, by the ultimate evil. As they registered in Durang, they would be supported until they can support themselves economically over the next 10 years. The charity was being recorded live, and the people expressed their gratitude towards the ultimate evil. However, there are still comments doubting the ultimate evil's actions, which they expected. But, Ju Hyuk clarified that they didn't do it because of Randall's capital, as he said that it's possible even just with the taxes collected by Durang. Then, he stated that Durang can now fully provide support if they don't waste money unnecessarily. Furthermore, Ju Hyuk and Seorshin were observing their recent endeavors. Seorshin felt glad that the reaction to the policy that they have created has become a hot topic. So, they muse that no matter how much the Holy Guild tries to demean their lord, those people will feel that reality is utterly different. Suddenly, the one listing the applicants counted that is gathered in Durang is now over 1 million. So, they closed the entrance and told the people that Durang can no longer accept residents. The other players felt troubled on what they should do as they didn't expect that so many players had lined up. Then, one of them suggested that they should go to another city that was taken over by the ultimate evil. Without delay, the players quickly head off to the other cities. So, Seorshin told Ju Hyuk that their plan works and it solves their problem. They muse that the gathered residents will become the force to protect the territories, so even if the Grand Alliance invade, at least the residents could buy time until Ju Hyuk arrives. Moreover, Seorshin said that he has calculated that about 10 territories can be managed and defended quite comfortably with that. Shortly, Seorshin bids goodbye and tells Ju Hyuk to visit Naan when he has time. So, since the territory issue has been solved, Ju Hyuk thinks of visiting Naan. Upon arriving, Coco was overwhelmed by the people. The people greeted him as soon as he arrived and the elders also showed respect to him. Ju Hyuk was happy that he visited Naan as he noticed that it has really developed a lot. However, he had a thought if he could really conquer the world at that rate. Suddenly, he received a notification that the Central Astral responds. The system had quickly verified the ultimate evil's qualification. A minimum of 10 lordships is required, so Ju Hyuk has successfully met the requirements. As a result, he has met the conditions for the linked quest. Then, the Overlord quest has been activated. Ju Hyuk thought that if it's a linked quest, it's definitely a main scenario quest of the ultimate evil class, so he wonders if he is gradually fulfilling his master's will to conquer the world. Moreover, when he looked at the quest, it required him to take over 300 territories and 3 million residents in just 60 days. So, Ju Hyuk thought that it's insane as what the Holy Guild has achieved in 150 years, he would have to accomplish in 60 days. Then, he thinks that if he fail, the penalty won't be a joke, so he wonders if the ultimate evil class can be maintained after a failure. Suddenly, he surprisingly thought of Sisong. So, he started to think that it has a connection as the Cliff of Ages quest wouldn't have been cleared without Sisong. And she is always trying to help him. He then recalled in the recent war, that she prevented the use of siege weapons allowing them to win. So, compiling it all, Ju Hyuk thinks that Sisong has been a tremendous help. Shortly, he told the elders that they should go back. Moreover, he told himself that even if he fail, he have done well so far. But, he was still confident that he could take over 300 territories in 60 days. He thought that starting from that day onwards, he just need to move a bit busier. Furthermore, some people of high status were having a discussion about the ultimate evil. The man told them that he was disappointed, so he returned earlier than planned. Then, he stated that everyone should know that their society is not in a good state. He shared that a young friend is doing what he couldn't do when he was young. So, the man known as the head of NZ, the third largest conglomerate, Young Gongjin, declared that NZ will actively support the ultimate evil and participate in all actions. But, his people told them that it's a very risky situation, saying that the ultimate evil is like an untested boat as he wasn't verified. However, the chairman said that they should be doing the things that they should have been doing first. Moreover, he said that they have been too cautious not doing things like the ultimate evil has been doing. So, he thought that if they follow the ultimate evil's lead and have Randall's funds and their support, they can stop the new aristocratic forces and make a better South Korea. Consequently, Young Gongjin stated that he would be the captain of the untested boat, and he will take all the responsibility, so all of them are safe. Back in Durang, Young Gongjin visited the ultimate evil, and was laughing saying that they could protect up to 50 territories with their combined strength. The ultimate evil and NZ have joined hands through the support declaration of the Grand Alliance NZ. Ju Hyuk agreed to join hands with them, as NZ is not like the other alliances and their leader also came from a humble beginning. Still, Ju Hyuk thinks that a conglomerate is still a conglomerate, so he can't trust them 100%. Shortly, a woman called Gongjin, grandfather. So, Gongjin quickly introduced her, saying that she would be a great help to Ju Hyuk. Then, the woman took off her hood. Upon seeing her face, Ju Hyuk and the others were surprised. She told them that she's Warp Master Lee Jurang, and said that she will actively cooperate with the ultimate evil. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk started to contemplate who she was. Lee Jurang was a Warp Master, a non-combat hidden class player. She progresses her play solely through warp without engaging in combat and providing free warp portals to injured players or NPCs, lost or isolated merchants, and others in need. Moreover, Lee Jurang said that with her power, she is confident that she could be a great asset to the ultimate evil. Ju Hyuk expressed that it was nice to meet her, and said that she can call him by his nickname, Arthur. Then, he told her that his plan will be easier thanks to her, to which Jurang asked what plans he has. They were shocked as he told them that he will conquer 300 territories within 60 days. Furthermore, that day, NZ announced their support for Ultimate Evil. The Third Grand Alliance has officially joined hands with the Ultimate Evil in an unprecedented event. As a result, public opinion has started to positively view Ultimate Evil. Moreover, Ju Hyuk explained that with more allies, there's no need to hesitate. Then, he told them about the first territory that they will conquer. The first territory would be Taurus Fortress, which is currently under Holy Guild. The fortress entrance has a narrow gorge. Additionally, specialized defense weapons like a level 5 defense magic weapon Dragoon protects it, so no one has breached it. Their plan first was to hit Taurus Fortress. And the expedition would be just the Warp Master and the ultimate evil. So, Searshan mused that Ju Hyuk was going alone again. On the other hand, Sisong felt anxious, wondering what she should do. She felt jealous as Li Jurang is really pretty and she seems capable and mature. Sisong started to imagine that Ju Hyuk will keep Jurang by her side, so she was troubled. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk noticed her, and wondered if she was worried about something. Then, he went to her and asked if she thinks that Taurus Fortress is stronger than him, to which Sisong said yes. So, he pats her head and assures her not to worry, saying that he's much stronger. Without delay, Ju Hyuk and Li Jurang quickly head off. Li Jurang used her power and was instantly transported. Sisong doesn't feel troubled anymore and thinks that Ju Hyuk is so cool, where Searshan told her that she must really like Ju Hyuk. So, Sisong was taken aback and thought that she wasn't worried about that. Meanwhile, on Taurus Fortress, the soldiers quickly gathered. They were alerted that the ultimate evil had appeared. On the fortress, the great mage Lamian was the one leading them. She was still angry, recalling what happened in the war, that the ultimate evil dares toy with her. The people were commenting that she melted with just one punch and thought it was embarrassing. Moreover, she instructed the mages to prepare the full force mana supply. She then remembered what Musiok told her, that they will support the mages as much as needed, and told her to ensure the defense of Taurus. So therefore, she thinks that they cannot lose. As the weapon was ready, the target was confirmed within effective range. The identification of one person has been completed. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk was thinking that if he moved alone, it would have taken a while, but with Li Jurang joining, it became quite convenient. Now, the ultimate evil can move to any desired location anytime, so he thinks bringing the Warp Master is definitely a good choice. Moreover, he noticed that there are no mines, which he expected at first that there are, but he hasn't encountered at least one. Then, he quickly used the mind's eye. He saw that the mages are just relying on a dragoon, focusing all their magic there. Meanwhile, Lamian also starts to unleash power and states that they won't kill the ultimate evil, and just put him in a near-death state, and shackle him and make him live as a slave forever. But, the system informed that the current supply of magic is excessive, so there's a possibility of killing the target. Without delay, they fire the magic bullet. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk was complacent. Sisong's undead Juragaktu suddenly appeared behind Ju Hyuk. As a result, it stopped the magic bullet from advancing. Lamian was surprised and was wondering what happened. They couldn't believe that the magic bullet was blocked. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk sarcastically stated that their weapon was indeed scary. But, he activated the eyes of the Juragaktu, so it freezes the mana flow detected by the player. The Juragaktu's eyes is one of the 3 rewards received after subduing the Juragaktu. The Juragaktu's extract and Juragaktu's tear temporarily increase the user's level, while the Juragaktu's eyes has a different effect. Moreover, the Juragaktu's eyes allow the user to momentarily utilize one of its abilities, and they could use it in a short period of time. Juragaktu's ability is Petrifying Eyes, resulting in the freezing of the mana flow. Then, it could also be combined with Ju Hyuk's Mind Eye skill. When combined, it even allows the petrification of magic bullets made of mana. So, Lamian felt troubled as their only trump card was suddenly stopped by an unknown item. Shortly, the system alerted Ju Hyuk that the remaining effective time for Juragaktu's eyes is 50 seconds. But, Ju Hyuk stated that 1 minute is enough. Meanwhile, Lamian alerted everyone that Ju Hyuk was about to charge. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk used the super sprint speed. As Ju Hyuk knows that Taurus Fortress has only one entrance, it means that he only just needs to break through that one entrance. While he was charging, he was mobilizing another skill. He thought he didn't need to spread it wide, just enough to break the wall. Shortly, he fires the skill saying to concentrate. The skill that he used was of destructive nature, on a single focus. While the conquest was happening, Hyung-sik was recording it again. Hyung-sik was amazed as he even thought that Ju Hyuk would struggle for a bit, but that is not the case. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk successfully broke through the entrance and quickly instructed Lee Jurang to get the territorial crystal. Suddenly, he noticed that people from the fortress are nowhere to be seen, so he wondered if they were preparing some next strategy. Then, Lamian appeared in front of him. Lamian stated that he's definitely that guy. On the other hand, Ju Hyuk said that he must have seen her somewhere and realized that she was the great mage Lamian who was ranked third. But, Ju Hyuk teased her, pretending that he doesn't know her. Lamian felt angry and told Ju Hyuk that he doesn't know his place and also called him a lowborn. So, Ju Hyuk informed her that they are recording, yet she kept calling him lowborn. But, Lamian was still persistent, saying that a pig should act like a pig. To her surprise, she didn't sense that Ju Hyuk was already beside her. Ju Hyuk then slightly struck her on the head. So, Lamian felt embarrassed and was about to cry. She unleashed power from every angle, but she still couldn't hit Ju Hyuk. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk was thinking that Lamian's words and actions are no different from other nobles and thought that he provoked her quite a bit. Thus, Lamian told him that if he's a commoner, he should act like one. Shortly, she called the attention of the mages and told them to get ready. Lamian then quickly utilized the limited blood explosion. So, Ju Hyuk ponders if she was trying to use an ultimate move by receiving mana. But, he noticed that it seemed that this isn't just about drawing mana. Suddenly, the mages started to act strange. Ju Hyuk noticed that the mages were getting agitated, wondering what they were doing. Suddenly, Hyung-sik called him, saying that they had just received an urgent report. To his surprise, Hyung-sik told him that the skill Lamian is using absorbs mana from nearby players and it also can delete characters. He explained that it was said to advise to manifest at a certain probability, and it seems there have already been quite a few victims and a player from the mage group risked their lives to inform them. So, Ju Hyuk told Hyung-sik that if deleted players need help, announce that they will assist. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk was being enveloped by the skill. The system informed us that the external energies are acting strongly upon Arthur's body. Thus, Lamian stated that no matter how much he struggles, it's already too late. Lamian thought it served the ultimate evil right, as he embarrassed her during the war. Meanwhile, Ju Hyuk doesn't look scared. He then stated that Lamian's skills is supposedly the ultimate move of a hidden class, powerful enough to delete numerous mages. However, he easily removed it. Lamian couldn't believe that her skill got cancelled. She then thought that Ju Hyuk knew her skill could delete characters like he said. As Ju Hyuk unleashed a strong power force, he released 1,000 cuts. So, Lamian doesn't know what to do anymore. Ju Hyuk's destructive nature protects the players and the true evil Shattering Sky resists external energies. Shortly, Ju Hyuk declared that it's over. Then, he thought that Lamian is unrefined, but fitting for her rank, as she had a hidden move. However, overall, she's weak. Moreover, Ju Hyuk told the other mages that he will leave them alone if they just go. Consequently, Ju Hyuk successfully conquered the Taurus fortress, resulting in a hidden piece activated, and the new region Taurus of Wilderness has been opened. As they entered the Taurus fortress, they also obtained the Taurus Wilderness. The system then rewarded Ju Hyuk for being the first one to conquer and discover the Fortress Wilderness. Ju Hyuk pondered that the Blue Reindeer is also highly profitable. Shortly, Lee Jurang called him. She informed him that she had brought Rufendel as instructed. While Rufendel showed the items to Ju Hyuk, Lee Jurang stared at them. She pondered that she never thought that Ju Hyuk really conquered the Taurus fortress. Previously, he saw Ju Hyuk's fight with the mage. She watched how he easily conquered the Taurus fortress. The mage leading the fortress became angered with Ju Hyuk's conquer. As the video was uploaded, many opinions appeared again from the non-players. Suddenly, Rufendel approached her and asked what she was doing. She said that she was just thinking about something, to which Rafendel said that he knows what she was thinking. Jurang got embarrassed when Rafendel said that she was thinking that Ju Hyuk was so amazing and she had no idea that he would really attack the Taurus fortress. Then, Rafendel told her not to be surprised with something like that, saying that when he travels with Ju Hyuk, every day is a spectacle. Afterwards, he said that he will be going as he's busy. On the other hand, Jurang can't help but thinks that Ju Hyuk is remarkable. Suddenly, Rafendel came back and said that there's something that he haven't mentioned. Rafendel told her not to forget that he's the #1 pet. Moreover, Rafendel went on his way, while Ju Hyuk asked Jurang what happened, to which Jurang said that it was nothing. Furthermore, the blue-furred deer was a rare item that could be rarely hunted in the Kaganus Mountains before the Taurus fortress. The blue fur item it drops is very versatile. It is quite light and with just a little mixing, they can make thin but warm clothes. Moreover, it can also be melted into a liquid form for use as a top-grade insulating material. Hence, Seiya told Ju Hyuk that finding the habitat of the blue-furred deer will make him rich. But, Ju Hyuk told her that his real identity must still not be revealed in reality, so they must not catch the Grand Alliance's eye. Upon hearing about the wilderness, the people wonder where it was located and wanted to go hunting inside it. Seiya suggested to Ju Hyuk to monopolize it, but he doesn't want to, so she asked what he would do. Ju Hyuk explained and able to use the hunting grounds, players Wilkshave to got through Taurus Fortress, hence, users will buy equipments and items there and the taxes generated there will be enough income. Additionally, he said that once the blue fur starts flooding the market, prices will definitely change from before. But, Ju Hyuk stated that it's not entirely free from everyone. The next day, players come to the entrance of the Taurus fortress. The players were amazed that there are a lot of people heading to Taurus. Suddenly, the man suggested that they go in the wilderness together. But, something suddenly shot one of the players. As a result, the player died. The dragoon was blocking the players from entering the fortress. As the elimination was complete, the sniper mode turned off. The man was shot because he was a member of the Holy Guild, as the Holy Guild members are not allowed to enter the fortress while the users registered in the Ultimate Evil's domain are allowed to pass. Seorshin then informed Ju Hyuk that Dragoon is blocking well and he paid the mage operating room 3 times their salary. Moreover, the news about the fortress being opened, had some negative comments about it. But, Seorshin assured Ju Hyuk that once the blue fur increases, the market price will naturally fall, hence, the rush to the wilderness will be solved over time. Then, he said that the more important thing to discuss is the port city of Marine. And the trade city Durang. Seorshin said that many players are gathering in several domains. He told Ju Hyuk that it's a good time to proceed with their plan as many players wants to register as domain residents. So, Ju Hyuk agreed and said that the preparations are all finished anyway. Then, he mentioned that if they are to create 300 domains and 3 million residents, there's still a long way to go. Meanwhile, on the dark side of the fortress, there are some living inside it. Those people have horses. They have armies on their own. The man in front said that the time has come. At that moment, the sunflower brightened. A terrifying monster was about to emerge. Moreover, Ju Hyuk's black stone glow. He saw it and fell speechless. But, he eerily smiled afterwards.
Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, and subscribe. And if you'd like to contribute further, you can now buy me a coffee. Every little bit helps in creating more quality content for you. Just click the Buy Me a Coffee link in the description below. And don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss a new video.